Mecha and Sword. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426. I'll teach you. Look, watch carefully. Learn carefully. Caitlin was also a tough guy. He had no intention of talking nonsense to Ji Xinghe. He directly ordered all the mecha warriors in the Western Theater who were not participating in the war to connect to the mecha perspective of Ji Xinghe and others. Not only that, the ruthless Caitlin directly ordered, don't you know what to call Ji Xinghe and others? Change the name to Teaching Team. Communications can be guaranteed in the federal occupied area in the Battle Scar Canyon. There is basically no problem with communications in the war zone. Even in the enemy occupied area, some residual communication devices have not been discovered and removed by the Empire. Therefore, the mecha warriors who suddenly received the order were able to see very clearly when Ji Xinghe and others arrived at the war zone. The battle has not yet started, and the mecha warriors have not found anything worth their careful observation and study. So their attention was focused on the name of the team composed of 10 people, including Ji Xinghe. Teaching Team. They had no idea that their commander, Caitlin, had suffered an insult from Ji Xinghe before they switched to the viewing angle, so they all thought that the name of this team was very appropriate. Not to mention that the Federation currently has only one Galaxy-class mecha warrior, Ji Xinghe, just Qin Tong and the other 9 people, all of whom are ace mecha warriors. When the number of ace mecha warriors in the entire Federation barely exceeded 20, what was the concept of a team with 9 ace mecha warriors? Such a team is called a Teaching Team, and it is well deserved. Qin Tong and Harris, I have seen them before, during the selection and training of the Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps. At that time, we were all similar, just special class mecha warriors. I didn't expect that they are now aces, and they have also obtained the exclusive mechas of the aces, a special class mecha warrior in the Western Theater side in his team's communication channel, arousing the curiosity of the team members. Captain, did you meet General Ji Xinghe at that time? He was also in the Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps then. Not only then, he is also now. The Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps has not been disbanded, and it will only be convened under special circumstances, such as the Battle of Vulture Mountain. Han Li, Jackson, Yuren and the other 3, after the team leader explained, his tone was a little regretful, but I have never had the opportunity to meet General Ji Xinghe in person. Speaking of which, when the Orbital Airborne Mecha Corps was selecting people, I was still a little unconvinced of General Ji Xinghe. I mean at that time, unconvinced? Captain, you are really brave. It's not that I'm brave, it's that General Ji Xinghe at that time was not as powerful as he is now. And I'm not the only one who is unconvinced. Jackson was the most unconvinced at the time, and was even retorted by Colonel Ravitch, but isn't Colonel Jackson General Ji Xinghe's apprentice? And Colonel Han Li, they all said he was General Ji Xinghe's apprentice, that was then. I've said that Jackson even provoked General Ji Xinghe at that time. As a result, when he was on a mission with General Ji Xinghe, he was conquered by General Ji Xinghe's strength. Since then, he has regarded himself as General Ji Xinghe's apprentice. Is he a self-appointed disciple? Or did he really become his apprentice? I really became his apprentice. Later, I went to base number 5 to learn from General Ji Xinghe for a period of time. It was after that Jackson's strength began to improve by leaps and bounds. After he followed General Ji Xinghe to base number 5 to participate in the war, he was promoted to ace. Then Captain, do you have the opportunity to become General Ji Xinghe's apprentice? Me, the captain pondered for a moment and said, there is no chance to become his apprentice formally, but we all have the opportunity to learn from General Ji Xinghe. Aren't we learning now? The ambition of the team's mecha warriors was once again aroused. Not only them, but also many mecha warriors in the Western Theater, their interest in learning was all aroused. Whether they have mechas or not, they all want to see and learn. Even some mecha warriors who were about to join the war delayed their action plan to join the war without affecting the war because Ji Xinghe was about to start teaching. It was no secret that Jackson became Ji Xinghe's apprentice. Before Qin Tong and others followed Ji Xinghe, they were all special class mecha warriors. Li Lin, the blind man, and Wang Jiyue, the cripple, were not even special class before they followed Ji Xinghe, and they were disabled. Now, they are all ace mecha warriors. The Ping An, which has landed in the Western Theater, and 94 mountain chopping mechas rushed to the front battlefield after Ji Xinghe and others. The leading mechas, namely Chu Feng, Zhang Yun and others, were also full of gold stars. Some of them were only a few away from being promoted to ace, and those who were relatively short of more were only a dozen. These people are also more than enough to prove how strong Ji Xinghe's teaching ability is. When watching the 94 mountain chopping mechas running past, many people's eyes even emerged with their future appearance all full of gold stars. 3-digit ace mecha warriors were unimaginable to everyone in the Federation before. But now, many people believe that the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps alone can have 3-digit ace mecha warriors. Facing Ji Xinghe's insult, Caitlin suddenly asked everyone to come and see and learn. The biggest reason was this. Only 2 ace mecha warriors were born around him, one of whom had already died on the battlefield. General Ji Xinghe, seeing tens of thousands of mecha warriors all connected to the teaching team's perspective, Caitlin had a strange smile on his face and a strange tone. The entire Western Theater, all the mecha warriors who can watch and learn are now watching, you must not let them down. Caitlin's words made Ji Xinghe frown slightly. A line of subtitles suddenly appeared in his sight, a text message from Liu Mian reminding, Caitlin is a little dissatisfied with your attitude towards him, partly because you got the rank of general and he didn't. The deeper reason is that this is his theater. This is a long story short. Liu Mian did not expect that Ji Xinghe would be so direct to Caitlin. But from Ji Xinghe's perspective, Liu Mian did not think it was strange. Age is needless to say, and the number of gold stars is needless to say. One is galaxy level, one is ace level, one is a major general, and the other is a colonel. From all aspects, Ji Xinghe is qualified to be more direct to Caitlin. So, Ji Xinghe chose to be more direct. Caitlin, tell me, what have you learned? The command center of the Western Theater Command suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Caitlin, and Caitlin looked at Liu Mian. Liu Mian looked at his nose and his heart, as if he didn't hear it. So Caitlin looked at Tang Qiao, who followed Liu Mian and didn't say a word the whole time, like a deputy staff officer. Tang Qiao was also in a state of indifference, vaguely more like an outsider than Liu Mian. Caitlin wanted to learn from Liu Mian and Tang Qiao's current state, but he couldn't. After all, there were tens of thousands of mecha warriors watching online. Everyone could hear his conversation with Ji Xinghe. He asked back, General Ji Xinghe, what do you think I should learn? The communication channel was silent for a short time. After about 5 seconds, Ji Xinghe spoke again. His tone changed from calm to stern. What is the designed maximum speed of my mecha? As the number of Hanshin class mechas continue to increase, it has become an unconventional standard mecha model in the Federation. There are also special mecha warriors in the Western Theater who apply for Hanshin class mechas. So Caitlin is very familiar with the performance data of Hanshin. Just like before, although he didn't want to answer, he had to answer. 260 kilometers per hour, Ji Xinghe asked again, if it were you, what would be the maximum speed? About 275 Sichuan. Andre, left hand, deaf man, lame man. Ji Xinghe suddenly called out 5 names, and then gave a direct order in front of tens of thousands of people, 209 per hour, yes, the 5 people said in unison, and then controlled their mountain chopping mechas to start accelerating. Before many people had time to switch perspectives, their speed had already soared. In the viewing perspective of the mecha warriors, there were various information displays, which were basically the same as the perspective that Ji Xinghe and others could see. Among them, the dial pointer representing the running speed easily exceeded the design limit of 260, and then continued to climb at a speed visible to the naked eye. Amid the increasingly rapid breathing of tens of thousands of mecha warriors, the pointer stopped at 209. 1 second, 2 seconds. People stared with wide eyes waiting. The occasional burst of extreme speed may be caused by terrain and other reasons. But when they saw the 5 Hanshin class mechas of the teaching team maintained a stable speed of 290 kilometers per hour for a full minute, everyone was shocked. Most of them thought of one thing: the teaching team came to the Battle Scar Canyon for the first time. They were not familiar with the terrain of the Battle Scar Canyon. Even if they had a navigation map, it was difficult to guarantee that they knew every change in the bumpy terrain. What does this mean? It means that the Hanshin class mechas with a maximum design speed of 260 km per hour can definitely burst out at more than 290 km per hour under their driving. And just now, the former strongest mecha warrior in the Western Theater, Caitlin, said that he could only reach a speed of about 275 km per hour. This gap, is it a bit too big? Fortunately, The blind man and others have been promoted to ace-class mecha warriors, otherwise, Caitlin would have lost face today. Even so, he began to look ruddy in the command center. Give me time to get familiar with Ji Xinghe, and I can do it, the implication is. I don't accept it. Ji Xinghe, who chose to be more direct, asked again in a slightly stern voice. Harris's exclusive mecha is almost the same as yours. What do you think its top speed can reach? Almost the same. My mecha has a nuclear power reactor, does he? Caitlin was indignant, but he also knew that Ji Xinghe was telling the truth. Although Harris's mecha still used nuclear fuel cells as an energy supply device, the difference was mainly reflected in the endurance, which had little improvement in explosive power. The speed of the mecha also had to take into account the bearing capacity of the fuselage and other aspects. As for other aspects, there was really not much difference. Both mechas were made by Yingzhou. With Harris expected to compete with Caitlin for the title of the strongest mecha warrior in Yingzhou, the mechas they both used must of course be the best mechas in Yingzhou. The best mecha in Yingzhou at present is the one driven by Caitlin. The relevant personnel directly copied it, and basically did not change it except for some designs that met Harris' driving habits. Since the mechas are almost the same, it doesn't sound wrong to ask this question. But for Caitlin, this question is really insulting. How long has he been driving this mecha? Not to mention the initial version, just the latest version, he has been driving for more than 3 months, and how long has Harris had this mecha? 10 days. So he did not answer Ji Xinghe's question, but called him by his name. Ji Xinghe, what do you want to say? The atmosphere in the communication channel became tense in an instant. Based on the tens of thousands of mecha warriors watching the battle, this tense atmosphere actually had a feeling of spreading throughout the entire Western theater. Many people had the same questions as Caitlin, and even some of the same anger. Yes, Ji Xinghe is really powerful, but do you have to be so aggressive just after coming to our theater? You are not our new commander. New commander, what are you going to do when you take office? But Ji Xinghe seemed to have not felt this tense atmosphere at all, and his tone was the same as before. Harris, here, show it. Yes. After a short conversation, Harris's mecha speed began to soar and broke away from the formation of the teaching team. It was not until this time that people noticed that Sichuan and others, who had just soared to 290 km per hour, still maintained an ultra-high speed of 290 km per hour. A large number of mecha warriors switched their perspective to Harris, so they saw the speedometer that was climbing rapidly. Unlike the pointer dial display of Sichuan and others, Harris's speedometer was composed of pure numbers 300, 320, 340, 353. When the speed stopped at 353, many mecha warriors began to check the information, that is, Caitlin's maximum speed. Although mechas are not racing cars, the comprehensive performance cannot be judged only by the maximum speed, and the strength of the driver cannot be judged by the maximum speed that can be achieved. But this is indeed a proof related to strength and weakness. Some people know the answer without checking, so they are shocked. Among these people, Caitlin himself is included. When he was silent because of shock, Ji Xinghe was not silent. Colonel Caitlin, answer my question just now. Caitlin took a deep breath and calmed down. 342, I'm 342. 11 km per hour slower than Harris. He didn't argue that speed doesn't mean everything, and generously admitted a fact that was already known. Then he asked, why? Why can Harris do it? He only got this mecha for 10 days. Is it because of the neural link driving technology? No, Harris is now using the manual driving mode. No, it's even more wrong, he didn't use the God general link driving technology, then his speed should be slower. 2 sets of driving modes will affect the operation. All the mechas of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Core have now been transformed with the neural link technology, including the Zanshin driven by Ji Xinghe. But they didn't use the new technology to drive the mecha, because Ji Xinghe was going to give the Empire a surprise. At this time, listening to Caitlin's questions one after another, thinking that his confidence must have been hit, Ji Xinghe was a little reluctant, but he had to do it. His tone softened slightly, and he whispered, want to learn? I'll teach you. When Liu Mian and Tang Qiao heard Ji Xinghe's question, they looked at Caitlin's expression with different eyes. The former was just amazed that Ji Xinghe's method was fresh and adventurous, but it seemed to have succeeded. The latter felt a sense of pleasure in dragging people into the water. I can't be the only one to bear Ji Xinghe's heart-slashing knife. Chapter 427 The First Lesson. Battle Scar Canyon. Outpost 1829. More than 3,000 Federal soldiers, relying on the defensive fortifications they built, blocked the Imperial forces that were 10 times their size. The sound of artillery fire continued, but the sound was not strong. Was it because the war was relatively calm? No, it was just because of the extremely thin atmosphere of the alien planet. If those artillery fire were on the blue planet, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was deafening and like a thunderstorm. Mecha, they sent out Mecha. Where are our Mecha? They have been assembled, let them go. There are generally only 3 ways to break the stalemate in the position defense battle. 1. Bombard a defensive position with indiscriminate covering firepower. 2. Use a large number of troops to forcibly break through the firepower blockade regardless of casualties, and fill the defensive fortifications with corpses. The third way is to directly advance with mechas and destroy the firepower output units on the position. Even though the Empire had a warp gate and could mobilize all its people, it was unwilling to use the first 2 methods to attack the Federation positions unless necessary. So their Mecha troops naturally launched a charge on Outpost 1829. The Federation Mecha warriors who had been waiting for a long time in the outpost defense line howled after receiving the order to go out. Many people hoped that they could also become beasts when facing the beast of the Imperial Guerrilla. Numbering is complete, each unit should pay attention to their own goals. 3 teams, everyone, follow me closely, pay attention to coordinated operations, don't fight alone if you can fight more people, whoever dares to fight alone, I will break his legs when I come back. Those with more Venus go first to attract firepower. With greater ability comes greater responsibility. It's time to fulfill our responsibilities. The more than 400 mechas at the outpost were divided into 16 teams, and the communication channels of each team sounded a bit chaotic when the order to go out was issued. But their formation after rushing out of the bunker was not chaotic at all. The queue was neat, and everyone was in their position. More than 400 Federal mechas, facing the 300 Imperial mechas charging, actually had no numerical advantage. The individual combat power gap between Federal Mecha warriors and Imperial Mecha warriors would not be directly eliminated because of the miracle brought by Ji Xinghe. The same standard mechas, most of the Federal Mecha warriors could not guarantee victory in a single duel, let alone a complete victory without any injury. According to previous battle records, the more than 400 mechas of the 1829 outpost, with the cooperation of the position firepower, would have to lose at least 100 to repel the 300 Imperial mechas. They can only repel, not completely annihilate. All of them knew this, but no one chose to retreat when they should charge. Afraid of death? If they were all afraid of death, the Battle Scar Canyon would have been completely occupied by the Empire long ago. They are not afraid of death. When they were about to start charging, the Empire could not stop them, but someone could stop them. Ready, charge. When the shots rang out, more than 400 Federal mechas started moving, and the overall footsteps made the ground tremble. But before they could speed up, a new order suddenly came. Mecha formation. Retreat immediately. The momentum of the charge of more than 400 Federal mechas suddenly stopped, and the formation was somewhat chaotic. The order from the commander of the outpost made them subconsciously look at the alarm prompt system. There is no missile bombardment from the Empire? Then why retreat? In the communication channel, several special Mecha warriors shouted angrily. Are you going to give up 1829 too? It's only been more than half a month. We have retreated from 1840 to 1829. Are you going to retreat again, retreat to the headquarters? Don't you want a Western theater? Even if we have to give up 1829, we can't retreat. We can only retreat after others retreat. Everyone, prepare to continue the charge. A special Mecha warrior actually disobeyed the military order and shouted angrily in the communication channel, brothers, we can't retreat first, because if we retreat first, no one can stop them. This is another account that cannot be calculated clearly. How to calculate the lives of more than 3,000 Federal soldiers and more than 400 Federal Mecha warriors. For some generals on the South Heaven Gate, this account is actually very easy to calculate, but for the soldiers on the battlefield, this account should not be calculated. I say it again, everyone, execute the retreat order. We retreat, you come to stop. This kind of argument should not happen between professional soldiers, but before becoming professional soldiers, they all have a common identity: human beings. With the enemy approaching, this kind of argument is fatal to Outpost 1829. The commander, who wanted to force an order to buy time and then explain, ignored the fact that his prestige was not enough. This is normal. In more than half a month, the troops retreated from the defense line of Outpost 1840 to the location of Outpost 1829. How many heroic remains were left along the way? Morale was low, and people's grief and anger continued to accumulate. How many people were not afraid of death just because they wanted to die? When the troops that were beaten into remnants from all directions were mixed to defend Outpost 1829, the commander who was temporarily put on the horse was not commanding his own troops. Seeing that more than 400 federal mechas were about to disobey orders and continue to charge, the commander was helpless and prepared to explain. But his explanation was interrupted. A voice sounded in the communication channel. "I'm Ji Xinghe, I'll block it." The charge momentum of more than 400 federal mechas, which had just started, stopped again. They didn't need to look back to see them behind them. They unexpectedly controlled the mechas to turn around and look behind them. Because of the terrain, they couldn't see the picture they imagined. But that voice was so familiar that they didn't need to doubt it at all. Colonel Ji Xinghe. No, it was General Ji Xinghe. He's here? They were in the middle of the war, and their communications with the rear were affected and controlled to a certain extent, so they didn't know about the landing of the Pingan, and they didn't know that Ji Xinghe chose to join the war at the first time. But what they knew was that Ji Xinghe said he would block it, so he would definitely be able to block it. Retreat, retreat immediately, everyone, go back to the bunker. More than 400 federal mechas that had just violated military orders all executed the orders they were unwilling to execute just because Ji Xinghe said 8 words to them. They didn't even know how many mechas Ji Xinghe brought to support them. The commander of the number 1829 outpost was a little excited and a little helpless. He also felt a little embarrassed and regretful. His idea was actually correct. There was no need to say 3 or 5 sentences about a matter of 1 sentence. Just retreat first. More than 400 mechas were standing there in a neat row. Aren't they waiting for the Empire to bombard them with artillery fire? But he overestimated himself and underestimated Ji Xinghe after all. If he had known that Ji Xinghe's words were so effective, why would he embarrass himself? Wouldn't it be enough to just let Ji Xinghe give the order? It's all 1 sentence, why is there such a big difference? Fortunately, he is from Yingzhou, otherwise, what he said would be the same as Ji Xinghe's 8 words. The Empire's artillery fire has arrived, and the more than 400 federal mechas that began to retreated to the bunker while evading. But their sights were always focused on the rear of the defense line, so the picture they were expecting finally appeared. 10 federal mechas charged side by side, crossed a gentle slope, and appeared in their sight. The golden stars on the 10 mechas flickered like the stars in the night sky under the light from the sky that penetrated the canyon. They were dazzling but not blinding, just like the sunshine in spring, bringing endless warmth to people. Ji Xinghe, it's General Ji Xinghe. General Ji Xinghe is here, he's here. Cheers suddenly rang out from the number 1829 outpost where they were fighting. All the people who saw the 10 mechas couldn't help but shout, as if they had already won the victory. When the 10 mechas passed through their defense line and rushed straight towards the 300 imperial mechas under the bombardment of the Empire's artillery fire, people were stunned again. Zhenshin? General Ji Xinghe was driving Zhenshin? Not Xinghe? Not General Armor, what's behind? Where is the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps? Why is there no more behind? 10, only 10 mechas. When more than 400 federal mechas face 300 imperial mechas, they still have to sacrifice at least 100 to achieve repulsion. What if there are only 10 mechas facing 300 imperial mechas? Gather immediately. Prepare for support, everyone, prepare for support. Move the fucking me. The Mecha warriors at the 1829th outpost were in a panic again, and this time they were really panicked. Their emotions have gone through ups and downs, and their hearts are actually very tired. The first effort, the second, the decline, the third, the exhaustion, just happen to be what they are now. If they really let them participate in the war at this time, even if Ji Xinghe is rushing in front, it will be difficult for them to really play their combat effectiveness. At this moment, another voice sounded in their ears. Stay the fucking me, watch carefully, and learn well. Compared with Ji Xinghe's voice, this voice is more familiar to them. It comes from the strongest Mecha warrior in the Western Theater, and the commander of all Mecha troops in name, the federal ace Mecha warrior Caitlin. What does it mean? Colonel Caitlin wants to kill General Ji Xinghe? It's not their fault for having such an idea, but it's hard for them to imagine how 10 mechas should repel 300 imperial mechas. This is not Ji Xinghe's challenge. The Empire's mecha will not fight Ji Xinghe alone. In addition to the mecha, the Empire's artillery support has not stopped. Remove their communication control and let them all show me who to look at. Whoever you want to look at, which one of the teaching team is not worthy of them to learn. I will watch and learn seriously. Which one of them is better than me? Caitlyn's voice sounded in their ears again, even more inexplicable. But the communication control was finally lifted, and the news about Pingan and the teaching team finally came to them. At the same time, there was also a link to enter the teaching team's perspective. More than 400 federal mecha warriors were panicked in their hearts. The complex emotions at this time were really hard to describe. They were obviously fighting and were clearly ready to sacrifice their lives for justice. How could they suddenly become online spectators? It was absurd. But they finally restrained themselves and continued to stay behind the bunker. Until then, many of them noticed that the team led by Ji Xinghe was not named Xing Team, but the teaching team. Teaching? Fighting? Can you be serious? They didn't know how Ji Xinghe's previous conversation with Caitlyn ended, so they really couldn't understand it. But it doesn't matter. When the facts are in front of people, people will naturally understand. The federal mecha warriors who accessed the perspective of Ji Xinghe and others were not worried about the safety of the teaching team. They were just a little worried about the 1,829th outpost. Is it really worth it to bet on an outpost and the lives of 4,000 people to bet that Ji Xinghe will not lose face in front of more than 10,000 mecha warriors? After all, there are 300 imperial mechas. And the Empire's attacking troops this time are definitely more than 300 mechas, and they can send more mechas for support at any time. When they found that they were facing Ji Xinghe, would they kill Ji Xinghe at all costs? When various ideas came into the minds of different people, all the breathing suddenly paused, and they all widened their eyes. Because they saw a scene that could be described as incredible to them. But this scene is nothing new to Ji Xinghe, Qin Tong and others. The 10 mechas of the teaching team finally passed through the defense line of the number 1829 outpost and appeared in the side of the imperial troops without any cover or obstruction. The formation of the 300 imperial mechas that were not far from the teaching team suddenly changed significantly. It was not a change of formation, but chaos. There was also a clear pause in the imperial artillery fire that continued to bombard the defense line of the number 1829 outpost. They seemed to be more shocked and more panicked than the people at the 1829 outpost. It's him, the killer of the Federation is here, that human can't be killed, he has an immortal body, Ji Xinghe, it's Ji Xinghe. Some people think that the sudden chaos in the formation of the Imperial mechas was caused by Ji Xinghe's charge with 9 ace mecha warriors. This scale of top combat power is the first time it has appeared in the entire alien battlefield. Even in the Battle of Vulture Mountain. With the support of Han Li, Jackson, and Yu Ren, there were not so many ace mecha warriors participating in the battle. Not counting Ji Xinghe's Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, there were only 5 ace mecha warriors at that time, and 4 of the current 9 aces were promoted in that battle. They all started fighting, so naturally no one cared whether someone's number of Venus reached the standard, and there was no time to spray Venus. How could it be like this now? 1 Galaxy class, 9 ace classes, driving mechas painted with Venus, directly appeared in the side of everyone, all the gorillas and monkeys. Moreover, the mechas of 4 of them were fully upgraded. But what no one could have imagined was that the exclamation that sounded in the communication channel of the Imperial forces at this time was just because of a name, just because of one person. They didn't care that Ji Xinghe brought a few ace mecha warriors, and they didn't care whether Qin Tong and others' mechas were replaced with exclusive mechas for ace warriors, with performance comparable to their Duke-class mechas. They care about the 10 mechas that appeared in front of them at this time. One of them was almost completely painted gold. Only by looking closely can you see that there are countless lines between the gold, dividing the gold all over the mecha into one gold star after another. Each one represents an imperial mecha. What is more conspicuous is the 13 big gold stars on the chest of this mecha, and the 2 suns surrounded by these 13 big gold stars. In their lives, they have never even seen an imperial duke in person, and 13 of them have died in the hands of Ji Xinghe, who is so unattainable to them. In addition, the nuclear weapons that are said to represent the ultimate force have not been able to kill this human. How can they kill? They who did not receive the order not to kill Ji Xinghe are actually no different from the imperial guerrillas who received this order. The chaotic formation of 300 imperial mechas collapsed before Ji Xinghe rushed in front of them. More than half of the imperial mechas made a turning maneuver and fled back to the direction of their positions regardless of everything. Some mechas froze on the spot after braking, not knowing whether to continue charging or retreating. In the communication channel filled with screams of fear, their superiors' equally frightened orders were just like the orders from the commander of the number 1829 outpost. There was no such thing as enforcing orders. How could such a formation stop Ji Xinghe? The battle began. No, the slaughter began. When people were shocked by the teaching team's rapid success, they even forgot why they could access the viewing angle. But some people didn't forget. More than 10,000 mecha warriors in the Western theater, no matter whose perspective in the teaching team they were watching, could hear a voice that was a little old, but full of energy and very clear in pronunciation. The first lesson, the heart-severing knife, is it really teaching? People didn't have time to make more exclamations, and all pricked up their ears. I once said that their fears are strength, but many people only know why, not why. The key to why is the situation. Those with momentum will not regret dying, and will seek victory even when they die. There's a poem. If you understand it, you will understand it. I will go to Quante to recruit old subordinates. And I will kill Yan Luo with 100,000 flags. Most of the mecha warriors who heard Ji Xinghe's voice were from Yingzhou. At this time, they were excited and a little aggrieved. Caitlin felt the grievances of many people and spoke in a helpless tone. General Ji Xinghe, can you speak Eagle language? He began to call General Ji Xinghe again, instead of calling him by name. But this change in attitude did not make Ji Xinghe soft-hearted towards him. No, but most of the people in the Western theater are from Yingzhou, and many people's Longzhou language is not up to standard. Then find a translator, or learn it yourself. Chapter 428, Belief in Victory. 1829 were filled with cheers that could be described as crazy. Because the Empire had withdrawn its troops from defending to sudden victory, their mood can be imagined. Naturally, the cheers spread from the outpost to the rear, that is, the entire Western theater. Under normal circumstances, such cheers caused by a victory would continue to decay as the message spread. But the cheers in the Western theater were getting more and more intense. Report, the Empire has withdrawn its troops to Outpost 1831. Report, the Empire has withdrawn its troops to the defense line of Outposts 1833 and 1834. Report, the Empire has withdrawn its troops to Outpost 1837. Report, the Empire has withdrawn its troops to Outpost 1840. One after another, the news was reported from the front line to the Western Theater Command Headquarters, and then spread from the headquarters to various units in the Western Theater. In more than half a month, they retreated from Outpost 1840 to Outpost 1829 to form a defense line. Many people thought that after today, they would retreat from Outpost 1829 to Outpost 1828 and 1827. But now, without losing a single soldier, they have recaptured the 10 outposts and 7 defense lines that they lost in more than half a month. How could the cheers stop so easily? Not to mention the teaching team at Outpost 1829, the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, which was slowly marching towards Outpost 1829, received countless salutes. When the people in the defense lines of all the outposts along the line heard the news, they even ignored the units they needed to defend and ran several miles to see the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps with their own eyes. This sight surprised many people. Because the slow-moving mode of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps actually looked like the most common marching in step when the soldiers on the Azure Star participated in the military parade. Mechas, why do they march like this? The stunned people soon stopped being stunned, and the emotions of shock and reverence echoed in their hearts like a tide. Because the formation of the 94 mountain chopping mechas of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps was not at all scattered under the focus of countless eyes. While moving forward steadily, their mechas did not make any unnecessary movements. They lined up neatly, and their marching movements were uniform, just like those soldiers in the Longzhou military parade. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the mechas stepping neatly on the ground, accompanied by a slight tremor, made the people who saw them with their own eyes have the urge to take off their protective helmets and then shout wantonly on the alien planet. Is this the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps? As professional soldiers who can see this scene with their own eyes, how can they not know what this seemingly useless marching mode represents? In a larger sense, this is military appearance, discipline, and teamwork. In a smaller sense, this is the display of the operating ability of the mechas driven by each mecha warrior of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. People have never seen such a mecha corps. Even though they did not participate in the war after arriving in the Western Theater, and even the formation time was less than half a month, when people saw them, no one thought they were flashy. Because they are the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. Before they participated in the war, their corps commander had already brought a great victory to the Western Theater. Wang Kang, your maneuver is deformed, pay attention to correct it. Yes, Kui Kele, if you can't do it, get back to the Pinyin now, and I will send you back tomorrow. Kui Kele gritted his teeth, his forehead was full of sweat, and he was trying his best to operate his mountain chopping mecha. He finally joined the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. How could he want to get back? Luki, Lame taught you individually, but look at your current maneuvers. Do you want Lame to give you some special training? Luki, who has a mechanical leg like Lame, is also a new recruit of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps. He is not a new recruit, but a first-class mech warrior with 12 gold stars, and has won a special merit. But for the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, he is no different from a new recruit. Controlling the mechas to march in step, which seems very simple to many people, is actually very difficult. He is not completely familiar with the mechanical leg, and it is difficult for him to meet the requirements of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, even if Lame teaches him individually. After being scolded, he did not use his mechanical leg to defend himself, but after trying his best, he emptied all his willpower to meet the requirements. Chu Feng, Zhang Yun and others who were in charge of them were all members of the original Galaxy team. Facing this group of new recruits who were the same as them at the beginning, they did not have a good face at all, and their words and tone were very harsh. The marching pattern that shocked many people was not neat enough in their opinion. The huge size of the mechas and the fact that most people were watching from afar made it impossible to see the flaws in their formation and maneuvers. But they saw it clearly, so they began to rebuke them by name. I'll say it one last time. All of you have not really joined the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. The assessment in the base is just a preliminary test. Letting you come and cutting the mountain for you is just to let you take the final test. You can understand that you are all in the internship period now, and you can be expelled at any time. You are not protected by the labor law and cannot apply for labor arbitration. It is a deadly internship period. I don't want to see you die, and the corps commander doesn't want to either, so before you seek death, I will kick you out of the corps without hesitation. Zhang Yun's words were extremely cold, but his indifference did not stop there. If you die because you are looking for death, I'm sorry that the letter sent to your family will not have the signature of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, nor the signature of the corps commander. Do you understand? Zhang Yun was asked sternly, and the response was a neat I understand. These cold and ruthless words did not affect the morale of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, nor did they affect their operation of the mechas that they were not familiar with. Because the preliminary test, which Zhang Yun said was meaningless, was impossible for many people to complete. Like Sichuan, it was not that simple. More than 7,000 people participated in the preliminary test at base number 5, but only more than 200 people were able to pass the preliminary test. There is a premise that the more than 7,000 people, or those who can come to the alien planet, are almost all 1 in 10,000. Therefore, the more than 200 people selected by the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps can all be called 1 in 10,000. Their tenacity of willpower can be described as the limit of human beings. But none of them believed in the limit, because their corps commander told them, don't believe in the limit. If you don't believe it, it doesn't exist. I can do better, I will definitely do better. Each of them firmly believed in this, so they really did better. The 94 mechas of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps were getting more and more orderly. Although upon closer inspection, they couldn't compare with the elites at the Longzhou military parade on the Azure Star. Sooner or later, they would be able to reach that level. While driving mechas. The Pinyin space battleship was surrounded. From the portholes and the monitoring screen, the outside of the battleship was full of people. If it weren't for Zirui and others who had been actively understanding the battle situation, they might have taken off by force now. Open the door, I know you are all inside, open the door quickly. Someone outside sent a voice message, and the crew of the Pinyin didn't know how to respond. Ahem. Zirui cleared his throat. established a regional shortwave communication channel, and broadcast to the surroundings in the name of Pinyin. In less than a minute, thousands of people poured in, and more people were constantly entering. If Zirui hadn't opened the authority, the people who entered would understand one word: a bustling crowd. As a relatively safe rear parking area, this is one of the places where the personnel of the Western Theater are relatively concentrated. I am Zirui, the captain of the Pinyin space battleship of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps Space Fleet, with a military rank of colonel. You can choose a few representatives to speak out. Representatives don't need to be selected at all, just look at the rank. The three colonels obtained the authority and then asked questions directly. What's the matter with the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps Space Fleet? Do you have a space fleet organization? That's not right. Then it shouldn't continue to be called an independent regiment, at least it should be a legion. This is obviously not the question they wanted to ask before, but now because of Zirui's self-introduction, it has become a question of concern to everyone. Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously. Zirui didn't expect these people to be so serious, and added, I used to be in the Federation Longzhou Space Fleet, I'm used to it, it's not the Galaxy Corps. People were inexplicably disappointed. If the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps had this level of combat effectiveness and was upgraded to Legion scale, there might be a chance to launch a major counterattack against the Empire by the Federation. Ji Xinghe was the only one, and no one believed that he could fulfill his well-known wish, even if there was a Galaxy Mech Corps. The scale was still too small. The three colonels were also direct, because everyone had no time to waste, and did not dwell on Zirui's big talk, and continued to ask questions. It's like this, General Ji Xinghe said something in his first class, and we don't quite understand it, so we want to ask for advice. Don't you have an interpreter? Our interpreter is also from Yingzhou, so we still want to hear your explanation. After all, you are all people around General Ji Xinghe. This sentence made Zirui and other crew members of the Pinyin very happy. But if they really wanted to explain what Ji Xinghe said, they didn't dare to, because the Western Theater Command not only had interpreters, but also many soldiers from Longzhou. But these people still came to ask them, and it was obvious that they were not satisfied with those people's answers. If this is not said well, wouldn't it be a loss of Ji Xinghe's people? How can I have the nerve to call myself Ji Xinghe's soldier in the future? Zirui was ready to delay time. Let everyone disperse first. They are all very busy. They have already started to disperse. They just came to take a look. There is no other intention. The main thing is to help translate what General Ji Xinghe's first lesson is about. Well, Zirui said helplessly, please allow me to organize the language. I am not very proficient in Eagle language, okay? It is said to organize the language, but it is actually to ask for help. The target who should be asked for help most is definitely Ji Xinghe himself, but the problem is that Ji Xinghe is leading the teaching team and constantly approaching the 1840th outpost. Even if the Empire has withdrawn its troops to the 1840th outpost, and the teaching team that came to the Western Theater Command, they jointly destroyed 132 mechas in the first battle, and their strength is terrifying. No one dared to disturb Ji Xinghe at this time, especially the people of the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps. They all knew why Ji Xinghe came to the Western Theater Command. Chen Zhuan's body was near the 1840th outpost. The person Zirui chose to ask for help was beyond everyone's expectations. Colonel Han Li, this is what happened. Please help us. We have to hold this place in check. This choice was not surprising. Qin Tong and others were all with Ji Xinghe. Zhang Yun and others followed Ji Xinghe later and were also marching and training at this time. Looking at the alien planet, Zirui felt that the mecha warrior who could understand Ji Xinghe the most was only Han Li. Jackson was not as good as Han Li in this regard. I know, you just say. Forget it, you contact Jackson directly and let him explain to you in Eagle language that I have to pass through a communication interference area. Okay, Zirui responded and began to contact Jackson. Although he was changed from a Major General Captain to Colonel Captain, which was a rare reduction in rank, his authority was not low because of Ji Xinghe, and he could directly contact other ace mecha warriors of the Federation. Colonel Han Li, are you on your way to base number 5? Yes, let's talk later. Hearing Han Li's answer, Zirui breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to tell Ji Xinghe the news in a while. With Han Li going to base number 5 for support, Ji Xinghe would not have to worry so much about Ji Rongzhou. In fact, whether there is base number 5 with Han Li, there is no need to worry about Ji Rongzhou's safety. Because now Xinghe has not only upgraded her body to the 3rd generation, but also. Colonel Jackson, this is the situation. After understanding the situation, Jackson did not answer, but asked angrily, such simple words, they don't understand? You don't understand either. Oh, Zirui said helplessly, I think I understand, but I'm afraid I don't understand. If this ruins Lao Ji's business, I will lose my position as captain that I just got back. Then tell me, you? Zirui took a deep breath and thought to himself, our own people, we are all our own people. The key point lies in that sentence. A powerful person will have no regrets unless he dies, and will seek victory even when he dies. Combined with that poem, to put it bluntly, when we face the Empire, we can't just think about dragging them to hell together, but we must think that even if I go to hell, I must continue to fight this battle, and I must win. After listening, Jackson's tone softened. That's what I mean. Well, add a few more sentences when you talk to them. Jackson pondered for a moment and said, Han Li and I, including Caitlin, are no slower than Lao Ji when facing imperial mechas below the Marcus level. In fact, Marcus level mechas are rare on the battlefield, but why is the Empire not afraid of us, but afraid of Lao Ji? Zirui cooperated and asked, why? Because Lao Ji has never lost. He has never lost in the local wars he has participated in, Jackson said with some envy, so the Empire knows that no matter how many soldiers and mechas they sacrifice, they will still lose. And in war, as long as they lose, there is no meaning in sacrifice. This is also related to the social system of the Empire. In this case, they will have real fear. Zirui understood, but he didn't understand it anymore. He asked, if that's the case, then no one can learn the old horse's heart-slashing knife. Han Li lost, you lost, Caitlin lost, including General Li Yuanba, also lost. I have learned it, and Han Li has learned it too. Jackson denied Zirui's words on the spot, and then explained, since we learned it, we have never lost. Zirui wanted to ask, what if you lose again? But he really couldn't say it. Jackson seemed to be able to hear Zirui's thoughts and spoke again, yes, we may lose later, including Lao Ji, we may all lose, because no one can guarantee victory in every battle and local war we participate in, but, so what? Think about the poem that Lao Ji borrowed, if we lose, the worst that can happen is we start all over again. If we die, we will crawl back from hell and continue fighting with our human spirits. As long as we have this momentum and mentality, we will be able to practice the heart-chopping sword and win this war. After Jackson finished speaking, Zirui fell silent. He thought for a moment and asked, I want to send out the conversation between you and me directly, so it's more direct. Ha ha ha. Jackson laughed. I have no objection, but Caitlin might get angry. He has always been my idol, so I know he's a little petty. Zirui also laughed, and then said, it doesn't matter. Lao Ji can control him. I think he has already controlled half of him. Maybe after a while, you will be brothers, dear. Jackson took a breath, turning my idol into my junior brother? This Lao Ji is worthy of being my master. After the communication was disconnected, Zirui cut out the last few words he and Jackson said, and then played them directly on the communication channel he established. For fear that someone would not understand or hear, he also chose the single loop mode to play. Although their conversation was in Longzhou dialect, compared with a flowery language that Ji Xinghe liked, it was already very straightforward. Many people in Yingzhou could understand it directly without translation. A small number of people also understood it after asking the people around them. It turns out that the heart-severing blade is so simple. It is nothing more than the belief that one must win. Chapter 429, Give the Western Theater to Ji Xinghe. 10 mechas that had run for more than 30 kilometers finally stopped. They harvested countless heads along the way, but faced with the Imperial troops who were defending the 1840th outpost, they did not forcefully launch an attack. Why is it the 1840th outpost? Sichuan asked the question that all of them wanted to ask. The Imperial troops who abandoned the 7 lines of defense where the 10 outposts were located, except for the 2 lines of defense near the 1829th outpost, could have defended any of the other 5 lines of defense. Theoretically, they could have held on. Because the outposts were defensive outposts built by the Federation, many defensive fortifications were built around the outposts. In the process of breaking through these lines of defense, although the Imperial troops caused serious damage to those defensive fortifications, it was not difficult to repair them. The Empire, which had occupied these lines of defense for many days, could not have failed to repair them. From what Ji Xinghe and others saw when they ran past, they could not have held on only in theory. But they gave up those lines of defense, and they didn't even have time to do too much damage when they retreated. If they hadn't chosen outpost number 1840, Ji Xinghe and others would not have suspected that they were really scared. Now, they have doubts. Is it possible that because of the location of the previous lines of defense, they can't gather enough troops? Harris, as the only Eagle Islander in Ji Xinghe's teaching team, analyzed it aloud with some caution. Hearing this, Qin Tong said, "It is very likely that the news of our arrival must have been obtained by the Imperial troops in these 7 lines of defense at the first time. Judging from the reaction of the Imperial troops at outpost number 1829, their rout is likely to be spreading." The blind man also spoke. "Once there is a rout on the defense line, or some of the Imperial nobles on the defense line retreat directly with their personal soldiers, the chaos caused will cause huge loopholes in their defense line. When they are unable to stop our mechas and the artillery fire has very limited damage to us, they can only gather as many troops as possible," the cripple concluded. "For a combination of various reasons, it is understandable that they chose to hold on to outpost number 1840. After all the Imperial forces along the way have been gathered here, and they have occupied this place for more than half a month, and the defensive fortifications are the most complete." The communication channel of the teaching team went quiet. They were not actually explaining to Harris or the people of Yingzhou, but to let Ji Xinghe not think too much, and let them not think too much. If there is another possibility, the consequences will be too serious. Ji Xinghe did not express any opinions. He took Qin Tong and others to stand on a conspicuous high slope, which was closest to outpost number 1840, and looked in one direction in silence. Without having to connect to his perspective, Qin Tong and others knew what he was looking at. That was the location where Chen Zhuan and others launched the active attack, and it was also the location where Chen Zhuan's body was now. From the images provided by the reconnaissance satellite, Chen Zhuan's body was directly ignored by the Imperial troops because of its location and because it was too incomplete. Such situations are common on alien battlefields. The Empire will not waste manpower and material resources to clean up the worthless remains of the Federal soldiers, and the Federation has the same attitude towards the bodies of the Imperial soldiers. The act of whipping corpses to vent anger has not appeared for many years, because the hatred between the two sides has been engraved in their bones, and there is no need for such futile and meaningless acts of revenge under the guise of external objects. The new recruits who came to the alien planet later rarely did similar things under the leadership of the veterans. If you have that strength, you might as well move some supplies. If you have that time, you might as well take a good rest and conserve your energy. If you have that mind, you might as well kill a few more in the next battle. That would be the real revenge. Qin Tong took a deep breath and said softly, "We can't get through for the time being. We must first break through their defense line, but it's difficult for us to break through alone." In fact, Qin Tong wanted to say that it was impossible, but miracles are like the wind, and they are always with Ji Xinghe. What is impossible? If Ji Xinghe really ordered a charge at this time, they would follow without hesitation. Who is afraid of death? No value? Following Ji Xinghe is their value. "I know," Ji Xinghe replied, and his tone sounded very calm, but his gaze did not stop. It seemed that he was not looking, but just standing here to tell the Empire that he was here. The sky gradually darkened. Because of the terrain of the Battle Scar Canyon, the night will come earlier and last longer. Even the area with a width of more than 600 kilometers is the same, because the average depth of the Battle Scar Canyon exceeds 8 kilometers. It is equivalent to the highest peak on the Azure Star. With the highest peak as the boundary, 2 walls with a length of more than 4,500 kilometers have been built. The visual window of the Mecha has shown that the temperature outside is dropping rapidly. The night is not terrible for the Federation. Flares, searchlights, night vision goggles, etc. can make the night of the alien planet as bright as day. But the ultra-low temperature environment that comes with the night is very difficult for the infantry of the Federation. Even with protective clothing, it is difficult to guarantee that hypothermia will not occur. In contrast, the Empire has a great advantage in this regard. The beast-like gorillas have a much better resistance to cold than humans. It will also be a commonplace topic. The gap in physical fitness between humans and gorillas can only be made up by a large amount of resources. Counting on the number of people to make up for it, it is really not as good as the number of gorillas in the Empire. And the resources of the Federation are limited, which led to Ji Xinghe's first lesson. Even if many people understood it, they still didn't dare to believe it, and even had doubts in their hearts. The belief that victory must be won is not so easy to have. The blind man spoke. Captain of the Corps, the Western Theater Command sent a message that they have stopped marching. The troops closest to us, except for the logistics units that support us, are now at Outpost 1833. In order to save resources, the Federation rarely marches at night. Outposts with walls and heating devices, permanent or temporary buildings, can use the least resources to bring warmth to more soldiers. Notify the logistics unit to retreat to Outpost 1837. Yes, Ji Xinghe finally turned around and began to march towards Outpost 1837 with 9 mechas covered with the gold stars. The Imperial troops who had been observing them, as if they had finally found an opportunity, began to bombard them. Obviously, when they stood there motionless just now, they looked easier to fight, but it was as if they were afraid that the bombardment would make Ji Xinghe go crazy. They didn't even dare to fire guns, let alone cannons. Of course, even if they fought at that time, it would not cause any damage to Ji Xinghe's teaching team. Whether it was defense or evasion ability, the teaching team was almost full. The real full pull is when Sichuan and the others all changed into their exclusive mechas and Ji Xinghe got the general armor. Therefore, when they retreated, the bombardment launched by the Imperial troops was even more meaningless. It didn't look like they were attacking Ji Xinghe's teaching team, but rather like a salute to send him off. Caitlin had such a feeling, which was unimaginable to him before. Because every time he appeared on the front battlefield, the Empire greeted him with dense and fierce firepower like a storm, and there would always be Duke-level Imperial mechas lurking. How could they be so light-hearted as they were to Ji Xinghe? Perhaps, it was really like Jackson said, just because Ji Xinghe was like an undefeated myth to the Empire? Bullshit. Base number 3, where Ji Xinghe had stayed for a while before, has been captured by the Empire. Doesn't this count as a loss? Base number 6, where Ji Xinghe had stayed for a long time before, is now about to be breached by the Empire. Does it count as a loss if he leaves before it is breached? In addition, there is. Caitlin really couldn't think of anything, so he connected directly with Ji Xinghe. General Ji Xinghe, judging from the troop movements of the Empire, they are preparing to defend Outpost 1840. We have fought this kind of offensive many times, and it will last for many days. In the early stage, both sides are mainly testing. So you don't need to go to Outpost 1837. I suggest you come to the headquarters first. We need to talk about some things. Okay, let's talk. Ji Xinghe agreed so quickly that it was far beyond Caitlin's expectations, but Caitlin never expected that his joy was extinguished by Ji Xinghe's next words. Come to Outpost 1837, now. Why, you don't dare, wait. Caitlin rushed out of the headquarters angrily and trotted all the way to the location where his metro was parked. It's not that no one wanted to stop him along the way, such as the commanders of the headquarters, but how could they stop Caitlin? Contact the headquarters immediately. Yes, the Western Theater Command immediately contacted the Western Theater Command located in Nanximen. After explaining the situation, the headquarters did not issue any instructions. But Tang Qiao, who is like an invisible man in the headquarters, received a separate communication from Canvas. Liu Mian noticed that Tang Qiao had left the command center, but did not follow him. He did not know that Tang Qiao was already Ji Xinghe's man, but because this was the Western Theater Command, he chose to remember it in his heart. Anyway, it was well known that Tang Qiao was Canvas's undercover planted next to Ji Xinghe. When Caitlin pierced the armor and rushed to the No. 1837 outpost, Tang Qiao told Canvas his analysis. If you want to conquer a civilization, the best way is to destroy it first, and then build a new and obedient civilization on the ruins. The same method can be used if you want to conquer a person. Canvas understood and asked, you mean, Ji Xinghe wants to completely destroy Caitlin's self-confidence, and then make Caitlin stronger than before, just like he did to Han Li and Jackson, so that Caitlin will treat Ji Xinghe the same way as Han Li and others do? Yes, judging from what Ji Xinghe did when he came to the Western Theater, this is one of his goals, and his other goal. Tang Qiao pondered for a moment, then continued, it is to select personnel from the Western Theater to join his Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. Select people, yes. Base number 5 only selected more than 200 people, and it couldn't even fill the establishment of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps. And although these people have strong willpower, their combat effectiveness is actually average. If you want to train the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, sacrifices are inevitable. Ji Xinghe needs more people. Canvas frowned and thought, but couldn't think of any solution, so he asked, do you think we should stop him? No, Tang Qiao explained, because the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps is very strong. The better they fight in the Western Theater, the happier we should be, but he will take all these people away. Canvas still couldn't understand, and said, when he leaves, how should we fight him? Then don't let him go. Tang Qiao finally showed his true colors, but it was not yet known who he was targeting. General, the Marshal is about to step down. Tu Yuan had his leg broken by Ji Xinghe. Although base number 5 has the support of Han Li, it is definitely not as good as Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe took away the elite of base number 5. As long as we set up some obstacles when Ji Xinghe wants to go back to support base number 5, he can only stay in the Western Theater to fight. Canvas finally understood, and he asked, do you think Ji Xinghe should be in charge of the Western Theater? Someone has to be in charge, right? Tang Qiao asked back and then said, after you take over the position of Marshal, you don't have to be directly responsible for the Western Theater. The headquarters of the Western Theater can be decentralized to the surface. After Ji Xinghe gets the rank of Lieutenant General, he is also qualified to be in charge of the Western Theater. With the checks and balances of the headquarters, there is no need to worry about him being too powerful. You only need to worry that his contributions will be too great, causing him to become your competitor for re-election as Marshal. Ji Xinghe will become my opponent? Ha ha ha! Canvas suddenly laughed a few times, and then said, I said, Ji Xinghe is not my opponent, Tu Yuan is. And now Tu Yuan has lost Ji Xinghe's help. He can win, but not like before. As for Ji Xinghe, I am the Marshal, and I have a share of all his credit, especially the credit he got in the Western Theater. Tang Qiao also laughed. It's like this, Ji Xinghe's thinking mode is problematic. He doesn't understand the importance of resources, and always thinks that with his so-called leadership charm, he can make everyone follow him. But this is not realistic at all, whether it is the Galaxy Mecha Corps he formed in the Western Theater, or people like Caitlin. They will eventually succumb to resources. Canvas pondered again, and spoke after a moment. Okay, then let's arrange it this way. You are responsible for taking care of the Pingan. As long as Ji Xinghe can't lead the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps to support base number 5, when the headquarters of the Western Theater is transferred to the surface, I will guarantee you a Major General Chief of Staff. Thank you, General. Tang Qiao expressed his gratitude with a smile on his face, and then talked about his plan to trap Ji Xinghe in the Western Theater. After hearing this, Canvas was very satisfied. Without the space battleship, the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps would not be able to maneuver quickly. He felt that he had secured this wave. But what Tang Qiao didn't tell him was that in addition to the space battleship, Ji Xinghe also had a means of transportation from Liu Mian, or Tu Yuan, a single soldier starship. Chapter 430, Ji Xinghe with Evil Intentions. 1837 is not a real building, but is built on a jagged trench with movable, disassembled and assembled modules similar to containers. Most of the Federation's outposts in the Battle Scar Canyon are of this type. The first to arrive were the logistics troops assigned to Ji Xinghe by the Western Theater Command. They were very familiar with this situation and began to repair some of the building modules after they were in place. The next to arrive was Chen Sun, who drove alone. Wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, he entered the outpost with his 3 guns after parking the car, and officially took over the command of this logistics force based on the instructions of the Western Theater Command. Ji Xinghe and others arrived last. When they arrived, some of the building modules had been repaired, so after parking the mecha, they could directly enter the temporary command center. The interior of the bunker with a constant temperature device turned on was like 2 different worlds compared to the severe cold outside. General, when Ji Xinghe and others entered the temporary command center, more than 20 federal soldiers who were already in it saluted in standard military posture. Their eyes were full of reverence, without the slightest falsehood. Thank you for your hard work. Ji Xinghe signaled everyone to relax, and then began to understand the situation. General, shall we talk while we eat? You haven't eaten yet. We're waiting for you, General, the logistics officer from the Western Theater Command said, but we don't have a stove here for the time being, only fast food. We have applied to transfer a dining car and a cooking team from Longzhou, and they will be in place tomorrow. The transfer order is cancelled. Eat what you have, and don't make any distinctions. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly and said, also, you don't have to wait for me in the future. Yes, Ji Xinghe, who has been on the alien planet for almost 2 years, has spent most of his time inside the base, but he has also spent a lot of time fighting outside, and has become accustomed to fast food. When the logistics officer ordered to start eating, Chen soon opened his mask and began to explain the situation. At present, the Imperial force at Outpost 1840 has exceeded 100,000. Before dark, they were still increasing their forces, and it is not ruled out that they will continue to increase their forces at night. All defensive fortifications have basically been repaired, and some defensive fortifications have been added. Similarly, they have continued to increase defensive fortifications at night, and their intention to defend is very obvious. The Imperial anti-missile system has been set up. If you want to make a breakthrough with firepower, you need to consume a lot of ammunition. However, the Western Theater Command has stated that they are willing to provide firepower support beyond the standard when attacking Outpost 1840. The number of mechas that have been confirmed is more than 600. According to the intelligence provided by the Western Theater and our analysis, we believe that the number of mechas at Outpost 1840 can be increased to 1,000 at dawn tomorrow. When he said this, Chen soon paused slightly and glanced at Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe did not express anything, so Chen soon continued. Our corps is still on the march and will be able to reach us in 2 hours. If the Empire does not attack us tonight, they will be able to rest well tonight and will not affect tomorrow's battle. Chen soon stopped explaining the situation again and asked, do you want them to move quickly? No, the Empire dare not attack tonight. The strong confidence revealed in Ji Xinghe's words surprised the relevant personnel of the Western Theater. Even if your Galaxy Mecha independent corps is strong, how can you guarantee that the Empire will never attack the 1837th outpost at night? Only Ji Xinghe knows the reason. Okay, then let Zhang Yun and others continue to train. Chen soon nodded and continued to explain the situation. The troops mobilized by the Western Theater will take an hour to reach our outpost after dawn tomorrow. The strength of the troops is not certain for the time being, because there is a small problem. The Western Theater believes that all the recovered outposts should be occupied as before, but Liu Mian and I both think that we should abandon those outposts. Ji Xinghe frowned again. Qin Tong and others who were participating in the meeting nearby did not speak, but waited for Ji Xinghe's decision. The logistics officer of the Western Theater hesitated and explained, General, if we concentrate all our defensive forces on this outpost, once our defense line is breached, the Imperial Army will be able to march straight to Outpost 1829. But if we occupy all the outposts in between, it will take at least half a month for the Empire to attack Outpost 1829. Ji Xinghe looked at the logistics officer and said calmly, Major, continue. Yes, the Major continued, the Empire does not engage in production on alien planets. All their supplies are transported through the jump gate. Although we do not understand the operating mechanism of the jump gate now, based on common sense, we can be sure that the more supplies transported, the more the Empire consumes. Also, compared to us, the Empire does not care about the consumption of ordinary soldiers, that is, the Empire's civilians and slave soldiers. In order to break through our defense line, they have always paid more casualties than us. In this case, changing from 1 line of defense to 7 lines of defense can increase the Empire's manpower and material consumption, which is extremely beneficial to us. After listening to the words of the major officer, Ji Xinghe asked without comment, if the troops are concentrated on this line of defense, can they hold it for more than half a month? No. After the major officer answered subconsciously, he added, of course, before you, the general, came to the front line position in the Western Theater. Ji Xinghe asked, why? Because, the major officer hesitated. Say, yes. Because we can't stop the Empire's covering firepower strikes. Once our troops at a line of defense reach a certain level, the Empire will use crazy firepower bombing, and at the same time, a large number of mechas will charge our defense line. Ji Xinghe frowned and asked again, what I ask is, why can't we stop it? The major officer suddenly lowered his head. He didn't dare to say. At this moment, the airlock door of the temporary command center suddenly opened, and a colonel wearing a special helmet for mecha warriors and combat uniforms walked in. He took off his helmet and spoke. Because there is no general here. Before you came, we had no generals here, whether it was the command center in the rear or the front battlefield. And the absence of generals means that the lives of ordinary soldiers are not worth their investment in troops and firepower equal to that of the Empire, so we can't stop it. The man walked straight to Ji Xinghe and stood still, but did not salute. Instead, He looked at Ji Xinghe with strange eyes, and he didn't even introduce himself. But everyone could recognize who he was, whether they had seen him before or not. Ji Xinghe also recognized him. He looked at the other party calmly and asked, "Caitlin, do you like eavesdropping?" Eavesdropping? Caitlin never thought that Ji Xinghe would suddenly ask such an improper question when they were talking about a very important topic. Recalling some of the things Ji Xinghe said to him today, Caitlin felt that Ji Xinghe must have a lot of opinions about him, or even inexplicable hostility. So he said angrily, "This is my war zone, I have the right to sit in on any meeting." Ji Xinghe's tone became stern. "Is it because there has never been a general here that you have developed such an attitude?" Caitlin was suddenly speechless. He had just said in person that there was no general here, and Ji Xinghe used his words to attack him, and also pointed out the gap in military ranks between the two sides. It was simply. When Caitlin didn't know how to describe Ji Xinghe, a word popped up in the minds of Qin Tong and others at the same time: unfair father. Ji Xinghe, who is not a father, certainly said more than that to kill people. He suddenly took a step forward, seemingly narrowing the distance between him and Caitlin, but in fact it made his height advantage stand out, allowing him to stare at Caitlin from an overlooking angle. Without a general on the front line, we can't invest in troops and firepower equal to that of the Empire. He can say this, but you can't, because you are here. You can be on the front line. Caitlin raised his head slightly, looked at Ji Xinghe and suddenly laughed. "Can I be on the front line? Ji Xinghe, do you know how crazy the Empire will be when I appear on the front battlefield? Do you know how many casualties this madness will cause us?" "I don't know." Ji Xinghe's tone was still stern, "but I know that the Empire has never used nuclear weapons for you. Nor has it sent 6 Duke-class mechas with 500 mechas and jump gates for you." Caitlin was speechless again. He was really sure that Ji Xinghe came to the Western theater not to fight, but to strike him. Age, rank, record, military exploits, combat effectiveness, influence. Caitlin, who joined the army and became famous earlier, was crushed in all directions by Ji Xinghe, a new recruit in his eyes. So he broke the jar. "So, what you mean is that I should stay on the front line and be beaten to death by the large number of mechas sent by the Empire?" Caitlin's angry voice made the atmosphere of this temporary command center tense. He looked at Ji Xinghe with angry eyes. "Are you still like you? No matter how many resources the Federation has, you have to rely on your age and seniority to force more resources to build stronger mechas for your soldiers to help them become ace mecha warriors. This is considered a group ridicule, and it is the point that Ji Xinghe is most likely to be criticized. If it weren't for the mecha warriors he brought out, they could all achieve brilliant results and truly grow up. His privileges would have been attacked by the crowd long ago." Seeing that Ji Xinghe did not refute, Caitlin thought he had caught Ji Xinghe's sore spot, so he took advantage of the victory and pursued. 300 Xiantian, you really dare to ask for it? Do you know how many standard mechas can be built with the resources used for 300 Xiantian? 5,000. Do you know how many mecha warriors don't have mechas? More than 230,000. And the new rolling kits, you asked for 300 sets. Do you know how many sets there are in the entire Federation now? 1,200 sets. You are less than 300 people, and you have taken a quarter of the important resources of the entire Federation. Caitlin's expression became crazy, and he took the initiative to step forward, almost sticking to Ji Xinghe. "You are very strong, your people are very strong. You just came to the Western Theater Command and recaptured 7 lines of defense, but do you really think that this is all your credit? Without these resources, you, Ji Xinghe, can't even recapture 1 line of defense. Major General rank? Haha, is it great?" Facing the angry Caitlin, Ji Xinghe's eyes flashed with a trace of relief. "Not bad, at least you can still be angry, and you have the courage to face your anger. Then there is still training. The rank of Major General is really nothing special. Then, what about the Galaxy Class Mecha Warrior?" "Galaxy Class?" Caitlin smiled. "You are even more wrong to use this to pressure me. I already have 600 gold stars. As long as I want, I can become a Galaxy Class at any time. Believe it or not, I can become a Galaxy Class earlier than Li Yuanba." Ji Xinghe looked at Caitlin's expression and suddenly felt some pity. Caitlin, who noticed this, became even more angry. "Why, do you think I want to rely on my identity as an Eagle Continent person to make them seek political correctness to make me a Galaxy Class? No." The pity in Ji Xinghe's eyes did not disappear, and he asked, "I want to say, when you were aiming for the ace mecha warrior, and for a long time after you became an ace mecha warrior, Did you ever think that you could become a Galaxy-class Mecha warrior? There was no Galaxy-class at that time. Why would I want to become a Galaxy-class? I said, Galaxy-class is nothing special. As long as I want, I can become a Galaxy-class at any time. Caitlin felt that Ji Xinghe was confused, and after subconsciously refuted, he suddenly froze. He finally understood what Ji Xinghe meant. Ji Xinghe continued to look at Caitlin with pity, and his tone changed from stern to calm whisper. You're right, Major General, it's nothing great. Galaxy level is nothing great either. But when you regard becoming a Galaxy level Mecha warrior as your goal, or, when you regard me as your goal, I am indeed amazing. The temporary command center of outpost number 1837 was unprecedentedly quiet. Qin Tong and others who were ridiculed by Caitlin were actually a little angry, but when they heard Ji Xinghe's words, all the anger disappeared, replaced by exhilaration. And, a long-lost familiarity. Su Chuanyan wanted to speak excitedly, but he didn't dare to speak. He carefully raised his hand and pointed at the bracelet. A text message appeared in the communication channel of the Galaxy Mecha Core. I'm back, Lao Ji is back. Following Ji Xinghe's words such as the reason why I am an 8th level fitter is because the highest level of fitter is only 8th level, instructor. What do you choose? If you need God, then I am God. Ji Xinghe's quotations added a new chapter. When you regard me as your goal, I am indeed amazing. Just saying this sentence cannot relieve Su Chuanyan's excitement at this time, and he sent another text message. General Su Chuanyan of the Ox and Horse on Ji Xinghe's words. I, Ji Xinghe, was born without the need to pursue any goals, because I am destined to be the goal pursued by everyone. Not to mention how Zhang Yun and others who saw these two text messages could not understand because they were not present, and how excited they would be like Su Chuanyan after understanding the situation. Caitlin, who had been chopped several times by Ji Xinghe today, was really like what Tang Qiao said to Kentwis at this moment. His confidence had been completely destroyed by Ji Xinghe, and his will was like ruins. If left alone, the next time Caitlin went to war, it might be his death. But Ji Xinghe came to the Western Theater not to destroy the fighting will of a federal ace Mecha warrior. So he won't let it go. Colonel Caitlin. Caitlin did not respond, but looked at Ji Xinghe with lifeless eyes. He didn't understand why Ji Xinghe treated him like this. Jackson was also from Eagle Island. Why was it rumored that Ji Xinghe treated Jackson very well? Is it because of Jackson? Yes, it must be because of Jackson. Ji Xinghe wanted to make Jackson, who was closer to him, the strongest Mecha warrior in Eagle Island, replace his influence in Eagle Island, and then get more resources from Eagle Island through Jackson. What a sinister Ji Xinghe. Just as Caitlin was thinking this, Ji Xinghe's voice continued to sound. Armor piercing, armor piercing? Yes, everyone knows that I am not your opponent in a battle without armor, so you want me to wear armor, and it is an exclusive mecha for ace fighters, and then you drive his Hanshin to defeat me and prove to everyone that I can't do it. Caitlin's lifeless eyes were angry again. His will could not be destroyed so easily, and he did not believe he would lose. If you want to fight, then fight. But Ji Xinghe's next sentence made him stunned. You go to outpost 1840 with me and notify all the Mecha warriors in the Western Theater. If you have time, be ready to access my combat perspective. I go to outpost 1840 with you? Just the two of us? Even if Ji Xinghe asked Caitlin to notify all the Mecha warriors in the Western Theater and make this action public, Caitlin still thought that Ji Xinghe wanted to kill him with the help of the Empire. There are at least 600 imperial mechas and more than 50,000 conventional troops at outpost 1840. What else can two people do except send themselves to death? Caitlin suddenly felt a little aggrieved. It's not enough to hit me. You also want to kill me. Where did I offend you? I took the initiative to support you at the beginning. Have you forgotten? I have decided to learn from you. Why don't you understand my intentions? As soon as I arrived, I took the initiative to reveal the biggest problem of the Western Theater to you, Major General Long Zhao. Not only did you not appreciate it, but you also wanted to destroy my heart and then kill me? Ji Xinghe, what should I do to satisfy you? What kind of magic potion did Jackson feed you to make you think that he is really better than me? Ji Xinghe, who was frantically questioned by Caitlin in his mind, gave the answer. But it had nothing to do with Caitlin's crazy imagination. He said, in the second class, we are all amazing. Chapter 431, Alien Battles Wearing Golden Armor. What surprised Caitlin and the Western Theater Command was that when Ji Xinghe proposed an action that was no different from committing suicide, none of the people from the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, including Qin Tong, stopped him. They just stood up. I think I'm amazing, too, Corps Commander, count me in. Qin Tong was the first to speak, followed by Harris, the blind man, the lame man, Su Chuanyan and others. Corps Commander, I think I'm amazing too, give me a chance, Corps Commander. Some people say that I became an ace mech warrior by relying on the resources you forcibly demanded because of your age. I don't agree, Corps Commander. I can wear armor immediately without recording my last words because I don't need to. I think Galaxy-class mech warriors are amazing, especially the world's first Galaxy-class mech warrior. As for Ace-class mech warriors, I think it's just that, who isn't? In terms of fighting skills, Su Chuanyan is not the strongest among these people, but in terms of talking skills, Qin Tong and others combined can tie with him. Because his verbal attacks often do not distinguish between enemies and friends, not to mention that this sentence, while confronting Caitlyn, also insulted the people of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps who were not ace mech warriors. Usually he even pits himself, so what does this count? Fortunately, Zhang Yun and others were not present, and the lethality was greatly reduced. Andre and others also expressed their willingness to participate in this action after Su Chuanyan. Unlike others who called Ji Xinghe, they all tacitly called Ji Xinghe the head of the Corps. The name of Lao Ji almost never appeared when there were outsiders. Among the personnel of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps present, Chen Sun, the only one who is not a mech warrior, quietly picked up his 3 gun boxes and put down the mask of the single soldier exoskeleton armor he was wearing. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude was already very obvious. Seeing that everyone in Ji Xinghe had this attitude, Caitlyn really couldn't understand it. Yes, Ji Xinghe is very strong, and you are all very strong, all of you are aces. 4 exclusive mechas and 6 mountain chopping mechas, Caitlyn suddenly softened, with a tone of surrender. He did not look at Ji Xinghe, but looked at Qin Tong and others and spoke. But you should know very well how many imperial mechas there are at outpost 1840. If we go together with 11 people, how many people can escape back? Or are we just going to show off in front of the imperial apes so that they can't sleep well at night? I don't think this kind of meaningless action is necessary. The subtext is already very obvious. Because of our argument, we are going to die together. Are you crazy? Ji Xinghe is certainly not crazy, he said calmly. You all stay here, prepare to meet, and be prepared to deal with the attack launched by the Empire. Caitlyn, you go with me. Why don't you take them with you? Why don't you let them get close to outpost 1840, but stay at outpost 1837? Caitlyn was really shocked, and he looked at Ji Xinghe again. Are you serious? Ji Xinghe looked directly into Caitlyn's eyes. Yes, I am serious. Caitlyn took a deep breath, calmed his emotions with strong willpower, and asked with a serious look, what's the point? Ji Xinghe repeated what he had just said. Tell everyone, including you, that I am amazing. You are also amazing. And you can all be as amazing as me. After a moment of silence, Caitlyn asked, do you know that personal heroism will kill many people? They are not you, and they can't be you. Why should they learn from you? Ji Xinghe shook his head slightly, his eyes frank. I just let them watch and let them learn, not let them become me. But I think you can be me, so I only take you. Caitlyn suddenly felt unprecedented joy in his heart, which came from being recognized by Ji Xinghe. If it were before he was chopped several times by Ji Xinghe today, even if Ji Xinghe said more praises to him, he would not have such emotions. But he was one of the 3 strongest ace mecha warriors in the Federation before Ji Xinghe, and the joy in his heart was forcibly suppressed, because he knew why he was suddenly happy. It was all because of Ji Xinghe's heart-slashing knife. What about them? Caitlyn suddenly raised his eyebrows and asked, you only took me and not the other 9, because you think they are not as good as me and can't become the next you. This was not a provocation, but because Caitlyn still didn't understand. Ji Xinghe gave him an explanation that he couldn't refute. I have led them for a long time. Now they don't need me to lead them anymore. Their upper limit will be determined by themselves. Caitlyn frowned. Then why should you decide my upper limit? Your upper limit has always been determined by yourself. Ji Xinghe answered seriously. I just happen to be a little bit higher than you, and I just happen to have the opportunity, so I want to tell you how that little bit came about. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Is it the little bit that Han Li and Jackson are short of? Yes and no. You are different from them. Everyone is different. Caitlyn actually has many questions to ask, such as why Ji Xinghe came to the Western Theater instead of the Eastern Theater. Although he knew the reason why Ji Xinghe came to the Battle Scar Canyon, it was just like the reason why Ravich applied for Ji Xinghe to go to the Eastern Theater when he also knew the reason. As strong as Ravich and him, they were ultimately confused by the miracles created by Ji Xinghe in the past. In theory, from the Eastern Theater, it is also possible to fight to the 1840th outpost. Before being killed by Ji Xinghe, Caitlin actually had such a dream about Ji Xinghe, which was also a dream about miracles. Recalling the dream before Ji Xinghe came to the Western Theater, Caitlin didn't ask anything, turned around and walked towards the airlock while putting on a helmet. No one could hear his voice, but an order was issued in his name, which was slightly different from Ji Xinghe's previous request. All mecha warriors in the Western Theater are ready to access Ji Xinghe's combat perspective. Access rights are authorized to the Eastern Theater. Qin Tong and others in the Western Theater, as well as the people of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps who are on the way, all received the first sentence of this order. The latter sentence was said to the Western Theater Command. Although the command wanted to stop it, this order was strictly speaking issued by Ji Xinghe, and Ji Xinghe was the person with the highest military rank on the surface of the Western Theater, and there was only one galaxy-level mecha warrior. They couldn't stop it, and wanted to apply to the Nanshanmen Battle Scar Canyon Warzone Command to stop the operation order, but Tang Qiao, who was in the command center, stopped it at the first time. He had the authority given by Ken twice. Although Tang Qiao followed Ji Xinghe on the Peace Space battleship from base number 5 to the western war zone of the Battle Scar Canyon, in terms of personnel relations, he has always been the staff officer of the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, to be more precise, the Colonel Staff Officer of the Western War Zone. Liu Mian, who was also in the Western War Zone Command, looked at Tang Qiao in silence, his eyes slightly changed, and I don't know what he was thinking. Tang Qiao ignored Liu Mian and left the command center to contact Kent Weiss alone. Therefore, Ji Xinghe's action to take Caitlin to the 1840th outpost was not stopped. The two mechas ran in the dark canyon. The starlight made it difficult for the Battle Scar Canyon to have the same brightness as the surface, but the two mechas were very advanced, and one of them could even be said to be one of the three most advanced mechas in the Federation. Of course, 4 days later, it will become one of the 4 most advanced mechas in the Federation. Therefore, the night vision function is complete, and the functions of anti-radar and other detection equipment are also not lacking. The only trouble is, can't you really change the paint? I don't know if it's because of nervousness. Caitlin started to talk a little. At this time, the access permission has not been opened, so he is not worried that someone will hear his chattering now. Your mecha is painted in gold armor. It's okay during the day, anyway, you are the most conspicuous wherever you are. But now it's night, and your paint color will be completely exposed as long as it is exposed to light. I remember that you used a pure black paint before. This is when Ji Xinghe led the Xing team to perform orbital airborne combat missions in the number 5 base war zone. For camouflage, their mechas were all sprayed black, and Venus was also dimmed. Ji Xinghe did not answer Caitlin's question, but asked back, you pay a lot of attention to me, haha. Who doesn't pay attention to you, Ji Xinghe? Perhaps it was a broken jar. Caitlin didn't even use the title of general, and started to call him by his name again. But Ji Xinghe's attitude towards Caitlin has changed drastically from before. His tone was calm with some gentleness. I like a line of poetry very much. I'll wear my golden armor after 100 battles in the yellow sand, and I won't return until I conquer Lalin. Reciting poetry again? Are the elderly people from Longzhou like this? Caitlin was unwilling to admit that he didn't understand, and when he sneered, he had already checked the satellite network in the cockpit. His dragon language was average, just above the 4th level, and he was able to communicate in daily life, but he didn't know much about the ancient poems of Longzhou. It is worth mentioning that although the 2 official languages of the Federation, Eagle language is divided into 8 levels and Dragon language is divided into 6 levels, people who are not from Longzhou or Eagle State who learn these 2 languages generally believe that Dragon language is more difficult to learn. Caitlin quickly found the answer he wanted, and when Ji Xinghe didn't respond to him, he took the initiative to speak again. I think you should change this poem. I've worn golden armor after 100 battles on alien planets. And I won't return until I destroy the Empire. Not bad, Ji Xinghe praised, and then asked, you can change poems now, and your dragon language should be very good. Why did you ask me to speak Eagle language before? I can understand it, but others can't. I have to consider more people. Caitlin was unwilling to admit that his dragon language was just average. Ji Xinghe asked, then tell me, What did you learn in my first class? Caitlin subconsciously wanted to tell his answer, but on second thought, his answer was basically the same as Jackson's answer that had been made public. If I tell it myself, will Ji Xinghe think that I plagiarized Jackson's answer? On second thought, it's inexplicable. I'm not a real student, and Ji Xinghe is not a real teacher. Although he figured it out, Caitlin still didn't give the answer. Instead, he asked, "We are approaching outpost 1840. What should we do?" Ji Xinghe didn't answer, but asked, "How do you think we should fight if we have to fight?" Caitlin, who was still thinking that he was not a student and Ji Xinghe was not a teacher, answered the teacher's question without any hesitation, just like a student. "Bypass outpost 1840 and attack their reinforcements. Aren't you afraid that they will attack us from the front and back? We are very mobile. They can't expect us to launch an attack, and their reinforcements must go to outpost 1840 in batches. So, we can fight faster. As long as we fight fast enough, they can't stop us. In addition, they don't know whether we have support or not. Plus," Caitlin paused, but still said it, "with you here, they will be afraid. You are here too, so they definitely don't believe that only the two of us are here." Ji Xinghe added a sentence and ordered, "Execute your combat plan, bypass outpost 1840, and prepare for battle." "Yes," Caitlin responded this time without any hesitation. The two mechas began to accelerate. Han Li, who had just arrived at base number 5, drove his mecha directly to the repair area and prepared to do normal maintenance. Because his mecha was a dedicated mecha, the maintenance task was naturally assigned to Shen Mu, the best mechanic at base number 5. He and Shen Mu have known each other for a long time, even longer than Ji Xinghe has known Shen Mu. When they took a spaceship to the alien planet together, Han Li was the most handsome guy on the spaceship, and many people took the initiative to get to know him. Because of Ji Xinghe, Han Li was also confident in Shen Mu's mechanical repair ability, but he never expected that Ji Xinghe had not slept at this time and was still learning mechanical repair knowledge with Shen Mu in the mechanical repair area. So, he inevitably met Ji Xinghe face to face. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. He and Ji Xinghe had met only a few times. Although he insisted on sending money to Ji Xinghe every month and occasionally bought some small gifts, such as Ji Xinghe's birthday and various festivals such as Children's Day. But the two had never chatted, and Han Li did not dare to chat with Ji Xinghe, a child, and he did not even dare to see Ji Xinghe. The reason, he said it when he was at B-72 Heights. "Uncle Han Li." Ji Xinghe took the initiative to greet him as if he had never heard what he said to Ji Xinghe at that time. "Xinghe, hello." Han Li forced a smile. "Uncle Han Li, you can call me Xinghe, okay Xinghe." Han Li's smile came from the bottom of his heart, a little like a silly smile, but he didn't know how to chat with a child. When he looked at Shen Mu with a look of help, Shen Mu walked straight to his mecha. Shen Mu knew exactly what he said on B-72 Heights. Suhi also knew it, but Suhi was different from Shen Mu, so when Han Li looked at Suhi, Suhi helped to save the situation. "I just received a message, Lao Ji and Caitlin." Han Li also received this message, but because of the authority, it was a little earlier than Suhi. Just now he wanted to find someone to discuss it together, but because he suddenly met Ji Xinghe face to face, he forgot. They have bypassed outpost 1840 and are preparing to block the Empire's reinforcements. Han Li noticed Suhi's look while answering the question, so he squatted in front of Ji Xinghe and asked, "Xinghe, do you want to see your grandfather destroy the Empire's mecha?" "Yes, then let's watch it together." "Okay, thank you Uncle Han Li." So Han Li turned on his bracelet screen, and at Suhi's reminder, connected it to a holographic projection screen on an idle operating table. The three of them watched together. Ji Xinghe's combat perspective displayed on the screen showed a team of Empire's mechas. 30. They hadn't discovered Ji Xinghe and the others yet. Han Li was afraid that Ji Xinghe would worry, so he said in a relaxed tone, "There is only one Imperial mecha formation, which is too few, and there are not many noble mechas, which are not enough for Lao Ji to defeat alone. And there is Caitlin, an ace mecha warrior who is stronger than me. Alice, Lao Ji should not have brought him, and he missed more than a dozen gold stars for nothing." As if to give Han Li a face, a prompt appeared in Ji Xinghe's perspective. Caitlin's mecha relied on more advanced detection functions and discovered two Imperial mecha formations that were approaching quickly. The three Imperial mecha formations were very close, with a total of 90. Ji Xinghe, who also saw this prompt, turned his head and looked at Han Li. His eyes were still clear, and there was no blame. But Han Li felt unprecedented pressure, and even a sense of crisis. He felt a little puzzled and couldn't understand why. It's okay, Xinghe. The 3 imperial mecha formations have a travel distance difference of 5 and 9 minutes respectively. Lao Ji and Caitlin can easily defeat at least 10 mechas in the first imperial mecha formation, and then retreat calmly. The terrain of the Battle Scar Canyon, Han Li, who tried his best to make Ji Xinghe not worry, had no time to look back, so he didn't know that there was a silent mecha behind him, staring at him. P.S. I haven't stayed up all night for a long time. I only have one feeling, I'm so hungry. Extra chapter for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 Chuan Boss, 3/66, 3 chapters with more than 14,000 words, and some people still say it's short and weak? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432. Have you realized it? The distance between the mecha formations of the Empire supporting the 1840th outpost was closer than Ji Xinghe and Caitlin had expected. But as Han Li said, the 3 complete mecha formations totaling 90 mechas were not taken seriously by the 2 strongest mecha warriors of the Federation. Cut off their heads or their tails, Caitlin's fighting spirit was boiling up. He was beaten to pulp by Ji Xinghe, and he was eager to prove his own strength. Perhaps, it was not to prove it to Ji Xinghe, but to prove it to himself. Ji Xinghe said calmly, "You will command, I will command." Caitlin was stunned for a moment and then laughed. "Captain of the Corps, no, General Ji Xinghe, are you sure you want me to command you?" "Sure." Ji Xinghe's attitude towards Caitlin really changed. After confirming, he explained, "In fact, I prefer to be a soldier." "Then why did you accept the rank of Major General, and the rank of Lieutenant General?" "For this reason." He even gave up the number 5 base war zone and came to the war zone of the Battle Scar Canyon. Caitlin wanted to ask this question. For some reason, he knew that Kentvis was applying for the rank of Lieutenant General for Ji Xinghe. In his opinion, in addition to collecting Chen Zhuan's body, Ji Xinghe's main purpose in coming to the Battle Scar Canyon was to accept the goodwill from Kentvis for the rank and the more resources it represented. But he didn't ask it. The access to Ji Xinghe's combat perspective is now open to the public. Currently, only people with high authority such as Han Li can access it, but the access will be completely open soon. The mecha warriors in the Western Theater, the Eastern Theater, the number 5 base theater, and many other theaters can access Ji Xinghe's combat perspective. At this time, some things are really hard to say. "Okay, then I will command." Caitlin stopped talking and simplified the communication mode. "Let's cut off their heads first, General Ji Xinghe. If I don't give an order, you can play freely. Okay." When Ji Xinghe's voice fell, Caitlin had already rushed out in the mecha. This is actually not in line with the normal combat process. Generally, it is necessary to number the imperial mechas first, then determine the imperial mechas that each of them is responsible for, and formulate multiple combat objectives, as well as backup combat plans that can cope with changes in the enemy. The most critical point is that the mecha warriors with the most Venus must be the first to attack under normal circumstances. The reason is no longer repeated. But Caitlin does not think he is weaker than Ji Xinghe. Although Ji Xinghe has far more Venus than him, judging from the time limit of Ji Xinghe's challenge, Ji Xinghe's combat power level in driving mechas is also 1 level stronger than him. But the problem is that the mecha that Ji Xinghe is driving now is Xiantian, and the mecha he is driving is the exclusive mecha of the Ace Mecha Warrior. Comparing with the corresponding Imperial mecha level, Xiantian is only equivalent to the Imperial mecha of the Marcus level, while Caitlin's exclusive mecha is equivalent to the Duke level. The gap in driving level and combat awareness can be completely eliminated by the gap in comprehensive performance between mechas. This is indeed the case. When Caitlin suddenly charged at an Imperial mecha formation, even though Ji Xinghe's reaction was fast enough, he almost immediately controlled his Xiantian and started charging behind Caitlin's mecha. But the distance between the 2 federal mechas was still getting bigger and bigger. Boom, boom, boom. When the giant metal feet of the mechas trampled on the ground, the sound and vibration spread along the ground. The Imperial mecha that discovered Caitlin at the first time did not react at the first time, but continued to move forward based on the previous operation. Caitlin and Ji Xinghe both charged towards them from the left side of their forward direction at a 45-degree angle. So, this looked like a two-way rush. Enemy attack, prepare for battle. The captain of the Imperial Mecha formation gave a decisive order after reacting, but as soon as its order sounded in their communication channel, its voice became terrified and changed the order it had just issued. No, don't fight, disperse immediately, pull and contain, it's Caitlin. That mecha is Caitlin's mecha. The Imperial guerrillas on the front line of the Western theater are no strangers to Caitlin's mecha. So they know very well that with only 30 mechas, they can't kill Caitlin at all. Call for support. Found the Federal Ace Mecha warrior Caitlin. The guerrilla captain's voice suddenly got stuck, because as Caitlin's mecha got closer and closer to them, and they began to disperse their formation, another Federal mecha following Caitlin also appeared in their sight in its complete form. Retreat, retreat immediately, everyone retreat. Ji Xinghe, it's Ji Xinghe. The guerrilla captain's voice, which had already been terrified when Caitlin appeared, reached the extreme state of fear at this moment. When he shouted, he actually controlled his mecha to turn around. He didn't even have the mind to call for support. Caitlin could not hear the voice in the Imperial Mecha communication channel, just like the content of the Federation communication that the Empire could not monitor. It was not only the difference between the languages, but also the huge difference in the technical level. But how rich is Caitlin's combat experience? In this regard, he can completely crush Ji Xinghe. So he saw through the formation changes of the Imperial Mecha formation at a glance and guessed the reasons for this change. What do you mean? When you see me coming, you are ready to pull and contain, waiting for support to be in place to kill me. Seeing Ji Xinghe coming, you are going to run away without looking back? You really look down on me. Caitlin, whose speed has soared to the extreme, ignored the Imperial mechas that were scattered and fleeing in front of him, and rushed straight to the highest level Viscount-class mecha in this Imperial Mecha formation. His experience and the information that his mecha can provide him made him determine at the first time that this Viscount-class mecha is the captain of this mecha formation. They head first, not only the HUD formation of the 3 Imperial Mecha formations, but also the guerrilla captain of each mecha formation. Stop him quickly. The guerrilla captain, who started to run for his life without looking back, saw the maneuver of Caitlin chasing him. He completely forgot to call for support and explain the situation immediately, and ordered other Imperial mechas to stop Caitlin. But no Imperial mecha was willing to help it. If it was only Caitlin, they would certainly come to stop him. But the Federal mecha warriors who charged them also included the legendary killer Ji Xinghe. Anyway, the captain was dead, so it was important to escape first. The guerrillas continued to flee in all directions. The guerrilla captain, whose mecha performance was obviously inferior to Caitlin, finally mustered up the courage to turn around when he was sure that he could not escape. He wanted to fight to the death. But at the moment when he completed the turning maneuver, Caitlin, whose speed seemed to have soared to the extreme, charged at a speed that increased again. The tungsten steel gold mecha heavy sword, which required the mecha to hold with both hands, pierced through the mecha of Captain Gorilla in an instant. It was a true penetration. The tip of the sword pierced through the front protective armor and pierced out from the protective armor behind. With a speed too fast, Caitlin had no time to slow down and stop, and the two mechas collided with each other. The loud bang exploded in the cockpits of the two mechas, but it did not spread. Caitlin, who withstood the head-on collision, did not suffer any damage, and the same was true for his mecha. The heavy sword that pierced Captain Gorilla's mecha was pulled out without a trace of blood as Captain Gorilla's mecha was directly knocked away. That was because of the force generated by the collision and the sharpness of the mecha heavy sword. The blood that had just been stained was completely wiped out or dispersed. Caitlin, who was in the lead, was the first to break a captain of the gorilla. Unscathed, and with unparalleled momentum. A smile bloomed on Caitlin's face. He felt that he had returned, but after he glanced at the view behind him, the smile on his face froze again. 3. In the time it took him to destroy an Imperial mecha, Ji Xinghe, who was charging slower than him and started charging after him, was driving a mecha with weaker performance than his. He had actually destroyed 3 Imperial mechas? This is impossible. Even with the facts in front of Caitlin, he still had an unbelievable feeling. Although his charging distance was longer than Ji Xinghe's, the key to the problem was that those Imperial mechas were fleeing in all directions. If it were him, he would have destroyed at most 2, and at this time he would have been chasing the 3rd Imperial mecha at most. How did Ji Xinghe do it while driving a weaker mecha? There was no time to ask, because the battle was not over yet. Caitlin suppressed the shock in his heart and began to chase the scattered imperial mechas, preparing to go back and watch the video after the fight was over. Before the other two imperial mecha formations came to support, he and Ji Xinghe had to destroy as many imperial mechas as possible. If they killed too few, they would retreat, and if they killed enough, they could continue to kill. But what Caitlin didn't expect was that Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the communication channel. Caitlin, you chased the wrong target. Hey, talking at this time, do you seem so capable? Did I chase the wrong target? Caitlin, who had already caught up with an imperial mecha and destroyed it without any surprise, hesitated as he continued to chase. Should he argue with Ji Xinghe in front of more than 10,000 federal mecha warriors? Yuzi, number. Ji Xinghe's voice continued to sound, and he asked the intelligent core of this mecha to start numbering the remaining 24 imperial mechas. When Caitlin destroyed the second imperial mecha, Ji Xinghe also destroyed the fourth imperial mecha, and he and Caitlin began to chase their next imperial mechas almost at the same time. Yuzi, who was transferred from the champion to this Hanshin, has been with Ji Xinghe for some time. Almost a moment Ji Xinghe's voice fell, he completed the task. Numbering completed, Yuzi's response also sounded in the communication channel, and Caitlin could also hear it. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded afterwards. Caitlin, after destroying the number 7 mecha, don't chase the number 5 mecha, go after the number 12 mecha. Caitlin, who was chasing the number 7 empire mecha, suddenly dilated his pupils when he heard Ji Xinghe's voice. How do you know I want to chase the number 5 mecha? Ji Xinghe did not answer his question, but said in a slightly stern tone, listen to me first, listen to you. Did it agree that I would command this battle? Did you just say that you just want to be a soldier, not a general commander? There was no time to refute. Caitlin, who had already caught up with the number 7 empire mecha, launched his third battle of the day, and still destroyed it without any surprises. A trace of hesitation flashed through his mind, but he still chose to listen to Ji Xinghe's words, gave up his original target, the imperial mech number 5, and directly chased the imperial mech number 12, which seemed to be farther away. In the process, Ji Xinghe also caught up with an imperial mech and destroyed it. One shot is fatal, there is nothing to say. It is worth mentioning that Ji Xinghe completed this destruction before Caitlin, and started chasing before Caitlin. His destruction efficiency is obviously higher than Caitlin. Caitlin, who discovered this, felt that the gap between him and Ji Xinghe would be greater than before, because the distance between the imperial mech number 12 and him was farther than the imperial mech number 5. So, the purpose of ordering me is to grab Venus? Ji Xinghe, you have more than 1,000 Venus, and I only have more than 700. Do you have to make your fractions more than mine before you are willing to give up? It's no wonder that Caitlin suspected that Ji Xinghe's motives were impure. It was really that Ji Xinghe's attitude towards him today was very problematic. But the doubts in his heart suddenly disappeared when Caitlin caught up with the imperial mech number 7, and were replaced by inexplicable surprise. Because when he caught up with the imperial mech number 12, there were actually 2 imperial mechas that were escaping and fled to a position very close to the number 12 mech. This means that they are also very close to Caitlin. Using the powerful detection function of the mech, Caitlin saw more clearly that there was no imperial mech near the number 5 imperial mech that he originally wanted to chase. If he had just chosen to chase the number 5 mech. Number 9, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded again, and he concisely stated the next target that Caitlin was going to chase. Caitlin did not respond, but after breaking the number 12 imperial mech, he rushed to the number 9 mech without hesitation. At this time, Ji Xinghe had also just broken an imperial mech and chased the new target. Their speed seemed to be the same. Number 17, number 14, Ji Xinghe issued 2 more orders and specified 2 targets, and Caitlin executed them without any hesitation. Therefore, their score did not expand as Caitlin had expected. When it was 1-3, Caitlin thought it would become 5-11, but when they had nothing to kill, the score was 7-9. The 2 of them worked together to destroy 16 imperial mechas, and there were still 14 imperial mechas, which were already far away from them. They can be caught up, but the support of the enemy must be considered. Caitlin, who had taken command before the battle, seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter, and asked directly, should we continue to chase or retreat? If we chase, how should we chase? However, Ji Xinghe did not answer his question, but said in a calm tone, you take command? This voice and these 4 words are too familiar. In a trance, Caitlin seemed to have returned to the time before the battle began, and predicted that Ji Xinghe's next sentence would be, "In fact, I prefer to be a soldier." He also had another prediction. Ji Xinghe would definitely tell him that he was wrong and forcibly take back the command in front of more than 10,000 mecha warriors while he was commanding and fighting. Interesting? When Caitlin frowned and was about to speak, Ji Xinghe's voice continued to sound. It was as if Ji Xinghe had predicted his prediction, and before he could question it, he blocked all his dissatisfaction with one sentence. "This time, I won't correct you. If you understand, prove it to me. If you don't understand, don't worry, I will teach you." What did I understand? What do I want to prove? Can you just teach me? Caitlin gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Ji Xinghe, follow me." Chapter 433 Envy and Jealousy. To be honest, I envy Caitlin a little bit. When Han Li, who was watching the battle at base number 5, spoke up, some people had the same idea. Jackson, Yuran, Qin Tong and others need not be said much. Luo Wiki, who was also in the Battle Scar Canyon war zone, was even more impulsive and prepared to wear armor. "Can you send me to the Western Theater?" "Of course." "But, Colonel, what are you going to the Western Theater for now?" "Of course I'm going to learn from General Ji Xinghe." Caitlin, this idiot, doesn't know how to cherish opportunities, but I'm not stupid. Oh, is it necessary? Yes, you don't understand, we really don't understand, but if this is your purpose for going to the Western Theater, I'm sorry, we can't send you there. Colonel, please wake up. Luo Wiki was actually very sober. After being rejected, he realized that he couldn't go today, and could only continue to look at the screen in front of him. But it was still a bit unsatisfying to watch it this way, so he got into his mecha cockpit and accessed Ji Xinghe's combat perspective with a perspective that was almost virtual reality. Sure enough, he could see more clearly, but he still couldn't understand. If Ji Xinghe wasn't fighting at the moment, he really wanted to ask directly how Ji Xinghe did it. He also wanted to know, Ji Xinghe could clearly accurately predict the movements of the Empire mecha. Why didn't he tell Caitlin directly, but let Caitlin, the idiot, command? Many people, including him, knew that Ji Xinghe could always make more accurate predictions than Caitlin in today's battle. Not only the first wave of battles, but also the second wave of battles that were taking place. Needless to say, the former, Ji Xinghe commanded Caitlin to make combat target choices, which significantly improved Caitlin's efficiency in breaking. The latter, the reason why people can know it is that during the battle, Ji Xinghe followed Caitlin's command to fight, while constantly speaking out his predictions. Caitlin couldn't hear his voice, but all the mecha warriors who were connected to his perspective could hear it clearly. Combined with the wrong choice made by Caitlin, as well as the formation and movement of the Empire mecha, it is determined that Ji Xinghe made a more accurate prediction than Caitlin. So at this moment, and for some time afterwards, it is not only Ravich who thinks Caitlin is stupid. Wait a minute. Ravich, who has such emotions of envy, jealousy and hatred towards Caitlin, suddenly thought of a question. I can't understand Ji Xinghe's accurate prediction from the perspective of a bystander, so how can Caitlin, who is in battle, make the same accurate prediction as Ji Xinghe? When I scold Caitlin for being stupid, am I not scolding myself? Ravich suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and then eliminated distractions, and began to watch and analyze seriously. This seriousness is equivalent to him standing in the perspective of God. When he heard the prediction made by Ji Xinghe, he gradually had a feeling of understanding. However, mecha warriors like Ravich are a minority after all. The vast majority of mecha warriors who have access to Ji Xinghe's combat perspective only feel that Ji Xinghe's prediction is inexplicably accurate. They couldn't figure it out, so they felt more and more that Ji Xinghe was as powerful as the abyss and the sea. In contrast, Caitlin's position in their hearts naturally began to decline. But is Caitlin really not capable? Caitlin, with Ji Xinghe, chose to pursue the first Imperial mecha formation they encountered. After destroying 16 of the mechas, they relied on the superior performance of the mechas and destroyed 4 more Imperial mechas that were escaping. Then they continued to order the pursuit. This was the second pursuit, because the deserters of the first Imperial mecha formation had already joined the second and third Imperial mecha formations, and the number of Imperial mechas that Caitlin and Ji Xinghe had to face had increased to 70. I don't know who gave the order. Although these 70 Imperial mechas also fled to the rear of the area they occupied, they were no longer running away like before. 70 mechas gathered together and fled in a charging posture. This choice was very wise. Their mecha speed could not be compared with Zhanshan, not to mention Catilin's Trump mecha. They could not escape if they were scattered, and would only be caught up by Catilin and Ji Xinghe and destroyed one by one. And the 70 imperial mechas gathered together, if they didn't care about their lives, they were fully capable of restricting Catilin and Ji Xinghe. In this case, Catilin still made the decision to pursue, which was already commendable courage. What is more in line with his fame and strength is that during the pursuit, the 70 imperial mechas made a theoretically correct choice. They all turned around and launched a fire attack on Catilin and Ji Xinghe, and began a cluster charge. The power was amazing. I will release the magnetic beam traction bomb, and then leap to their third row. Don't leap, follow me from the ground. Catilin, who issued this combat order, activated the long-range weapons on his mecha while avoiding enemy fire. A warhead that looked like an ordinary micro-missile was launched silently under the light of the concentrated fire of the Imperial mecha. It didn't even have a tail flame, but it had an extremely fast flying speed. Before the Imperial mecha could react or even notice it, it had already passed through the first two rows of Imperial mechas and successfully hid an Imperial mecha in the third row. The dazzling electric light burst instantly, and the Imperial mecha that was hit suddenly became like a huge magnet. There were 9 Imperial mechas nearby, and the charging maneuvers were affected by it. There were even 3 Imperial mechas, including it, that fell to the ground out of control and had the momentum to stick together. Catilin had already leaped up, and his mecha had already landed on the third row of Imperial mechas before the electric light completely dissipated. The speed was so fast that it was completely inconsistent with the gravity level of the alien planet. At the same time as it landed, an Imperial mecha had been broken by him, and the flashing electric light also dissipated, as if it had been stepped on and extinguished. But the dissipated electric light did not affect the sight of all mechas. When Catilin leaped, the Imperial mechas that had already discovered his maneuvering movements had already rushed to the place where he landed. Although they were involuntarily hindered by the 9 mechas affected by the magnetic beam traction missiles in the face of Catilin's charge, the distance was too close. It wouldn't take long for Catilin to be surrounded and beaten. The mechas with strong defense could not guarantee that he would be unscathed in this situation. But he ignored it completely and waved the mecha heavy sword in his hand, trying to break all the Imperial mechas within his attack range. It was at this time that Ji Xinghe's voice began to sound. Number 31, number 33, number 27, Catilin couldn't hear his voice, but the mecha warriors who connected to his perspective could hear his voice. They knew that Ji Xinghe was talking about the number of the Imperial mecha, but at this time they didn't understand why Ji Xinghe said that. It wasn't until the 3 Imperial mechas hit Catilin's mecha with their weapons one by one that they began to be shocked. Catilin and his mecha were fine for the time being, because the highest level of these Imperial mechas was only Viscount, and they did not have the tungsten steel gold weapons that the Imperial Earl could normally have. Catilin's mecha, like the general armor, was made of tungsten steel alloy, and its defense was extremely strong. After enduring 3 attacks, Catilin destroyed 2 of them. Number 27, hit. Ji Xinghe's voice sounded again, and the next second, the 27th Imperial mecha hit the side of Catilin's mecha. The combination of sound and picture gave people a weird illusion. Ji Xinghe accessed the communication channel of the Imperial mecha and was commanding the Imperial mecha to besiege Catilin. This, of course, it was impossible. Because Ji Xinghe was fighting, he obeyed Catilin's order and did not choose to leap between the Imperial mecha formations like Catilin, but forced a breakthrough from the front. The tungsten steel spear from Bilrosi IV, after following Ji Xinghe to destroy thousands of Imperial mechas, still had no obvious damage, and its power seemed to be even stronger than before. At the moment of the encounter, the cockpit of the Imperial mecha number 7 was broken by Ji Xinghe, and then the gun body swung horizontally, blocking the full strength slash of the number 6 Imperial mecha. Zhanshan's defense is not low, but it can't withstand many such attacks, so Ji Xinghe can't be hit. However, there are many Imperial mechas, and the attack of the number 8 mecha has arrived. Ji Xinghe decisively chose to let go of the gun, and while maneuvering sideways to avoid the attack, he controlled the mecha's fists with both hands, one left and one right knuckle facing each other, and smashed the head of the number 8 Imperial mecha with lightning speed. With a muffled bang, it was directly crushed. Such a brutal attack caused the number 6 mecha, which split the long spear from Ji Xinghe's hand, to have a significant stagnation in its maneuvering. By the time its driver reacted, he could no longer control its mecha. Its hands holding the knife were grabbed by Ji Xinghe, and the core engine of Zanshin was running at full power, bringing a fierce power explosion. Mecha number 6 was thrown directly by Ji Xinghe to an imperial mecha that was rushing over. The moment it slipped out of his hand, Ji Xinghe grasped the shaft of his spear again. Mecha number 7, which he had first destroyed, was still standing firmly on the ground, but could no longer make any maneuvers. Draw the gun. Shoot out. The color of tungsten steel gold is not obvious at night, but when it is held in the hands of a golden mecha, the fire reflected on the golden armor makes it seem to glow. Between the flickering light and shadow, it seemed as if a dragon went out of the sea and broke through the dense dark clouds above the sky. That was not a dark cloud, but an imperial mecha attacking Ji Xinghe from the other side. In just a few seconds, 3 imperial mechas were destroyed by Ji Xinghe, but this was just the beginning. After this shot, Ji Xinghe had enough time to put away his gun, but he did not attack the 2 imperial mechas that fell behind him and were trying to get up. Instead, he retreated 2 steps without looking back, and controlled the mecha to make an unconventional maneuver like a scorpion's tail, which caused the 2 imperial mechas that were about to get up to fall again. Their bodies blocked the imperial mechas that were charging at Ji Xinghe from this direction. This allowed Ji Xinghe, who had just retreated 2 steps, to complete a small sideways maneuver and charge in front of him at this time. That was where Caitlin was. Caitlin, who was about to be besieged, was greatly relieved because of Ji Xinghe's charging maneuver. No mecha dared to turn its back to Ji Xinghe, and no mecha dared to keep a sideways posture when Ji Xinghe launched a charge. Therefore, behind Caitlin and on the north-south line where he was, all the imperial mechas gave up on him, all facing Ji Xinghe, and fighting with a panic mentality. The number 6 imperial mecha, which was knocked down twice by Ji Xinghe, finally got up from the ground. It was behind Ji Xinghe at this time, and there was also the number 5 imperial mecha beside it. But the 2 of them did not dare to attack Ji Xinghe directly, because in the process of getting up for the second time, they both saw with their own eyes that Ji Xinghe destroyed 3 more mechas. It only took time to get up from the ground, and 3 mechas were gone? No, it was 4. Counting the 3 imperial mechas that were just destroyed by Ji Xinghe, 7 mechas were destroyed by Ji Xinghe alone in the time it took the 2 of them to try to launch an attack. Although the sight was blocked by the body of the mecha, through the combat system, the 2 of them knew that Caitlin had also destroyed 7 mechas in such a short time. The efficiency of destruction was not slower than Ji Xinghe, and he was surrounded by the imperial mechas. Although some of the imperial mechas destroyed by Caitlin were affected by the magnetic beam traction missiles, the environment in which Caitlin was located was worse than that of Ji Xinghe. It was undoubtedly a display of strength. If it weren't for Ji Xinghe's words, most of the federal mecha warriors would be amazed at Caitlin's strength. But after Ji Xinghe's words, all the mecha warriors who were watching Caitlin and Ji Xinghe's combat perspectives at the same time felt that if Ji Xinghe was in Caitlin's position, he would definitely be able to do better. A key point is that how could Ji Xinghe, whose mecha's vision was blocked by the imperial mecha body, predict the attack that Caitlin would bear? So people couldn't figure it out. The imperial apes couldn't hear Ji Xinghe's voice, so they didn't know that Caitlin was actually not good enough, but they also had a problem that they couldn't figure out. 70 clusters of imperial mechas rushed towards the 2 humans, but in an instant there were only 56 left. How can this be fought? The pilot of the number 6 imperial mecha standing behind Ji Xinghe had such an idea, not to mention the imperial mechas facing Ji Xinghe and Caitlin. The morale that was forcibly raised was defeated. They are still fighting, but they have lost their will to fight. Moreover, when the distance between the mechas was so close that there was not enough distance to launch a charge, the fire output systems on their mechas did not dare to start easily. Not only could they not accurately hit the mechas of Caitlin and Ji Xinghe, but they also accidentally injured their own mechas, which was a pure loss of 100,000 enemies and 100,000 of their own. So it was natural that they were constantly defeated. When Ji Xinghe, who was rushing from the ground, successfully joined Caitlin, who was leaping forward, the number of imperial mechas they had destroyed had reached 26 in total. Those imperial mechas that fell to the ground made it more difficult for the imperial mechas that could still fight to siege Ji Xinghe and Caitlin. They didn't mind stepping on those imperial mechas to rush towards Ji Xinghe, but stepping on the body of the mecha, how could they maintain their center of gravity and maintain the efficiency of their maneuvers better than stepping on the ground? It was not so easy to manipulate the mechas that could be called behemoths for both humans and apes. Caitlin and Ji Xinghe, who fought back to back, made it impossible for the imperial mechas that successfully advanced in front of them to launch an effective attack. Some imperial mechas wanted to sacrifice themselves to limit the mobility of Caitlin and Ji Xinghe's mechas, but they were unable to achieve their goals because the two were able to take care of and cooperate with each other. Keep your distance and focus your fire, a guerrilla captain gave the order, which was executed immediately, but there were some changes in the execution process. The imperial mechas that can be described as remnants did not seem to be pulling away, but rather retreating while launching a fire attack, which made their concentrated fire not dense enough. Follow me. Caitlin stood in front of Ji Xinghe, gave the order and started to charge, and explained in a complacent tone. My target is number 47, your target is number 72, they are the guerrilla captains, kill them, and we can completely defeat them. He felt that he had fought beautifully this time, and the act of using his mecha as a shield for Ji Xinghe would definitely be able to influence Ji Xinghe, the stubborn old man. But what he didn't know was that before he gave this order, Ji Xinghe had successfully predicted his order and told many people his attack target. Moreover, Ji Xinghe also said, in this way, at least 35 imperial mechas can successfully escape. Counting the attacks he had suffered before, all of them were successfully predicted by Ji Xinghe. It was simply a large-scale social death scene. But Ji Xinghe really did as he said, and did not suddenly start commanding like the first wave of battles. He completely obeyed Caitlin's orders and launched a charge with Caitlin's mecha as a shield. In the process of charging, he also showed off his skills, picked up an imperial mecha shield from the ground with the tip of the gun and took it in his hand, and then backhanded it behind his mecha. This kind of decision, knowing it was a wrong decision, but not correcting it, made the people watching the game have the same idea. Ji Xinghe wanted to make Caitlin die more thoroughly. Ji Xinghe's intentions are known to everyone? No. Hardly from base number 5 side again, but it was a little different from before. To be honest, I'm a little jealous of Caitlin. Chapter 434, Are you going to break someone's legs again? Caitlin was right. After he and Ji Xinghe destroyed 2 mechas of Captain Gorilla respectively, the 70 imperial mechas that rushed towards them were completely defeated. Ji Xinghe was also right. 36 imperial mechas escaped successfully. After destroying a total of 54 imperial mechas, the 2 men's night attack on the imperial reinforcements had to be declared over because outpost 1840 sent out at least 400 imperial mechas. The retreat was safe and sound. Relying on the superior performance of the mechas, they successfully bypassed the enemy forces that threatened them, passed through the defense line of outpost 1840 again, and returned to outpost 1837 after destroying an imperial anti-aircraft artillery position. Until this time, Caitlin still didn't know what Ji Xinghe said to the more than 30,000 federal mecha warriors who were watching the battle when he was commanding the battle. His somewhat regretful voice rang in the ears of more than 30,000 federal mecha warriors. There is something missing. I calculated that I could destroy 62 imperial mechas, but 8 more escaped. Ji Xinghe did not respond. Caitlin continued, I just reviewed the situation. We should chase imperial mecha number 62 first. However, we cannot be sure whether the other 6 imperial mechas will meet up with imperial mecha number 62. When we chase it, more than 30,000 mecha warriors were speechless at the same time. Because of Caitlin's words, they recalled that in the final pursuit, Ji Xinghe predicted the movements of many imperial mechas, including imperial mecha number 62. But Caitlin needed to review the situation after the war to discover this. Ji Xinghe, why don't you speak? After Caitlin asked, his tone was a little proud. Are you so moved that you can speak? In fact, you don't have to be so moved. My mecha is made of tungsten steel alloy, and its defense is much stronger than yours Hanshin, so it's no problem to help you block the enemy's firepower. Stop talking, okay? You are already dead, do you know? The chief of staff of the Western Theater finally couldn't help it. Seeing that Caitlin and Ji Xinghe had retreated to a relatively safe area, and the Empire had no signs of launching an attack, he chose to tell Caitlin a cruel truth. It shouldn't affect Caitlin at this time, right? The exclusive mecha of the Ace Fighter, which was parked steadily in the number 1837 outpost, should have opened the cockpit door before Ji Xinghe, because it was in place one step ahead. But until Ji Xinghe finished removing the armor and took the mechanics supported by the Western Theater to start repairing his mecha, Caitlin's mecha cockpit door still couldn't be opened. This made the mechanics who were preparing to overhaul Caitlin's mecha dare not act rashly. Time passed by minute, and when Ji Xinghe's mecha was overhauled, Catilin's cockpit was still not opened. If it weren't for the life monitoring system confirming that Catilin was in very good condition now, people might suspect that Catilin was dead. Colonel Catilin, are you okay? Can you open the door? Are you in a meeting? Maybe they are reviewing the battle just now. Let's wait a little longer. Anyway, the Empire has not launched an attack, and General Ji Xinghe is here. The waiting mechanics were actually a little tired. It was already late at night and they couldn't rest. The simple parking area of the 1837 outpost was not a completely enclosed constant temperature oxygen space. They need to wear heavy protective clothing, which is inconvenient for them to move, and they also need to withstand the low temperature environment of the alien night. Compared with the surface, the temperature in the Battle Scar Canyon is lower at night. You go back first, Ji Xinghe's voice suddenly sounded, and before the mechanics asked questions, he said, I'll check it for him. Yes, the mechanics actually didn't want to leave, they wanted to see how Ji Xinghe did the inspection. Just like the mecha warriors of the Federation wanted to learn a few tricks from Ji Xinghe, the mechanics of the Federation also wanted to learn a few tricks from Ji Xinghe. The title of the strongest mechanic of the Federation has been hanging on Ji Xinghe's head for more than a year. Although there are rumors that Ji Xinghe is Shen Yu's apprentice, there are also rumors about the miracle of Ji Xinghe repairing mechas while fighting on the battlefield. After Xinghe overclocked, the scene of replacing nuclear fuel cells in a flying posture is not only the dream of every mecha warrior in the Federation, but also the dream of every mechanic in the Federation. But orders are orders, and the mechanics are indeed tired, and all left the parking area. Only the neatly parked mechas and Ji Xinghe standing in front of a mecha were left. There was another person pretending to be dead. Ji Xinghe stepped forward and knocked on Catilin's mecha, but there was still no response. This mecha was pretending to be dead like its owner, and it was already in silent mode. Come out. Ji Xinghe used the authority of a major general to forcibly connect to the communication with Catilin. Stimulated by this, Catilin finally couldn't help but explode, and asked angrily, Why do you treat me like this? Ji Xinghe said calmly, You come down first. I won't come down. Catilin continued to be angry. If you don't explain it to me clearly today, don't blame me for being rude. Ji Xinghe raised his eyebrows. How are you going to be rude? Either you explain it clearly, or, Catilin's mecha lit up red, put on your mecha and fight me. Catilin's idea is very simple. Now there's only one way to prove himself. As for the performance gap between the two mechas, how can you care so much? Aren't you Ji Xinghe very powerful? Can't you predict? Then drive his Hanshin to defeat me. Ji Xinghe did not retreat, and seemed to be not worried at all that Catilin would attack him in his mecha in anger. Looking up at the red indicator light on Catilin's mecha, his tone was still calm. Mechas are easy to break. Come down and I'll fight you. Catilin became even more angry. He asked me to take off my armor to fight you. Isn't this bullying? Also, what do you mean by mechas are easy to break? Is it your mecha that will be broken by me, or my mecha that will be broken by you? Ji Xinghe, can you explain it clearly? Or do you want to insult me? The most outrageous thing is that if I take off my armor to fight you, will I not get hurt? Catilin decisively refused. I won't come down. You put on armor. Ji Xinghe, put on armor for me quickly. Ji Xinghe still didn't put on armor, but he moved, and his actions made Catilin even more angry and nervous. He quickly asked, Ji Xinghe, what are you going to do? Ji Xinghe did not respond, but left the toolbox with a few mechanical tools, and then walked straight to the back of Catilin's mecha. Ji Xinghe, what are you going to do? Catilin was really scared. He wanted to drive the mecha to distance himself, but his mecha was too big compared to Ji Xinghe. He didn't dare to act rashly, for fear that he would accidentally step on Ji Xinghe to death. Clang. The sound suddenly came from the back of the mecha, which made Catilin suddenly terrified. Ji Xinghe, are you crazy? Speak quickly. Ji Xinghe, clang, ling. The sound continued to come from behind. I moved, I'm going to move forward, don't move. After reminding him, Catilin gritted his teeth and took a step forward, but Ji Xinghe followed closely. There were two more clangs, accompanied by a slight vibration, and Catilin felt his scalp tingling. Ji Xinghe is a mechanic. Don't dismantle it, I'll come down now, I'm going to open the door, you step back. This time, Ji Xinghe stepped back, and Catilin took a few deep breaths before finally opening the door of his cockpit. After disconnecting the connection between the helmet and the cockpit, Catilin stood in the cockpit and turned around, looking at Ji Xinghe, whose expression could not be seen clearly because he was also wearing a helmet. The anger in his heart did not disappear, but became even angrier, but the words he said were completely different from what he said just now. He asked, "Is it okay not to fight?" Ji Xinghe shook his head. "No." Caitlin asked angrily again. "Why?" Ji Xinghe calmly replied, "I said, I will teach you. Do you really want to teach me?" Caitlin fell into an unprecedented tangle. He couldn't figure out why Ji Xinghe, if he really wanted to teach him some unique skills, would let him experience an unprecedented social death first. Fortunately, no one heard their conversation just now, because there were only two of them in the communication channel. Caitlin felt that his social death might not be that serious, so he finally jumped out of the cockpit of the mecha. But what he forgot was that the monitoring of the parking area was already in normal operation, and everyone in the command center and the outpost could see the scene of Ji Xinghe dismantling his mecha. Combined with his reluctance to remove the armor before, he suddenly removed the armor at this time. Even if they couldn't hear the conversation between them, people could guess the general process. This time, Caitlin's social death was more serious than he imagined at this time. Because of the environmental restrictions of the parking area, Ji Xinghe versus Caitlin's armor removal battle must be changed to another place, and the command center is a very good occasion. More than 40 people watched excitedly. The process was beyond reason and expected by everyone. Before Ji Xinghe, Caitlin was called the three strongest mecha warriors in the Federation. After Ji Xinghe became famous, he was called the four strongest mecha warriors in the Federation. He was unilaterally beaten by Ji Xinghe. And it was in front of many people, which made Caitlin no longer doubt that Ji Xinghe came to the Western Theater to attack him. But after Ji Xinghe beat him, he really started to teach him. "Do you know where that little bit you missed?" Caitlin glared at Ji Xinghe. He was not injured because Ji Xinghe was very measured. But the pain was real, and the anger was not fake at all. So he didn't want to answer. "If you don't understand, let's fight again." Ji Xinghe's tone became stern. "When you figure it out, you don't have to fight anymore." Caitlin still didn't want to think about it, or he had thought about it but couldn't figure it out. "Ji Xinghe, do you mean that no matter when the Empire launches an attack later, you will keep hitting me? Even if you and I can't participate in the war, this is indeed a problem." But Ji Xinghe didn't think this was a problem. He said softly, "Within 36 hours, the Empire will not launch a real full-scale offensive. With Qin Tong and the others, you are not needed here. If you can't figure it out in 36 hours, I will break your legs and give your mecha to someone more worthy." "Break my legs?" "Ha ha ha." Caitlin laughed wantonly, his eyes red. "Do you need me to remind you that this is the Western Theater, my Western Theater?" This conversation made the atmosphere in the command center more tense. But the people who were really nervous were all from the Western Theater. They included Caitlin, 35 people, looking at the 11 people including Ji Xinghe nervously or angrily, because they knew they couldn't beat them. Some people in the Western Theater have called for support, and some even put their hands on their waists. Second Lieutenant Chen Sun suddenly spoke up, staring at the second lieutenant officer who touched the gun. "Do you know what you are doing?" People only then noticed the second lieutenant's actions, and everyone's expressions became shocked and angry. Caitlin was very angry, but he did not lose his mind. He looked at the lieutenant with red eyes and asked angrily, "What do you want to do, eh?" The lieutenant was suddenly focused by everyone's eyes, and he explained in a panic, He wants to break your legs. We can't beat him. I want to scare him with a gun." Caitlin was so angry that he laughed. More than 30 people couldn't beat 11 people, and they still needed to scare him with guns. "Second Lieutenant, we are arguing. Do you understand what arguing is?" The second lieutenant continued to explain in a panic, but Ji Xinghe dared to break General Tu Yuan's legs, and that was in General Tu Yuan's war zone, and it was the war zone that General Tu Yuan was fully responsible for. Caitlin was stunned. Yes, in the war zone that Tu Yuan was fully responsible for, Ji Xinghe, who was still a colonel at the time, dared to break Lieutenant General Tu Yuan's legs in public. Why didn't Ji Xinghe, who is now a major general, dare to break his colonel's legs in the Western War Zone? He said that the Western Theater command was his, but everyone knew that he had no real command authority, and even for all the mecha warriors, he only had nominal command authority. So, it wasn't a quarrel or a harsh remark? Caitlin turned his head and looked at Ji Xinghe, his tone full of disbelief. "Are you really going to break my legs?" Ji Xinghe nodded, his eyes frank. "If you don't understand." The atmosphere in the command center was still very tense, but there was also an inexplicable sense of weirdness. The Western Theater command personnel who should have touched their guns at this time, but no one touched their guns, and the second lieutenant who had his hands on his waist also dropped his hands weakly. Perhaps it was because they all understood that if Ji Xinghe really wanted to break Caitlyn's legs, no one could stop him. They couldn't even take a gun, because Qin Tong and the others had guns, and Chen Sun, who was wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, had 3 real big guns. Moreover, at this distance, is Ji Xinghe really afraid of a gun? The mountain with the highest personal force in the Federation has become a recognized fact. When Li Yuanbat publicly stated that he could not beat Ji Xinghe now, there was no more controversy. Caitlyn didn't know whether he was afraid or didn't want to cause a civil strife that would shock the entire Federation. He watched Ji Xinghe take a deep breath, and his red eyes gradually returned to normal. "Can you give me a hint?" Ji Xinghe looked relieved and said calmly, "I told you, in fact, I would rather be a soldier." "Soldier?" A flash of lightning flashed through Caitlyn's confused and dim mind. He seemed to understand. Chapter 435 Ji Rongzhen teaching Han Li. Caitlyn should have understood it, Han Li of base number 5 said happily. He did not see the scene after Caitlyn and Ji Xinghe returned to outpost number 1837, but he made his judgment after the viewing angle disappeared. Ji Rongzhen asked curiously, what did he understand? He understood the biggest difference between an ace mecha warrior like him and an ace mecha warrior like your grandfather, me, Jackson, Yuran, and Qin Tong. That is what your grandfather said. The little difference? Isn't my grandfather a galaxy level? Ji Rongzhen corrected Han Li's mistake in his words with a rhetorical tone, and then continued to ask, Uncle Han Li, what is that little bit? Sorry, I was wrong, haha, your grandfather is a galaxy level, and there is only one galaxy level mecha warrior at present. About that little bit, Han Li has a strong desire to teach. Before he really knew Ji Xinghe, he had the habit of being a teacher because of Ji Xinghe. After really knowing Ji Xinghe, Ji Xinghe's being a teacher had a greater impact on him. At this time, he was facing Ji Rongzhen again, so he wanted to teach him everything he knew. But considering that Ji Rongzhen was too young and it was too late, he said, Xinghe, go back and rest first, I'll talk to you tomorrow, don't worry, I will stay at base number 5 for a long time. Ji Rongzhen shook his head firmly, I'm not sleepy, if you don't tell me, I can't sleep at night. Sui chimed in beside him, Xinghe usually goes to bed very late, but her sleep quality is very good, very similar to Lao Ji, so don't worry about this. Really? Han Li felt envious again. Ji Xinghe only needs to sleep 4 or 5 hours a day to restore all his energy, which is a special ability that many people envy. On the Azure Star, normal people generally need to sleep 8 hours a day, some people only need to sleep 7 hours, and some people need to sleep 10 hours. If you sleep less, hair loss is a small matter, and the impact of long-term lack of sleep is very bad. Especially in an environment like an alien star, and in the midst of a war, people's sleep quality is actually very poor, and they generally sleep more than on the Azure Star. This is also one of the reasons why the conditions for selecting soldiers on the alien planet are extremely strict. If the selection standards are lowered, it is not a problem to assemble tens of millions of troops in a short period of time, considering the population base of the blue planet. But even if we don't consider the issue of whether we can afford to support such an army of tens of millions, how many people will become cannon fodder, and how many people will collapse on the alien planet? I only need to sleep 6 hours a day at most now, it used to be 7. After Han Li explained his own situation, he urged, Xinghe, don't force yourself to sleep less in order to learn from your grandfather. You are still growing up. When you grow up and learn the Ji family fist from your grandfather, you naturally don't need to sleep too long. I have learned the Ji family fist. Ji Rongzhen did not explain. She was very curious now, so she stared at Han Li with her curious big eyes. Han Li looked at Ji Rongzhen's eyes and actually felt something from them. You are so long-winded. I can only start teaching. Then I'll tell you now, but I can't make it short. Xinghe, don't be anxious, just listen slowly, okay? Ji Rongzhen nodded and activated the recording function of the bracelet. Han Li smiled and began to speak. Under normal circumstances, after a person passes the layers of selection and becomes a mecha warrior, he cannot get his own mecha right away. Just like me, Han Li paused slightly. He wanted to say another name, but he didn't dare to say it. When I was in military school, I became a mecha warrior, but apart from the teaching mecha used in normal training, I have never touched a real mecha. Even though my training results were very good, when I came to the alien planet, I didn't have a mecha for a while. After being assigned to Mecha Marine Corps, I thought I could drive a mecha to fight, but the fact is that I can only be a logistics soldier in the Mecha Marine Corps, waiting for the veteran's mecha to be broken, and then take over the repaired mecha. Han Li didn't say why he could take over other people's mechas after the veteran's mecha was broken. The fact was too cruel and he didn't want to tell Ji Xinghe. But Ji Xinghe understood. I still remember the first time I drove a mecha to participate in the battle. I was very nervous and a little scared. Many things I mastered in the previous training were no longer useful. I was like an idiot, driving a mecha to launch a charge that would affect the battle. If it weren't for, Han Li paused again. He suddenly realized that if he didn't mention that name, he couldn't say what he wanted to say completely. Ji Xinghe had already guessed it, so she said softly, "Uncle Han Li, where is my dad? Was he with you at that time? What was it like for him to drive a mecha for the first time?" Han Li was stunned for a moment, then turned his head, not daring to look directly into Ji Xinghe's eyes, but he finally mentioned the name. "Your father and I got the mecha that temporarily belonged to us at the same time, but your father performed much better than me. He has a really big heart. The first time he drove a mecha to participate in the actual battle, he was not nervous at all. If it wasn't for your father who saved me at that time, I would have died in the first battle, instead of getting the first Venus before your father." Han Li looked to the other side with slightly red eyes, and he tried to keep a calm tone and continued. "With my first combat experience and my first gold star, I was no longer nervous. The things I mastered during training could be used in actual combat, so I got more and more gold stars, and I had my own mecha. After that, I became a special class mecha, and my mecha could be modified to better suit my operating habits. I became stronger than before. But from that time on, I lost my original intention." Han Li calmed down and looked at Ji Xinghe again. Noticing that Ji Xinghe's expression had not changed much from before, he said with confidence, "And that original intention is the little bit that I once lost, and your grandfather helped me find it back. Now, your grandfather is helping Caitlin find it back," Ji Xinghe suddenly said. "Is it because of the difference in fighting methods?" Han Li was stunned again. He never thought that when he was nagging and laying the groundwork in order to make Ji Xinghe understand, Ji Xinghe already understood. "How do you know?" "My grandfather said so," Ji Xinghe said as if it was a matter of course, "and my grandfather just told Caitlin and many people." Han Li was shocked. "Just now?" "Yes," Ji Xinghe nodded and said, "My grandfather just said that. In fact, he just wanted to be a soldier." Han Li also heard this sentence, and many people heard this sentence. Compared with other people, Han Li understood what Ji Xinghe meant at that time, so he said that he envied Caitlin. But how could Ji Xinghe understand? Even if Ji Xinghe had told Ji Xinghe this before, if he had not really understood it, how could Ji Xinghe understand and directly point out Ji Xinghe's words? This child is only 7 years old. So he seemed to guess Han Li's confusion, and said beside him, "In more than a month, Xinghe will be 8 years old. 8 years old? Can you understand this truth at the age of 8? I didn't understand this truth until I was 32 years old, you know?" Han Li glanced at Suhi, and then looked at Ji Xinghe, his eyes full of amazement and expectation. "Xinghe, go on." "Okay." Ji Xinghe was too lazy to listen to Han Li's preparations, and spoke directly. "New recruits will be nervous, so there will be problems with their fighting methods. After becoming veterans, they will have to change their fighting methods due to the increase of Venus. For example, after becoming a special mecha warrior, whether out of considerations of responsibility and obligation, or out of the command and decision of superiors, the fighting method will not be the same as before, and after becoming an ace mecha warrior, the fighting method will change even more, and you will no longer go all out on the battlefield to seek opportunities to break the imperial mecha. In short, it is a change from a soldier to a general. In other words, it is a change from a conventional weapon to a strategic weapon, in short, or." Han Li has been shocked to the point of numbness. This language organization ability is not like a 7-year-old child, and it shouldn't be 8 years old. And Ji Xinghe's crisp childish voice continued to ring. "Uncles will use ordinary guns without scruples, but they will not shoot at will with Uncle Chen Sun's MKXDDCP. Uncles will use as many ordinary grenades, landmines, grenades, anti-aircraft guns and other weapons as they have. But uncles will not easily launch missiles in orbital ballistic missile launch platforms, such as Chang'e and Longinus, and nuclear weapons are basically not used." For this war and based on the resources we have, there is nothing wrong with doing this. Limited resources should be used when they are more needed. But in my opinion, this way of fighting is not suitable for mecha warriors, especially mecha warriors like Special and Ace. Now that they have more powerful mechas, they should find ways to destroy more imperial mechas on the battlefield, instead of treating themselves as strategic weapons and only conducting targeted and deterrent operations most of the time. Ji Xinghe's tone gradually became harsher. Facing Han Li, she felt like she was preaching, just like when she was facing children like Margao and Lin Shu. Super mecha warriors, ace mecha warriors, and even galaxy-level mecha warriors like my grandfather, as the name suggests, are all warriors, not commanders, not generals, but many uncles don't understand this truth. In the process of fighting, they gradually turn themselves into roles like commanders and generals. They have better mechas. But they can't really play the capabilities of these mechas and their own strengths. Ji Xinghe pointed to the screen next to him, which was repeating the battle between Caitlin and Ji Xinghe. Just like Caitlin, he has an exclusive mecha for the ace mecha warrior, but he didn't appear at the forefront of his war zone, but stayed in the command center in the rear. Isn't this a waste of resources and his own strength? Han Li, who was preached by a child, had already understood this truth and was about to teach Ji Xinghe, but at this time he couldn't help but explain for Caitlin. If Caitlin goes, the Empire's mechas attacking the defense line of Outpost 1829 will definitely be more than 300, and there will inevitably be two-class Imperial mechas among them. The firepower of the Empire's attack will also be stronger, which will lead to the sacrifice of more mecha warriors. Xinghe, not all battles require all-out efforts. Ji Xinghe frowned and wrinkled her nose. She looked cute, but her words were not cute at all. Yes, not all battles require all-out efforts, but everyone should go all out on the battlefield. Yes, if Caitlin goes, the Empire's attack will be more intense, and there will be more casualties. They want to train soldiers by fighting, but flowers that can block the cold wind cannot grow in a greenhouse. Yes, if the Empire sends a Duke-class mecha, Caitlin will hardly have a chance to defeat the other side in the chaotic battlefield. But my grandfather said that the nobles of the Empire are afraid of death, more than us. Is this what a 7-year-old child can say? As if she is already 8 years old. But what were you doing when you were 8 years old? 2nd grade or 3rd grade of elementary school? I was crying because I didn't dare to tell the teacher that I wanted to go to the toilet during class. Ji Xinghe continued. When the teacher asked us to study hard, he told us this sentence: if you bloom, the breeze will come. I think this sentence can also be used on the battlefield. If you are unparalleled, victory will come. Han Li frowned slightly. Xinghe, you are a little extreme. Not everyone can be as strong as your grandfather. I'm not extreme, Ji Xinghe directly denied. I'm not asking everyone to fight like my grandfather. I'm just saying that if you want to be like my grandfather, you should understand these principles, instead of always needing my grandfather to remind them that they are a little bit short. The topic is back on track, but Han Li's mentality is very different. He knows that Ji Xinghe really understands what the ace mecha warriors, including Caitlin and Ravitch, and many special mecha warriors are short of. Whether this way of fighting is right or wrong, and whether it will bring greater casualties to the Federation, no one can tell clearly now. The merits and demerits will be judged by future generations. But Han Li, Jackson, Yuran, Qin Tong and others all chose this way of fighting, which is different from other ace mecha warriors including Caitlin, Ravitch, and Li Yuanba. It can be said that they are all from the Ji Xinghe faction, or they are firm advocates of war. What is different from the advocates of war such as Li Yuanba is that the real goal pursued by these people from the Ji Xinghe faction is not just to win the war. They all know that the war between the Federation and the Empire has lasted for more than 20 years. And it is impossible to achieve success in one battle, but what they can and must do is to achieve success in one generation. Xinghe, Han Li suddenly asked, when you grow up, do you want to be a mecha warrior? Of course. Is it because of your grandfather? No. Ji Xinghe denied it and did not give a reason. She only told Ji Xinghe her reason. That was when she just met Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe bought her chocolate that she liked but rarely ate. When she blamed Ji Xinghe for spending money indiscriminately, she said, Xinghe wants to buy a mecha. Xinghe wants to avenge her father. Han Li seemed to understand Ji Xinghe's reason. He sighed in his heart and said seriously, Xinghe, when you grow up, you will definitely become a galaxy-class mecha warrior, When there was only one Galaxy-class Mecha warrior in the Federation, Han Li's words were undoubtedly the greatest compliment. But Ji Xinghe shook his head dissatisfiedly. "No, my goal is not a Galaxy-class Mecha warrior." Han Li was stunned for a moment. He felt that the ace level was too easy for Ji Xinghe to achieve. Ji Xinghe said seriously, "I want to become a national masterclass Mecha warrior." Good guy. Grandfather created the Galaxy level, and the granddaughter is going to create another higher level? This grandfather and grandson. Why is it the national level? Han Li laughed. Xinghe level also sounds good. It can't be because Xinghe and Xinghe are too similar. Haha. Ji Xinghe shook her head and explained, because I learned a word called the unparalleled national level. My grandfather is very strong, super strong, but when I grow up, I will definitely be stronger than my grandfather, so strong that, unparalleled. Han Li's smile froze, and he stared blankly at Ji Xinghe's firm and confident eyes. Suddenly he understood that Ji Xinghe was not going to be stronger than Ji Xinghe, but she wanted to fulfill that wish for Ji Xinghe, to fulfill the wish that Han Li should fulfill. Complete, the wish that Ji Xinghe wanted to fulfill herself. Revenge. Although Han Li didn't want this child to do this, he inexplicably believed that if this child really needed to do this child would definitely be able to do it. Xinghe, Han Li suddenly asked, then do you know how your grandfather made such an accurate prediction? This time, he should have the opportunity to teach Ji Xinghe, instead of being taught by Ji Xinghe. But it turns out that Han Li knew nothing about Ji Xinghe's talent. The cicada knows the coming of autumn before the wind blows. Ji Xinghe looked at Han Li with a look of disappointment in his eyes. Uncle Han Li, haven't you reached this level yet? Of course I have. Han Li's tone was not confident enough. Noticing this, he added, it's just that sometimes it doesn't work very well. For example, just now, I felt some sense of crisis, but this is the machine repair area, how could there be any danger? However, most of the time it is still quite accurate. I have avoided fatal crises several times because of this feeling. Han Li, who was speaking, did not notice that Ji Xinghe in front of him slightly turned his head and looked at a mecha silently behind him. His eyes seemed to say, Xinghe, he is one of us. So, Xinghe, who had been staring at Han Li's back since Han Li came over, finally turned his eyes away from Han Li, and it was not just his eyes that were turned away. Han Li frowned suddenly, that feeling seems to be gone again. No, it's my feeling that's working again. But no, it's still not working well. Xinghe, since you know this realm, do you know how to train and improve it? Ji Xinghe nodded, I know, go fight with a gorilla and take off the armor, Han Li. Chapter 436 Anti-Galaxy Team. Caitlin did not give Ji Xinghe the opportunity to break his legs. He really understood it. But this does not mean that Caitlin will definitely choose Ji Xinghe's fighting style in the future. Ji Xinghe did not force it, but continued to teach. In the command center of outpost number 1837 late at night, no one reminded Ji Xinghe and Caitlin that they should go to bed. Adults do not need to be reminded, and the elderly do not need it even more. In fact, no one can sleep. Qin Tong and other mecha warriors need not say much. Although the logistics personnel of the Western Theater are not mecha warriors, they also want to listen to Ji Xinghe's course. Even if Ji Xinghe just wanted to break their superior's legs. This is the third class. Ji Xinghe finished the second class that many people have not been able to understand. It is also possible that he did not finish it, but he was temporarily unable to teach the second class. Facing the camera in the hands of the Western Theater personnel, he whispered, when you are public, you can call it the glory of the human mind. The first lesson, the heart-cutting knife. The second lesson, we are all amazing. The third lesson, the glory of the human mind. The names of each class are bigger than the previous ones, but no one has questioned it, because Ji Xinghe is talking about him, the Federation's mecha warriors, and the Federation's mecha. The heart-slashing sword is needless to say. The achievements of the Federation's mecha warriors on the alien battlefield can be praised by anyone as amazing. As an invention of the Federation, mecha is not only one of the Federation's highest technological products, but also changed the war situation of the Federation facing the Empire. It is indeed worthy of the title of the glory of the human mind. As the glory of the human mind, mecha deserves the trust of all of us. The main content of this class is about trust. Ji Xinghe's small class started. It has nothing to do with a little bit that Han Li and Ji Xinghe discussed, but the other little bit that Caitlin lacks. That is, when fighting against the Empire's mecha, human mecha warriors need to rely on the mecha, not themselves. So there is no need to always be entangled in the average physical fitness of humans, which is not as good as the average physical fitness of the Empire's guerrillas. Regarding this point, Caitlin actually had a long understanding. During his first battle side by side with Ji Xinghe, he had suffered many collisions from the Imperial mecha. This is the evidence. As one of the 4 major mecha warriors of the Federation, even though Caitlin and Ravitch were one level lower than Ji Xinghe and Li Yuanba, they understood this point earlier than Han Li, Jackson and others. Ji Xinghe's teaching allowed Caitlin to deepen the little he had already understood. This course, which took place in the middle of the night, was also recorded by relevant personnel at the 1837 Outpost Command Center and was made public at the first time. The course name is what Ji Xinghe said, the glory of the human mind. Qin Tong and others had taken this class before, but they still listened to it with gusto tonight. When they were taking this class, they asked Ji Xinghe a question: why didn't you tell them before? And Ji Xinghe's answer at the time was, if you tell them in advance, it may affect their operation of the mecha. At this time, Ji Xinghe directly made it public in the form of a course. And a big reason was that the neural connection technology began to be applied on a large scale. Caitlin said that the Federation now has only 1,200 sets of neural link technology driving kits, of which 300 sets have been obtained by Ji Xinghe. It sounds like there's still a long way to go before large-scale application, but in fact, the 300 sets Caitlin mentioned are just the existing number on the alien planet. Needless to say, the Azure Star is manufacturing more than 3,000 sets of mechas that are being transported to the alien planet at super high speeds between the Azure Star and the alien planet. When the Federation still has only about 50,000 active mechas, being able to transform 1/10 is enough to be called a large-scale replacement. It is precisely because of this that Ji Xinghe had to teach this course. Compared with the previous generation of mecha driving technology, the new generation of mecha driving technology has a stronger protective ability for the Federation mecha warriors. If you still don't believe in your mecha enough, and always have the idea of invincibility in the process of fighting because of the strong physical fitness of the Imperial orangutan, then even if you are driving a mecha with upgraded driving technology, it is difficult to gain the due advantage when facing the Imperial orangutan. When the sky finally brightened, Caitlin, who had not slept all night, looked at Ji Xinghe, who had not slept all night but was full of energy, and couldn't help asking a question. General Ji Xinghe, how much is the difference between me and you? Not much? That's good. I thought it was not just a little, but a little bit. Ha ha ha. Caitlin actually made a joke with Ji Xinghe, as if the unpleasant things that happened yesterday and the large-scale social death that happened because of Ji Xinghe had disappeared and there was no need to care about it. There is really no need to care. After this blow and education, he can feel that he has become stronger. This is a very idealistic feeling, but it is enough to restore his confidence. What many people don't know is that Han Li's strength began to improve because he was unilaterally beaten by Ji Xinghe in public, which is very similar to Caitlin's situation in the past half-day. It can be described in one word: without destruction, there is no construction. Ji Xinghe looked at Caitlin, who had regained his confidence and did not tell the truth. If the power of Qi is taken into account, it is indeed a little bit short. General Ji Xinghe, Caitlin said seriously, I'm going back to the headquarters. Although I understand what you said, I can't do that for the time being. Ji Xinghe nodded. I know, it doesn't matter, fighting is fighting. In fact, I really want to fight like you. Caitlin's tone was a little regretful, and then asked, what are you going to do today? Collecting corpses. Caitlin looked at Ji Xinghe in silence for a while, and suddenly apologized. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that you robbed a lot of resources before. Now I understand that you will not waste the resources you deserve, nor will you let them waste. It really won't be wasted. Ji Xinghe thought of the training tasks recently assigned to Zhang Yun and others. The training tasks that the recruits of the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps need to face are harsh to the point of cruelty. Zhang Yun and others often say harsh words that have reached the point of being inhumane. Qin Tong and others were worried that Ji Xinghe would stop them before, but Ji Xinghe did not stop them, because he knew very well that if the most powerful mech warriors could not be trained in a short period of time, it would be the biggest waste of resources. It's not so easy to get as Hanshin class mecha. It doesn't matter. Ji Xinghe nodded to Caitlin, because what you said was half right. Caitlin laughed, without asking which half was right, and turned to leave the command center of outpost number 1837. He would drive his mecha and return to the Western Theater Command alone in the rear. After Caitlin left, Qin Tong and others came to Ji Xinghe's side, avoiding the people in the Western Theater, and asked in a low voice, "Old Ji, is Caitlin considered one of ours now?" Hearing this question, Ji Xinghe looked at them in surprise. Su Chuanayan chuckled twice. "You train him more cruelly than you train us. Don't you want to make him one of ours? Let me say, Lao Ji, your ambition is really too big. You think that having the 12 of us ace mecha warriors is not enough. You also want to conquer a veteran strongman like Caitlin. Tisk tisk, you really want to create a galaxy empire." The 12 ace mecha warriors he mentioned, in addition to the 9 of them, there are also Han Li, Jackson, and Yu Ren. Ji Xinghe frowned. A veteran powerhouse? The galaxy empire? Su Chuanayan didn't notice anything unusual in Ji Xinghe's eyes, and said as a matter of course, when Caitlin became the ace mecha warrior, I was not a mecha warrior yet. It's okay to say I'm a veteran powerhouse. And the galaxy empire, to be honest, we can deal with it. The others began to retreat at the same time, and Su Chuanayan still seemed not to notice, and continued, "Those officials in the Federation don't have the stars and the sea in their eyes. We are different. Our only goal is the stars and the sea. Once we take down the Empire Star, we will need a batch of resources to build an interstellar fleet, with a fleet as our territory. You will be the emperor of the galaxy, and I will barely be a king on par with you. Let's go and conquer the stars and the sea." Ji Xinghe couldn't listen anymore, and interrupted, "Su Chuanayan, pierce armor?" "Yes," Su Chuanayan responded and asked, "Are we going to fight? You go pick up Zhang Yun and the others, and after you come back here, start combat training on the spot." The old rules. Su Chuanayan finally recalled the painful memory of being beaten by hundreds of people in turn when he was at base number 5. "I didn't sleep last night. I applied for a 2-hour break." "No, execute the order." "Yes." After Su Chuanayan left the number 1837 outpost with armor, Ji Xinghe gave another order. "Except Chen Sun, everyone, take a 3-hour break to get enough rest." "Yes, Chen Sun, here, when Su Chuanayan and the others come, you take them to follow me, and let Su Chuanayan rest first." "Yes." The Mecha warriors of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps did not need to rest. They had already rested on the march last night. After making arrangements, Ji Xinghe, who had not slept all night, drove the mecha away from the number 1837 outpost. He was not alone in the armored operation, but also brought 2 vehicles. One was a communication support vehicle to prevent certain special terrains in the canyon from affecting the communication of Ji Xinghe's mecha. One was a transport vehicle. Watching them leave, everyone in the outpost began to do their own job, but their mood suddenly became heavy. Because they all knew that when Ji Xinghe came back, he would bring their comrades who had been abandoned on the battlefield. The Empire jump base in the Battle Scar Canyon. When the small jump gate opened, a tungsten steel gold mecha passed through and almost instantly came to the Battle Scar Canyon from the God's Mountain thousands of miles away. The 6 Duke-class mechas following behind it proved its identity, the highest commander of the Empire on the alien planet, the Imperial Prince Ada Kang, who was known as the Conqueror. Now it has another title waste. The human who gave it this title is the only reason why it came to the Battle Scar Canyon, regardless of the God's Mountain battlefield. Are you sure? Before he had time to take off his armor, Ada Kang had already asked using the mecha's loudspeaker. It can be confirmed now that it is Ji Xinghe. Yinan, the Imperial General in charge of the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, had been waiting here in advance. After hearing Ada Kang's inquiry, he explained aloud. The battle last night cannot be confirmed, but today, he drove the mecha alone to leave the Federation outpost. From this point of view, there is no one else except Ji Xinghe. A person wearing armor seems to have become one of the symbols of Ji Xinghe. Ada Kang also believed Yinan's judgment and took Yinan to their headquarters. The Empire is not engaged in survival on alien planets, but it does not mean that they have no bases. The Federation has already confirmed 2 bases, located in the God's Mountain and the Battle Scar Canyon. The 2 large jump gate devices currently confirmed are also in these 2 locations. It's just that the specific coordinates are not clear, and the Federation has been in a state of defensive combat, and it is simply unable to launch an attack on the 2 jump bases of the Empire. Ada Kang, who arrived at the headquarters, took off his armor in public, as if he could not guarantee his own safety without doing so. The same is true for its 6 guards. Looking at the latest picture just transmitted back on the screen, Ada Kang's expression was very surprised. "What is he doing?" Yinan replied, "Searching for human corpses. According to our observation, humans will burn those corpses on the spot and store the ashes left by the burning in boxes that look like metal. They are stored separately." Ada Kang frowned and said, "This is called cremation, a way for humans to preserve their remains." "The general knows a lot," Yinan complimented him. In fact, he knew it a long time ago, but he had to show his ignorance in front of Ada Kang. Only in this way could Ada Kang have the opportunity to show his omniscience. Flattery is more serious in the Empire than in the Federation. After all, it is a feudal system. Although Yinan is the general in charge of the entire Battle Scar Canyon war zone, his title is only a duke. Compared with other dukes of the Empire, his power is naturally much greater, but he is far behind Ada Kang. Li Yuanba had killed an imperial general who was similar to Yinan before. This was one of his 3 most proud defeats. The other 2 were the imperial prince and the suspected imperial prince. In comparison, Ji Xinghe, who had only defeated ordinary imperial dukes, had a worse record. Why? Ada Kang was very puzzled. Ji Xinghe suddenly came here just to do this kind of thing. Yinan began to show its professional level at this time. It's definitely not for this kind of thing, but because we have deployed heavy troops on the front line, and their troops have not arrived yet, so we can only do this kind of thing to kill time. When their troops arrive, Ji Xinghe will definitely lead his troops to attack us. I think the purpose of Ji Xinghe coming here is to launch a formal active attack on us." Active attack? Ada Kang frowned and thought about it, and he couldn't think of the real purpose of Ji Xinghe coming to the Battle Scar Canyon. With its growth environment and powerful status, it is hard to imagine that someone would make an action decision that can be described as contrary to common sense for those remains that have no value. "Yes, active attack," Yinan said. "The attack we launched against their 3 bases, the loss of troops and mechas is not small, which gave them an illusion that they thought they were good, so they wanted to fight us." Considering the attack on the 3 federal bases, one was commanded by Ada Kang himself, and one was participated in by Ada Kang. Yinan added, "Humanity's target is definitely our jump base, but with you in our jump base number 1, they dare not make any attempt. So, Ji Xinghe wants to come and cause trouble for me, abandoning base number 5 just to actively attack my jump base?" Ada Kang knew very well what was in base number 5, so he still couldn't figure out the reason why Ji Xinghe made this choice. They didn't have any reconnaissance satellites, so they didn't know that Ji Xinghe had a space battleship. Logically speaking, it was sent by him. Based on its understanding of the number of federal space battleships, it did not think that the Federation would allocate a battleship to Ji Xinghe. That would be like its second brother lending it the Emperor Mecha. After a brief hesitation, Ada Kang gave the order directly. "General Yinan, General, continue to increase the number of troops to the front line, 10 times, and arrange 3 lines of defense with the same strength behind the front line." Yes, Yinan felt that Ada Kang was making a fuss. No matter how powerful Ji Xinghe was, the soldiers of the Federation and other Mecha warriors were not that powerful. It was impossible for Ji Xinghe to fight against 10,000 on the battlefield alone, right? But he responded without any hesitation in order to arrange it on the spot. Then Ada Kang continued to give orders, but they were not orders for Yinan in the Battle Scar Canyon war zone. Immediately launched the attack plan on the Federation base number 5. Within 2 days, troops must be sent out and the Federation must see it. "Yes, transfer the anti-galaxy squad to me. It's been so long. It's time to test their strength and give Ji Xinghe a surprise." Yes, the Imperial Mecha squad, which Ada Kang called the anti-galaxy squad, came to the Battle Scar Canyon as soon as it received the transfer order. There were 30 Earl-level Imperial mechas, but the drivers were all Imperial civilians who were not afraid of death. P.S. An extra chapter for the Silver Alliance, 4/66, rewarded by the boss 9 Zitruanayanjian. Please give me monthly tickets, subscriptions, recommendation tickets, and all kinds of requests. Thank you bosses for your support. Chapter 437 Human-Machine Integration. The orange-red dust was gently brushed away, revealing the full appearance of a human body. Only the upper half of the body remained, and the left arm bone was broken at the elbow joint. Under the tattered military uniform was a completely dried body. Because the alien environment does not cause corruption, this body that has been abandoned for who knows how long can still see part of the face clearly. Ji Xinghe carefully picked up the body and slowly raised his hand. The gentle movement did not cause the remains to fall apart, So they were put into the bag in his hand. The Zhanshan Mecha following behind him stretched out his right hand, but Ji Xinghe did not give the bag to Zhanshan as before, or to the Yazi who was driving Zhanshan at this time. Because the body was not complete. Moving a few steps to the right, Ji Xinghe used the tool in his hand to brush away the alien dust again, and a small part of the human leg remains were exposed. He gently picked it up and put it into the bag in his hand. After moving again, Ji Xinghe could not find the missing half of the left arm of the corpse, but found a part of the right hand instead. This made his movement stagnate, and he stood there, not knowing what to think. Zhanshan, who was following behind him, did not say a word and remained silent. The intelligence level of Yazi was much lower than that of Xinghe. It only knew to follow Ji Xinghe closely, keep the cockpit door open, and prepare to take the bag handed over by Ji Xinghe. There were already many such bags hanging on its body. General, the logistics soldier who was searching for remains nearby noticed Ji Xinghe's hesitation, came over and took a look and tried to persuade him. It's good to be able to go home. They won't blame us. Yes, General. Well, the most favorite saying of the Longzhou soldiers I know is that we are all brothers. I think we are indeed brothers. Since we are all brothers, this brother will not have any objection to whether this arm belongs to him, and the brother who lost this arm will not have any objection either, although there is a way to distinguish, but, General, it is really difficult and will take a lot of time. The persuasion of the logistics soldiers made Ji Xinghe put the arm into the bag, and sealed the bag with a military badge that he had just taken off the half-body, and then handed it to Zhanshan. Seeing that Zhanshan was already full of bags, the transport vehicle drove over, and a soldier cooperated with Zhanshan to put all the bags next to the car. Ji Xinghe also stood by and watched. When Zhanshan could not follow him, he could not act alone. The attack of the Empire could come at any time. If there was danger, he had to enter Zhanshan's cockpit as soon as possible. The soldier put the remains in the bag into the high-temperature incinerator in the transport vehicle, and then closed the hatch to start the incineration function. Normal cremation takes at least half an hour, but this dried body was burned in only about 10 seconds under the effect of ultra-high temperature, and then automatically ground into ashes. Then it was transferred into a metal box. Each box has a slot on it, which can be used to put the military card representing the identity of the remains. There are more than 100 such boxes in the transport vehicle. As the remains in the bags were incinerated, Ji Xinghe took his Zhanshan and the bags to search for the remains again. This job is not easy. Although not all the remains are incomplete, many of the sacrificed soldiers were killed by just a bullet, or by the fragments and shock waves of the shells, and their bodies are relatively intact. But many of them have been abandoned for too long and are on the battlefield. The detonation of the shells, missiles and other weapons used by the Empire and the Federation caused secondary damage to their remains, and the dust that was kicked up would also bury their remains. The Federation did not have any detection equipment for the remains, and Ji Xinghe and others used metal detectors. So we can only hope that the heroes' metal military badges, or some metal accessories on their bodies, are not buried too deep. If they are buried too deep, they really can't be found. Fortunately, the dust storms on alien planets are unlikely to affect the Battle Scar Canyon area, otherwise the task of bringing the heroes home would be even more difficult to accomplish, to the point of being impossible. In the process of searching for the remains, the people in the Western Theater explained why they abandoned these brothers. Our war zone is different from other war zones. It seems that the fighting is going back and forth, but it is not the case at all. After the defense line with the outposts as the core is built, the Empire will attack us, and then our defense lines will be broken one by one. When the Empire's battle line is too long, they will retreat and leave the outposts and defense lines they destroyed to us. After we repair them and invest manpower, they will attack us again. It can be said that the Empire is fighting a war of attrition with us in the Battle Scar Canyon. They want to consume our manpower and resources because they know very well that our supply is much more difficult than theirs. In the beginning, we would bring back the remains of our brothers as much as possible, but many times we didn't have so much time or energy because the fighting never stopped. Later on, the number of bodies abandoned by us increased. Moreover, even if we bring the bodies of our brothers back, they will not be sent home, but buried on the spot. The place where they are buried will not always be our occupied area, and there is also the risk of being bombarded by the Empire. There have been 2 times before. We could only watch them who had already sacrificed and were hit by the Empire's missiles. Ji Xinghe listened to these words and did not express any opinions. He just continued to collect the remains and stated, "This time, I will bring them home, The logistics captain of the Western Theater asked curiously, "General, are you really going back to the Azure Star?" "Yes." Then, the logistics captain hesitated for a moment before asking, "Will you come back?" Ji Xinghe answered without any hesitation, "Yes." Everyone in the communication channel laughed, but no one could see their smiles. "General, is it convenient to say when you will come back?" Hearing this question, people became worried again. Ji Xinghe's age problem could not be solved at all. If Ji Xinghe came back too late, he would be too old to fight, so what was the point of him returning to the alien planet? The significance of being a banner is not great in the eyes of many people. If there are no accidents, about 3 years. 3 years, Ji Xinghe's answer caused many exclamations in the communication channel, not only from the Western Theater Command, but also from the Xinghe Mech Independent Corps that had just connected to this channel. They finally arrived and completed the overhaul of the mech, and came to join Ji Xinghe to perform the task of recovering the remains, and happened to hear the last conversation. Ji Xinghe knew why these people exclaimed, and asked softly, "Have you all heard that I can only fight for 3 years?" The logistics captain replied, "Yes, it is rumored that you can only fight until you are 69 years old, because it is rare for people to live to 70 years old. When you are 70 years old, you can no longer maintain your condition. And now you are 66 years old, 3 years later." This was what Ji Xinghe said before, so it can't be considered a rumor, but after all, time has passed and everything is very different. So, it's time to correct this rumor. Yes, I did say that it is rare for a person to live to be 70. After the age of 70, no matter how good your kung fu is or how good your physical condition was before, it is difficult to maintain your peak condition. However, when I am 70, I will still be able to fight. Ji Xinghe changed the subject, which made everyone in the communication channel excited, but at the same time, they were also puzzled. "Why? General, it's not that I don't believe you, I just don't understand, because I am stronger than I was then." Ji Xinghe's words suddenly became mysterious. "In short, I was standing on the flat ground, and now I am standing on the second floor, so I can see the scenery farther." The communication channel was quiet for a moment, and someone asked, "General, do you mean that you have broken the limit of human beings again?" The word "you" indicates that the person who asked this question is from Longzhou and is from the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps. "Yes," Ji Xinghe confirmed, "I have broken the limit of human beings again." Cheers suddenly rang out, somewhat inexplicably, just because of what Ji Xinghe said, and it was a sentence that there was no factual evidence to prove it present, but people seemed to have heard that the sun would rise from the east of the blue star, without the slightest doubt. Ji Xinghe looked at the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps that had appeared in his sight and began to lecture again. The fourth lesson, the secret and great power, in the communication support vehicle that had been following Ji Xinghe, the 4 technicians instantly became excited, and immediately began to record Ji Xinghe's course and opened a real-time communication broadcast permission. This kind of power can also be called the unity of man and machine. Ji Xinghe, who made a supplement to the name of the class, did not start the lecture at the first time, but gave an order. "Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, everyone, drive your mechas and bring our heroes back." The mecha warriors in the 94 mechas were all stunned. Use mechas to bring the heroes back? It can't be that they are asked to bring the heroes' urns back to the outpost. Not to mention that this task is too simple, they can't compare with the transport vehicle in terms of efficiency. But if it is another possibility. While they were stunned, Ji Xinghe had completed the armor penetration and drove his mecha to search for the remains. Unlike before, this time, he used the huge metal palm of the mecha to pick up the remains from the orange-red dust, and then walked to the location of the transport vehicle. The whole process did not cause any secondary damage to the remains. Under his control, the huge mecha gave people a feeling of lifting a heavy weight. It was just like what he said just now, with a secret and great power, the unity of man and machine was achieved. The 94 mechas of the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps finally confirmed the content of Ji Xinghe's order and scattered to find the remains exposed on the surface. The buried remains were searched by the logistics soldiers using metal detectors. No one questioned Ji Xinghe's order, because in the eyes of many people, even if the mecha caused secondary damage to the remains, it would not have any impact on the fate of the remains being cremated. Moreover, the act of using mechas to retrieve the remains was not a blasphemy, but a kind of respect. The Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps was full of mountain-chopping mechas, equivalent to the Marcus-level mechas of the Empire. How could it be a blasphemy to use such expensive war weapons and the elite of the Federation's mecha warriors to perform operations? It was a training exercise, but if the heroes knew about it, they would be pleased that they could still contribute to the Federation at this time. But Ji Xinghe's voice sounded again when the 94 mechas began to move. They are all heroes, they are all great, and their remains should not be harmed again. Just this sentence made all the recruits in the 94 mechas nervous, including the veterans Yang Yun, Chu Feng and others, who were all nervous. Their already cautious maneuvers became more cautious, which made their operating difficulty qualitatively improved. Compared to the marching maneuvers, this one was more difficult. Ji Xinghe's voice continued to ring. What you hold up is not only their remains, but also their will. Operate your mechas with your heart, feel their will with your heart, and you will be able to find the secret power hidden in your body, and you will be able to obtain the power they left behind. If you ask Ji Xinghe which of the 4 classes after he came to the Western Theater Command is the most mysterious, it must be the 4th class. But if you ask which class is the easiest to learn, all the mecha warriors who can see these 4 classes will choose the 4th class. Not all mecha warriors need to search for remains, but they can replace them with other things. Mechas serve the war, but they really serve as humans. Use mechas to do things that only humans can do, and do things that you can do when you take off your armor. You will find that it is not difficult to operate mechas, especially when neural link technology begins to become popular. You need to find this kind of power even more. Because after using neural link technology, it is no longer operating mechas, but mechas have become an extension of your body in a real sense. Only by being familiar with the actions that mechas can complete from a small point can you exert the true power of mechas. The course content mentioned by Ji Xinghe is very different from the courses that the mecha warriors of the Federation have learned before. Various standard and non-standard tactical maneuvers are what they need to study hard and train for. This has caused some doubts among people. Is the training method mentioned in Ji Xinghe's 4th class really useful? Some people question it. And naturally some people believe it firmly. The reason is simple, because he is Ji Xinghe, the only galaxy-level mecha warrior currently in the Federation. So many mecha warriors began to try such training methods. Before this class, it was not uncommon for mecha warriors to use mechas to carry supplies, but it mostly happened on the battlefield. But now, it happens in many training areas, not only using mechas to transport supplies, but some people even practice boxing in mechas. Just like Ji Xinghe did back then. It is worth mentioning that they mostly practice Ji family boxing. Putting aside the fact that the energy consumption of the Federation has increased a bit as a result, when Ji Xinghe finished his 4th class, the Imperial troops at Outpost 1840 finally took action. On the afternoon of the 2nd day after Ji Xinghe arrived at the western theater of the Battle Scar Canyon, 600 Imperial mechas left Outpost 1840. They rushed to the edge of the canyon, where the firepower of the western theater was difficult to cover, bypassed Outpost 1837 where Ji Xinghe was, and rushed directly to the rear of Outpost 1837. It seems that they want to completely surround Outpost 1837, or Ji Xinghe and his Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, before the reinforcements from the Western Theater arrive at Outpost 1837. Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, assemble and prepare for battle. Chapter 438, Spear and Armor. Ji Xinghe immediately took his independent regiment and the logistics company assigned to him by the Western Theater Command and gave up the number 1837 outpost that they had just recovered one day. The defense line that had not been repaired could not resist the attack of the Empire at all. Needless to say, the fate of being surrounded was beyond words. No matter how capable Ji Xinghe was, it was impossible for him to defeat 600 Imperial mechas head-on, even with the help of Qin Tong and others. The Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps, which had a total of 104 mechas, had too many recruits, and it was difficult for them to truly exert the power of the mountain-cutting mechas. The suggestion from the Western Theater Command was also to let Ji Xinghe abandon his defense line, so when Ji Xinghe led his troops to evacuate, everyone in the command breathed a sigh of relief. However, their sigh of relief did not last long. Report: General Ji Xinghe has ordered the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps to turn around, and the target direction is the southern part of the canyon, where there are 300 Imperial mechas. 600 Imperial mechas bypassed Outpost 1837 from two directions at the same time, with 300 mechas in the south and north. It is not difficult to judge their purpose. they must be preparing to complete the reunion after bypassing Outpost 1837. Either they will turn back to attack Outpost 1837 and form a pincer attack with the Imperial forces sent by Outpost 1840. Or they will use the offensive forces of Outpost 1840 as cover to intercept the Federal forces advancing from Outpost 1829. Therefore, Ji Xinghe must evacuate before they complete the reunion. It is precisely because of the evacuation of the independent regiment that the Imperial mech corps on both sides chose to continue to advance. So, Ji Xinghe saw an opportunity. General Ji Xinghe, do you want to fight? But they only have 104 mechas, and the logistical support is seriously insufficient. There is indeed a big gap in quantity, but the problem is General Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, all of whom are equipped with mountain-cutting mechas. Judging from the comprehensive performance of the mechas, 104 against 300 is not impossible. Yes, General Ji Xinghe is still here, and the Xinghe Independent Regiment also has 9 ace mecha warriors such as Qin Tong, and 4 ace exclusive mechas. If a real fight breaks out, there is actually a chance. What a shit a chance. From the 1837 to 1836 defense line, the canyon width is only 39 kilometers. How long will it take for the 300 Imperial mechas in the north to provide support? It cannot be said that there is no chance, but the chance is indeed small, because that section is a double canyon terrain, and our nearest troops are in the northern canyon. If we want to provide support, we have to take a detour and then turn back. The support speed is not as fast as the Empire. The Battle Scar Canyon is not just one line from beginning to end, but a complex canyon terrain stretching for 4,500 kilometers. The widest part is like a plain area, but most areas are as undulating as mountains. There are also many double canyon and triple canyon terrains. In addition to the two southernmost and northernmost cliffs with an average height of 8 kilometers, there are also uneven and intermittent mountains in the middle, so the canyon is divided into 2 or 3. This is also one of the reasons why multiple outposts are built on a line of defense. Another important reason is that some areas of the canyon are too wide. Report: the independent regiment has sent a message. It is Colonel Qin Tong. He said that they may not fight, but just go to scare the Imperial mecha. The command center suddenly became quiet. 104 Federal mechas went to scare 600 Imperial mechas? It is worthy of General Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. After the commander exclaimed, he said with a dark face, prepare for support. If a battle occurs, the independent regiment must return to the 1829 outpost at all costs. Yes, this order made Liu Mian and Tang Qiao, who were in the command center, frown slightly. As colonel staff officers, their professional level is beyond doubt. The focus of the commander's order is to prepare for the response, which is very different from the 4 words prepare for support. But they did not interfere with the command of the Western Theater. Liu Mian did not have the relevant authority, and Tang Qiao could not go too far. He persuaded Kentvis to determine the plan to give the Western Theater to Ji Xinghe. If Kentvis figured it out, he could tear up the plan at any time. If it was too obvious at this time, it would undoubtedly help Kentvis figure it out. How could someone who could become a 3-star admiral of the Federation and be responsible for the entire Battle Scar Canyon Theater be really a fool? When everyone in the command center was paying attention to the intimidation of the independent regiment, another piece of intelligence appeared. Report: the 300 Imperial mechas in the Northern Canyon have turned around. Based on the judgment of their route of action, it can be basically determined that their goal is to intercept the independent regiment, immediately pass the information to the independent regiment. Yes, people who originally had a mentality of watching the excitement became really nervous. Captain, they are coming. Yes. The voice that sounded in the captain's communication channel of the independent regiment was very calm. None of the 10 captains and Ji Xinghe in this channel were nervous because the 600 Imperial mechas began to converge. The independent regiment with the 104 mechas was divided into 10 teams in combat, commanded by 9 ace mecha warriors such as Qin Tong and Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun's team also had veterans such as Chu Feng, the largest number among all the teams, but not many more. Ji Xinghe entered the single soldier state again. This division method actually cannot maximize the combat effectiveness of the independent regiment. Gathering ace mecha warriors such as Qin Tong, or assembling veterans other than ace mecha warriors, led by Ji Xinghe himself as the arrow team, is the strongest combat form of the independent regiment. When an encounter occurs, the aero team will break the enemy's strongest mecha and kill through the cluster formation of the enemy mecha, so that other teams can fight more calmly. But what the independent regiment needs most now is training, so this division is the most appropriate. Captain, the Southern Empire mecha is 5 kilometers away from us, and the Northern Empire mecha is 19 kilometers away from us. At the current speed, they will be able to complete the convergence in front of us in 13 minutes. Intelligence from the Federation has never stopped. The large-scale cluster action of the Empire mecha can easily be detected by the Federation's reconnaissance satellites and various detectors deployed in the canyon during the day. This gives the independent regiment a more comprehensive GOTS perspective compared to the Empire mechas. Combined with the complex terrain in the canyon, there is actually a lot of room for operation. Ji Xinghe looked at the picture on his visual window, his heart was very calm, and then issued an order that made everyone in the Western Theater Command tremble with fear. Everyone, turn, target, Southern Empire mecha. Yes, 103 mechas completed the turn one after another when the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe completed the turn first and gave the order. The speed difference between them is not obvious. The training effect of the mecha marching in step, which looks simple but is actually difficult, is demonstrated at this time. Relying on small unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, the Empire discovered the movements of the independent regiment. They were also able to maintain communication and quickly made changes. The 300 Imperial mechas in the north directly chased the independent regiment at full speed, while the 300 Imperial mechas in the south also completed the turn and began to accelerate the charge at the position where the independent regiment was at this time. The pincer attack has been formed. The nervous Western Theater Command did not issue any orders to the independent regiment, but continued to urge the front-line troops to approach the position of the independent regiment while emphasizing the preparation for support. None of them was worried that Ji Xinghe would die, and Qin Tong and other ace mecha warriors were also not worried about sacrifice. As for whether the new recruits of the independent regiment would be sacrificed, millions of people have already sacrificed in this canyon. A few more and a few less will not be a big deal. Just when the independent regiment was about to become a sandwich, changes that shocked both the Western Theater Federation and the Empire's command appeared again. The independent regiment that rushed towards the Imperial mecha in the south suddenly turned around and started charging towards the Imperial mecha in the northern canyon at full speed that had never been shown before. The 300 Imperial mechas that were chasing behind them now charged head-on with them. The distance was only 3 kilometers. This was too short for the Federal and Imperial mechas that were charging head-on. Retreat, retreat immediately. In the headquarters of the Empire in the Battle Scar Canyon, General Yinan gave the order without hesitation. The No. 2 Corps will retreat immediately and keep a distance, waiting for the support of the No. 1 Corps. The 300 Imperial mechas that charged head-on with the independent regiment seemed to have completely forgotten their numerical advantage and the advantage of reinforcements. They turned around after the independent regiment and started charging towards the south without looking back. However, the performance of their mechas was not a little bit worse than that of the independent regiment's mountain-chopping mechas. When both sides were at full speed, the distance had been shortened to 2 kilometers. Moreover, the distance between the Empire No. 1 Mecha Corps, which was chasing behind the independent regiment, and the independent regiment was once again pulled to 10 kilometers. Seeing this, Yinan became entangled. A staff member nearby suggested, in fact, we can let the No. 2 Corps turn back to fight Ji Xinghe. With the advantage in numbers, we can hold out until the No. 1 Corps arrives for support. Then, we should try our best to wipe out Ji Xinghe's personal soldiers. Yinan had a good temper. He shook his head slightly and said, no, Ji Xinghe is too strong, and his soldiers are equally strong. They can directly kill through the No. 2 Corps, and then escape with the speed advantage of the mecha. Not only that, once the No. 2 Corps is crippled, we can only let the 2 Corps merge and pursue. Ji Xinghe can fight guerrilla warfare and tug-of-war with us, and gradually eat away at the 2 Corps, the staff member said, then let the No. 2 Corps continue to run. As long as they run to the edge of the canyon, they can use the terrain to restrict Ji Xinghe's soldiers. The No. 1 Corps will open its formation and advance. If Ji Xinghe dares to lead his troops to turn around and attack the No. 1 Corps, the No. 2 Corps will be able to attack from behind them. Yinan frowned and said, the problem now is that the No. 2 Corps can't reach the edge of the canyon. The staff suggested again, if we keep the formation, we really can't run away, but what if we let the No. 2 Corps run away? Yinan hesitated for a moment and ordered, "Let the number 2 corps run away and be prepared to assemble and turn back at any time. Once they scatter, Ji Xinghe is likely to turn back and attack the number 1 corps." Yes, after the order was issued, the Empire's number 2 corps, which was being chased by the independent regiment, suddenly fanned out. The reaction of the independent regiment did not surprise Yinan. It turned around again to meet the number 1 corps and began to charge at full speed. The number 2 corps, which had been prepared for a long time, immediately began to assemble and turn around, and also chased the independent regiment again. 3 Mecha corps, a total of 704 mechas, maneuvered and charged in this canyon like playing a game of throwing handkerchiefs, which stunned everyone in the Western Theater Command. No, the Northern Empire Mecha Corps has stopped charging. They are waiting for the independent regiment in place. Quickly notify General Ji Xinghe. This order is actually a bit redundant, because the intelligence system of the independent regiment is already in real-time sharing with the headquarters. Ji Xinghe knew the actions of the number 1 corps at the first time, but he was much calmer than the people in the headquarters who were watching the battle. He seemed to be the one who had nothing to do with it. If someone could see Ji Xinghe's eyes at this time, they would be able to see his smiling eyes. The scare is almost enough, it's time to do it. Everyone, turn around. Ji Xinghe's voice rang in the ears of 103 Mecha warriors. The goal is to kill through the Southern Empire Mecha Corps, yes, facing the independent regiment that rushed towards them again and again. The Empire's number 2 Mecha Corps, located on the front line of the western theater of the Battle Scar Canyon, really wanted to get close to Ji Xinghe's ear and roar, "Enough!" But they didn't have this opportunity, and they didn't dare to really get close to Ji Xinghe. The civilians and slaves of the Empire were indeed not afraid of death. But this fearless mentality was relative to the imperial nobles. How could there be intelligent life that was really not afraid of death? The soldiers of the Federation were also afraid of death, but it depended on what the death was for. Compared with the humans who were willing to sacrifice themselves to defend their homes, the imperial guerrillas who knew very well that they were the invaders were really willing to sacrifice themselves in this war for their descendants? They knew very well that they were not for their descendants, but for the nobles who oppressed them, and the descendants of the nobles. The morale of the number 2 Imperial Corps had already fallen to the bottom when they turned around and retreated for the second time. The formation that had been dispersed before in order to run faster was dispersed again before it was assembled. And it was more dispersed than the last time. There were many civilian guerrillas who wanted to make achievements and become a new generation of nobles, but their number was not large, because the civilians of the Empire knew very well how difficult it was to become a noble through military exploits. The formation of these civilian guerrillas is the most complete. According to common sense, even if Ji Xinghe's independent regiment is not pretending to pursue this time, they should not choose them as targets, but choose those imperial mechas that are no different from being alone. But they overlooked one point, that is, Ji Xinghe's independent regiment has 100 mountain-cutting mechas and 4 ace-class mechas. How could such a corps, even if it wants to train soldiers, pick soft persimmons? As the distance between the two sides got closer and closer, Ji Xinghe's voice sounded in the team leader channel. "Qin Tong, you will command?" "Yes." After Qin Tong responded, he asked in the team leader channel, "The team composed of 67 Imperial mechas I marked should be the elite among them. I want to fight them first. As long as they are defeated, the remaining Imperial mechas are not a concern. Do you have anything to add?" The team leaders responded one after another. "No, we are targeting the elite." "Yes, otherwise why would we call it an independent regiment?" "Okay, then listen to my orders." After Qin Tong gave each team a specific combat mission, Ji Xinghe suddenly controlled his mecha to break, directly leaving the independent regiment's charge formation, and then stopped where he was. His voice was heard in the independent regiment's full member communication channel at the same time. "Fight with confidence, I'm behind you." When the voice fell, "Turn around." Ji Xinghe was alone, facing the 300 Imperial mechas that had already launched a charge. With his gun in hand and his armor in place. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439 I am Ji Xinghe's God. When Ji Xinghe turned around, everyone in the Western Theater Command Center stopped breathing completely. They stared with their eyes wide open, full of disbelief. including Liu Mian and Tang Qiao. In their hearts, a voice appeared at the same time, shouting, "Stop Ji Xinghe from going crazy." But they did not take any action, just roared in their hearts, "Shut up." The voice continued to shout, "No one can fight 300 alone. That is a battle of armor penetration, not a battle of armor removal. Even if it is a battle of armor removal, it is still 300 imperial guerrillas." Liu Mian and Tang Qiao both continued to roar in their hearts, "He is Ji Xinghe." Then the voice disappeared. Liu Mian, who belongs to the colonel staff of Ji Xinghe in terms of personnel relations, and Tang Qiao, who still showed superstition about Ji Xinghe's strength in front of Kent Weiss and other senior officials of the Battle Scar Canyon Command. Their thoughts at this time are still like this, struggling and hesitating like an angel and a demon quarreling, let alone the people of the Western Theater Command. "General Ji Xinghe, please retreat immediately. No, please follow your independent regiment immediately." The commander rushed to the side of the signalman, his mouth open to the microphone, and he shouted with saliva splashing. But Ji Xinghe, who must have heard his voice, did not respond. In the picture brought by the high-altitude high-definition reconnaissance satellite on the big screen, the Zhanshan he was driving was still in a state of horizontal gun and armor. Being on a high slope, Ji Xinghe's Zhanshan perspective was very good. Therefore, he appeared in the combat perspective of the command center. 300 imperial mechas had appeared at the end of his and people's sight. The dust they raised at full speed had reached the level of billowing smoke like wolf smoke, and the inaudible thumping sound shook the hearts of all those who could see it. "Where is Caitlin? Where is Caitlin?" the commander shouted angrily, completely forgetting that he had just spoken to Caitlin a few hours ago and confirmed Caitlin's request to undergo neural link technology adaptation transformation. With 1,200 sets of neural link technology driving kits already on the alien planet, Ji Xinghe can get 300 sets for his independent regiment, let alone Caitlin. He had already obtained modification kits other than 1,200 sets, and they were specially built for his mecha, but because the modification of the mecha takes time, if you want to use this technology, you need to implant a brain-computer interface, that is, body transformation, which takes time. So Caitlin has never chosen to use this new technology. He was able to kill the Duke of the Empire alone, and he didn't think it was necessary for him to use this method to improve his combat effectiveness in driving mechas. But because of Ji Xinghe's arrival, he saw the gap, or saw the room for improvement. Also because Ji Xinghe was in the Western Theater, he didn't need to stay on the front line to fight all the time, but he had to ensure that he had combat capabilities at any time, and he had enough time for transformation and adaptation training. So he chose to accept the transformation at this time. In the command center of the Western Theater, someone answered the commander's question. The commander who wanted Caitlin to persuade Ji Xinghe finally remembered the memory he didn't want to remember. So he could only grit his teeth. "Put Qin in my hands. No, put me in the communication channel for all members of the independent regiment." Liu Mian, who had been silent, stood up without any hesitation. "On behalf of the independent regiment, I reject your communication application." The communications soldier who was about to operate was stunned, and everyone in the command center looked at Liu Mian. Liu Mian stared at the commander without looking away, and his voice was calm, just like Ji Xinghe. "In addition, I need to remind you and the rest of you that our independent regiment is directly under the jurisdiction of the Nanshanmen General Headquarters. Only the General Command Center of the General Headquarters can issue orders to our independent regiment with the authorization of General Li Anbang." The commander glared at Liu Mian. "Colonel Liu Mian, I am not going to order your independent regiment, but to put forward opinions that are crucial to your independent regiment." Liu Mian was fearless. "Colonel Davis, I'm sorry, our independent regiment only accepts suggestions, not opinions. Judging from the rank, the two are no different." Davis took a deep breath to calm down. "Liu Mian, at this time, you still want to waste time arguing with me? Look carefully, they are about to rush to General Ji Xinghe. If you think it's an argument, then it is." Liu Mian's tone was still calm, "But I need to remind you that if the 4 lessons our corps commander has given you after coming to the Western Theater Command are not enough, then watch quietly. Perhaps this will become the 5th lesson our corps commander has given you." Davis finally calmed down, perhaps because he was persuaded by Liu Mian, or perhaps just because. Liu Mian stood up to help him bear the most serious responsibility. The Western Theater Command can choose not to provide combat support to the independent regiment, but the premise is that Ji Xinghe and Qin and other 9 ace mecha warriors will not sacrifice, and there will be no problem with their support. But if Ji Xinghe and Qin Tong and others are at risk of sacrifice, but they do not provide effective support under foreseeable circumstances, then the great responsibility can really bring serious consequences. Not to mention the galaxy-level and ace-level mecha warriors, just the rank of Major General of Ji Xinghe is enough to make them eat and eat. The fact that there was no general on the ground battlefield of the entire Western Theater Command was enough to illustrate this point. It was no wonder the Kent Weiss and the many generals of the Battle Scar Canyon Command were afraid of death. It was already 2088, and they were fighting on an alien planet. The mechanized troops had long been upgraded to electronic and informational AI troops. The change in the way of war meant that the generals did not need to go to the battlefield in person, which led to the fact that the sacrifice of generals was extremely rare. I hope your independent regiment will not become a cancerous regiment. Davis was a little indignant after all. He closed his mouth after saying a word and looked back at the large screen, showing comprehensive information. Liu Mian also looked at the large screen calmly. Tang Qiao, who had been silent, continued to be an invisible man. His identity was indeed a little embarrassing. From the perspective of personnel relations, he was indeed from the Western Theater Command. But after staying in the rear and in the sky for many years, many people in the Western Theater Command had only really seen him this time, or even just known him. From the perspective of authority, he is actually equivalent to Kentvis's imperial envoy. However, under normal communication conditions, the Western Theater Command can directly contact the Battle Scar Canyon Command located at Nanximen. Why does he need to take over Kentvis's orders? Report: 300 imperial mechas heading north are only 1 kilometer away from General Ji Xinghe. It is expected that. The report suddenly paused. The technicians with wide eyes suddenly saw from Ji Xinghe's perspective that this Hanshin driven by Ji Xinghe made a maneuver. The spear stretched straight to the east side of the mecha, and then the tip of the spear fell freely to create a shallow pit, and then drew a gully from east to west. In front of the gully, Ji Xinghe's mecha took a small step back with his right foot and a big step back with his left foot, and repeated this process until he came to the back of the high slope where he was. Retreat? No. Ji Xinghe's mecha stopped again, and stood with his feet separated in front and behind, and the spear in his hand also turned back to the position behind him. The tip of the gun fell to the ground again, creating a shallow pit behind Ji Xinghe, and then it stopped moving. This is using the gun to drag the ground, charging forward. Is Ji Xinghe going to charge? People looked at the 300 imperial mechas that were still charging, and the gully that was only more than 10 meters away from Ji Xinghe. Suddenly they understood what Ji Xinghe meant. When the imperial mechas reached the gully, it was time for him to charge. But, it's only more than 10 meters away, is it really enough? Seeing that Ji Xinghe was even crazier than before, Davis, who had just chosen to give up intervening in the command of this battle, looked back at Liu Mian again. Do I need to remind you that even if General Ji Xinghe can kill through the 300 imperial mechas, as long as the 300 imperial mechas ignore General Ji Xinghe and go straight to the main force of your independent regiment behind him, how many can General Ji Xinghe stop? Do you want to see your independent regiment being crippled with your own eyes? Liu Mian frowned. He was a little annoyed. It is difficult for staff officers who do not belong to the same command sequence to argue out an executable result in a short period of time, especially when none of the staff officers have a superior commander. Should I apply for the command of the Western Theater Command? Just when Liu Mian was about to say something harsh to end this meaningless debate, Tang Qiao finally lifted his stealth mode. Colonel Davis, you are not a mecha warrior, so you don't understand how terrifying it is to turn your back on General Ji Xinghe. And for the Imperial guerrillas, General Ji Xinghe himself is a great terror. Davis frowned and looked at Tang Qiao. I am not a mecha warrior, and neither are you. You are a staff officer, and I am the chief of staff. We are all in the command system. Tell me, if you were the commander of the Empire, would you give orders according to what I just said? If the term staff officer is not used, it will make a lot of noise. Davis was reminding Tang Qiao, you are just a staff officer, and I am the chief of staff of the Western Theater Command. At the same time, he was reminding Liu Mian in a roundabout way, the chief of staff of the independent regiment is Chen Sun, not Liu Mian, so don't take yourself too seriously. I can't. Tang Qiao's answer was beyond the expectations of everyone in the command center except Liu Mian. Was he lying? Tang Qiao, Davis frowned and said, I seriously doubt your professional level now. You, look, Tang Qiao suddenly laughed, looked back, Facts speak louder than words. When Davis looked back at the big screen, he saw a picture that surprised him. The 300 imperial mechas actually began to slow down, and they did not disperse their formations, but were more dense than before. Report: they stopped. The 300 imperial mechas stopped. They stopped at the line of defense drawn by General Ji Xinghe. The word line of defense made everyone in the command center feel extremely strange. They knew what a line of defense was too well. Before today, they had set up too many lines of defense in the Battle Scar Canyon. But they never thought that one day, a mecha would draw a gully on the ground with the tip of a spear, which could be called a line of defense. But no one corrected the wording, because everyone could clearly see that this line of defense blocked the 300 imperial mechas. And this force was what more than 400 federal mechas needed to use their lives to block at the defense line of the 1829 outpost. From the perspective of the reconnaissance satellite, this gully is so shallow that it seems to be non-existent. From the perspective of Ji Xinghe's mecha, this gully is relatively clearer, but what does it count as? It's just a gully that humans can step over with a foot. Even children can do it, but 300 imperial mechas can't. How is this possible? People were shocked and puzzled, but they were not excited at all, and there was no urge to cheer. Because at this time Ji Xinghe was too close to the 300 imperial mechas in dense formation, only more than 10 meters away, and he could be directly submerged by the imperial mechas at any time. But even so, Ji Xinghe still maintained the posture of dragging his gun on the ground and charging. Is he really not afraid? He is only driving a mountain-cutting mecha, not a general armor, nor a star and moon. This is not Ji Xinghe's challenge. Why? Davis looked back again and asked Tang Qiao, completely forgetting that he had just said in public that he doubted Tang Qiao's professional level. Tang Qiao spread his hands. I'm just a staff officer who talks on paper. You ask me, who should I ask? Bullshit. Davis was too lazy to talk nonsense with Tang Qiao, and turned his head to look at Liu Mian. Why? Liu Mian made the same hand-spreading gesture as Tang Qiao. Chief of Staff, I'm just a staff officer. Maybe you can ask Chief of Staff Chen soon. Davis was angry. What time is it? You are still doing this kind of thing. Do you have any sense of responsibility? Liu Mian raised his eyebrows and exhaled. What time is it? You still don't believe in my corps commander? Did you listen to the class seriously? Davis was speechless, and he didn't dare to say it, because this already involved the issue of the ownership of the command of the Western Theater Command. If one doesn't say it well, he, the Chief of Staff, will become a staff officer and lose the function of the commander. In fact, it's not greed for power. The more capable a person is, the more confident he is. And confidence often means that he will not easily believe in the judgment of others. The importance of the Western Theater is beyond doubt, and he is not at ease to leave it to other people. This is also one of the reasons why Ji Xinghe ignored the command of the headquarters, and Liu Mian directly rejected the opinion of the strict commander. In terms of self-confidence, the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, composed of a large number of recruits, is not inferior to any combat unit of the Federation. From this point of view, their independent regiment is indeed more like a cancerous regiment. No one in the headquarters is pointing fingers anymore, but according to the changes in the battle situation, corresponding orders are issued to the troops responsible for supporting the independent regiment. There is nothing much to say, because it is difficult for the supporting troops to participate in this battle in a short time. The key is to see the battle of the independent regiment. When Ji Xinghe inexplicably defended 300 imperial mechas by himself, the battle of the independent regiment had really begun. Under the leadership of Qin Tong and others, the independent regiment, divided into 10 teams, destroyed more than 50 imperial mechas with a momentum of overwhelming death. Although they fought against the elite of the empire, were they not the elite of the Federation? With Ji Xinghe behind them, the new recruits, who were already strong-willed, did not feel nervous at all. After they were unstoppable, they did not pursue the remaining imperial mecha soldiers whose number was still more than twice theirs. Instead, they turned around and formed a formation, facing Ji Xinghe's back. This was also the reason why Yan'an ordered the No. 1 Imperial Mecha Corps to stop. Before Davis, it saw that the No. 2 Imperial Mecha Corps could not stop Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. The No. 1 Corps, which charged past Ji Xinghe, would inevitably encounter a frontal charge from the independent regiment. With Ji Xinghe behind the No. 1 Corps, how could they fight? It was even more impossible to strangle Ji Xinghe. The independent regiment, which had already demonstrated its strong combat effectiveness, posed a greater threat to the number 1 Corps than Ji Xinghe. It's really strong. Yinan sighed and looked at Ada Kang, who was standing in front of it. General. The general saw with his own eyes that 600 mechas were defeated by the independent regiment with only 104 mechas, and more than 50 mechas were defeated with a complete victory, and more than 200 mechas had been scattered. He actually laughed. It asked, "You said, after we ate up Ji Xinghe's expanded Xing team, can the Federation still build 100 Marcus-level mechas?" "It should be possible," Yinan replied, "but the Federation will never concentrate so many Marcus-level mechas in one team again. They will fight us like before, and we will regain the advantage of mecha warfare." Ada Kang listened to Yinan's words and suddenly ordered, "Retreat." Yes, Yinan gave the order without any hesitation, and the more than 300 Imperial mechas, which were only more than 10 meters away from Ji Xinghe, began to retreat. It was as if they were really afraid of Ji Xinghe's charge alone. They didn't even dare to turn their backs to Ji Xinghe, and chose to retreat facing Ji Xinghe. This scene shocked the people in the Western Theater Command, to the point that they forgot to cheer. They didn't understand why. Ada Kang asked, "Do you know why we have to retreat?" Yinan replied, "When I was learning the federal language, I remember a dragon language. The higher you stand, the worse you fall. Does the general want to praise them higher and then push them into the abyss?" Ada Kang laughed and said softly, "That's what I mean, but compared to the dragon language you said, I prefer another dragon language. God wants them to die, and he must first make them crazy. In the myths and legends of the Federation, it was God who created everything, and God's omnipotence is the highest belief. I will let Ji Xinghe understand that I am his God." The general is wise, Yinan flattered, but he didn't agree with Ada Kang's words in his heart. It was not to question Ada Kang's ability, but because of another point. God is not a belief of the dragon people in the Federation Dragon Continent. Chapter 440, Achieve the Best in One Go. After the Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps arrived at the Western Theater, the first direct battle it encountered was beyond everyone's expectations, whether it was the cause, process or result, including Ji Xinghe himself. Retreat? Ji Xinghe, who seemed to be ready to charge, was actually preparing to retreat. He was also shocked when he saw that the 300 Imperial mechas that were confronting him more than 10 meters away from him actually began to retreat in the face of him. No way, they don't really think that I can fight 300 of them alone, right? Even if he had the 103 mechas of the Independent Corps behind him, Ji Xinghe didn't think the Imperial Mecha Corps had any reason to retreat. If a fight really broke out, at least 10 people from the Independent Corps would die today. So he was really ready to retreat. To be more precise, he took his Independent Corps to fight against more than 500 Imperial mechas. But his shock and confusion did not last too long, and could even be described as fleeting. "Ada Kang, you are here." Ji Xinghe, who understood this, suddenly became happy, because Ada Kang's arrival at the Battle Scar Canyon meant that he once again possessed the immortal body. "Wherever I go, you follow me with the order to capture me alive. If you are not sure of catching me alive, you dare not let me fight to the death. You are really my loyal dog." A cold light flashed in his eyes. When the 300 Imperial mechas that he blocked alone retreated to a certain distance, and all turned around and began to retreat at full speed in the direction of the 1840th outpost, Ji Xinghe spoke indifferently. "Kill." With an order, the independent regiment clustered 1.5 kilometers behind him was directly divided into 10 teams, and directly dispersed to chase more than 200 Imperial mechas that also began to retreat. This was because of Qin Tuang's supplementary order. Ji Xinghe could only say the word kill, but he and other team leaders could not be impulsive. They had to judge the situation and make more accurate judgments. If they really chased after the 300 Imperial mechas, it was still unclear whether they could win the fight head-on, as more than 200 scattered Imperial mechas would inevitably appear behind them. Once they were caught in a pincer attack, they could only fight their way out. So, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. The independent regiment, which had only 104 mechas, was extremely bold to split into 10 teams and began to chase and kill frantically when facing more than 500 Imperial mechas. However, the more than 500 Imperial mechas had no intention of gathering for a fight, and retreated without looking back as if they were scared out of their wits. When the battle stopped, 143 Imperial mechas were left on the battlefield that stretched to 5 kilometers. If you really count them, the results of the battle are not exaggerated. After all, the joint night attack of Ji Xinghe and Kai Dilan destroyed 54 Imperial mechas in the enemy-occupied area. The independent regiment was not fighting in the enemy-occupied area, and it also had 100 mountain-cutting mechas, 4 ace mechas, 9 ace mecha warriors, and 1 galaxy-class mecha warrior. Only then did they destroy 143 mechas. Even if they won all the battles, it wouldn't be an exaggeration, right? But everyone who could see the whole process of this battle thought that the exaggeration of this battle was comparable to Ji Xinghe's challenge in the Battle of Vulture Mountain. The protagonists are the same, but they are very different. 100 mountain chopping machines, plus Lao Ji, can achieve this level. In base number 5, Wang Wei looked at Han Li with eager eyes and said expectantly, "I'll give you 200 mountain chopping machines. Can you do it?" Han Li, who was still hesitating whether to challenge the gorilla to duel, looked at Wang Wei as if he was looking at an idiot. "Do you know how big the gap is between me and Lao Ji? We are all human beings. How big can the gap be?" After Wang Wei refuted, he said seriously, "Although Lao Ji has always been a little perverted, you are also known as a little pervert. Besides, Lao Ji only has 100 mountain chopping machines. I give you 200. Isn't it enough to make up for the gap between you and Lao Ji?" Han Li was a little embarrassed when he said this. "In fact, the gap between me and Lao Ji is not as big as 100 Zanshan." Wang Wei's eyes were ecstatic. "Does that mean you can do it?" "No," Han Li denied decisively, and then explained when the light in Wang Wei's eyes gradually faded. "Qin Tong and the others are very strong. Even if you can give me 100 more Zanshan, you can't give me a galaxy squad. Moreover, the new recruits of the independent regiment are actually very strong. It's not that easy to gather so many masters again." Wang Wei suddenly got angry. "Yes, I can't give you 9 ace mecha warriors, and there are few mecha warriors who are about to become ace, but there are more than 100 people from the independent regiment in the base. Didn't you say they are very strong? I'll give them all to you." "That's not how it's calculated." Han Li continued to shake his head. "Their strength can only be demonstrated by following Lao Ji. This is the biggest gap between me and Lao Ji. If it were me at that time, to be honest, I would not have the courage to stop the 300 imperial mechas alone. This means that the new recruits of the independent regiment cannot fight with all their strength, and they cannot have obvious growth because of this battle." "Alice," Wang Wei suddenly sighed and said, "then it will be difficult to fight. I just received news that the Empire has mobilized a large-scale force, and the target is likely to be our base." Han Li's eyes suddenly became confident. "Although it is difficult to fight, it is really possible. We have 200 Zanshan and more than 1,000 mechas, which are stronger than the last time, but you said it yourself, you are not Lao Ji." Wang Wei said helplessly, "Lao Ji should come back to support. If this is done, his wish cannot be fulfilled, the wish to bring those heroes home." Han Li was silent. Even if the independent regiment has the peace, it can be transferred from the Battle Scar Canyon to base number 5 at any time, and can also go back at any time. But it is not so easy to come and go on the battlefield. After all, battles like the one at Vulture Mountain are rare, and they require opportunities such as the right time, right place, and right people. Most real wars are like the one at B-72 Highland, which can't be ended for a month or two. Ji Xinghe and Han Li both fought at B-72 Highland for a month or two at that time, and they couldn't get away at all. "I can do it." Han Li's tone became firm. Lao Ji left more than 100 people from the independent regiment and 200 almost completed Zanshan aircraft to defend base number 5. "He asked me to come, which means he believes I can defend it, and I will definitely defend it." Wang Wei nodded, his eyes and tone became firm. "We can do it. Nanshim in Battle Scar Canyon War Zone Command. Gather superior forces and turn the superior forces of the Empire into inferior forces." To use an idiom from Long Zhao to explain, it is Jian Ji's horse racing, Kentui said excitedly. Ji Xinghe's independent regiment has proved that this idea is feasible. Therefore, we must form our own independent regiment as soon as possible, using the mountain-cutting mecha as the standard to create a mecha corps with at least 300 mecha warriors. A staff officer raised a question, "But we don't have Ji Xinghe." "If there is no Ji Xinghe, then use Caitlin and Harris. When the time comes, transfer Harris back. Ji Xinghe should not refuse my request. With Harris's experience in the independent regiment, they can do the same as Ji Xinghe," Kentui answered confidently. He held a meeting with some other people before holding this meeting. Another staff officer raised a question. "We don't actually need to use the Zanshan-type mecha. We only need a Zanshan-level mecha. The Academy of Sciences actually has several mecha design plans of the same level. Overall, they all have advantages over the Zanshin type. That's true in theory, Canvas asked, but do you know why Ji Xinghe's independent regiment chose Zanshin as the standard mecha model when they had the same authority to use those design plans? I know that. A staff officer called up some screen information when answering and displayed it in the conference room. The real Zanshin, the one that General Ji Xinghe piloted to capture the Imperial Duke Bilrosi, has been incorporated into the combat sequence of base number 5. The Zanshin type mech is currently used by the Independent Regiment, or the Zanshin type mech is used since the B-72 Highland period. All use the design of the general armor. There is no need to say much about the comprehensive performance of the general armor. The key point is that the predecessor of the general armor was modified from the Duke-class Imperial mecha seized by General Ji Xinghe, that is, the original Lone Brave mecha. This means that if the Independent Regiment's Zanshin type mecha is damaged, they can completely obtain some of the parts they need from the Imperial mecha for repair. Well said, Canvas nodded. Our resources are not unlimited. The current situation is that not only do I want to build another independent regiment, Tuyuan also wants to build it, and other theater commands also want to build it. When everyone wants to build it, Zanshin becomes the best choice. There were no more problems with a meeting at this point, and all that remained was execution. Canvas, who was full of confidence, didn't know that there were several other theater commanders like him who didn't know that the miracle they witnessed was actually mixed with a lot of water. And they all wanted to build another independent regiment, which was exactly what Ada Kang wanted. Canvas was wrong. Tuyuan didn't want to build a second independent regiment. In the ape space battleship, Tuyuan, who had just held a combat meeting because of the signs of the Empire's troop mobilization, heard the proposal to build another independent regiment, and knew that several other theater commanders had made such an application, including the God Mountain Theater where Li Yuanba was located. We don't need it, Tuyuan refused directly. When the people in the conference room heard this, they couldn't help but glance at the table in front of Tuyuan. From their point of view, they were looking at the leg that Tuyuan placed under the table. To be more precise, it was the broken leg. It's like this, and you still don't need it? You don't really think that Ji Xinghe will return to our theater, right? Noticing the looks of the crowd, Tuyuan felt helpless. He had lost face recently and had to bear a huge blame. The two were so big that his subordinates began to doubt him. What I mean is that we don't need such elite troops tactics. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and someone asked, General, but isn't this the tactic you have always advocated? General Ji Xinghe's independent regiment can take shape, and it is inseparable from your previous support. The first person in the Federation to propose this elite troops tactic was not Tuyuan. Over the past 20 years, countless tactical ideas have been born. But the only person who has reached Tuyuan's level and has always insisted on this tactical idea is Tuyuan. Ji Xinghe, who has realized this tactic, has not yet reached Tuyuan's level, although he broke Tuyuan's leg in public and nothing happened, but he is about to be promoted to Lieutenant General. I insist that the elite troops tactics are effective, especially the elite troops tactics of mecha warriors, Tuyuan explained. But the premise is that we can only form 1 or 2 independent regiments of elite mecha troops. Once we invest a lot of resources in this tactical thinking, we will no longer have the chance to lose. The current situation is that Ji Xinghe already has an independent regiment, and they also want to form an independent regiment. If I give it a try, everyone present understood. Someone asked anxiously, then we should remind them. Remind? Tuyuan suddenly laughed. Do you really think they are all dumber than me? Even if Canvas is indeed dumber than me, the people around him are no worse than you, so they actually know it very well. General, why do they still do this? Because they are jealous of the combat effectiveness of the independent regiment. Of course, it is biased to say this. Their goal is to win. Tuyuan paused, but in essence, it is like this. They are jealous of Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. And they know very well that the current Ji Xinghe will not belong to anyone. Someone was surprised and said, even the marshal can do it? General Ji Xinghe has always had a good attitude towards the marshal. Also, the marshal can stop their plan to build more independent regiments. The current marshal can certainly do it, but the next marshal, no, it should be said that the commander-in-chief of the alien war zone, really can't do it. If he can do it, he will never pass the plan to build 5 more independent regiments. Upon hearing this, the conference room fell silent again. Li Abang is about to step down, which means he will start handing over authority soon, and he is completely powerless to stop the plan to create 5 more independent regiments. Tu Yuan has basically lost the opportunity to take over the position of marshal because of the fact that Ji Xinghe broke his leg, as well as other related matters. Kentwise has the best chance, but he can't stop this plan because he is one of the 5 people who applied. In order to take over the position of commander-in-chief more safely, he will even make a promise to the other 4 people who have the authority to apply. Who can make such an application is not extremely powerful. In this case, does Tu Yuan really need to give the Federation a chance to lose? Battle Scar Canyon, Imperial Command. Yinan, General, Ada Kang asked with a smile on his face, do you think the Federation will build more Ji Xinghe Mecha as I expected? Yinan shook his head and said, I'm not sure, but I think the Federation will at least want to build 2 more Ji Xinghe Mecha. 2, that's a bit too few, Ada Kang said with expectation. I hope they can build 6 more such core. They have so many resources, and they only have so many resources. Yinan also laughed. If so, it would be great. When the Federation uses all their only high-quality resources to build such mecha core, we can concentrate our superior forces to annihilate them. After that, the Federation will no longer have superior forces in mecha warfare, and they will no longer be able to stop us in ground combat. It is equivalent to, we can achieve success in one battle. Achieve success in one battle, that's a good thing. Ada Kang nodded with satisfaction, and asked, then you say, in order to let them do this, should we let Ji Xinghe climb higher? Yinan lowered his head, it all depends on the general's orders, ha ha ha. Chapter 441, it is impolite not to reciprocate. With a great harvest, the main force of the Western Theater, which finally received support, felt a sense of joy at the harvest. The last night raid by Ji Xinghe actually did not bring much to the Western Theater, because the 54 imperial mechas destroyed could not be captured at all. In terms of the Empire's military strength and war resources being stronger than the Federation, and the civilians who died in those mechas, the actual loss of the night raid to the Empire can be described as insignificant. Of course, the loss in morale must be significant, but this loss is difficult to quantify. This battle, the first formal battle after the semi-formed independent regiment, was a great harvest for the Western Theater. The capture of 143 Imperial mechas was enough to give the Western Theater at least 90 more mechas, and this was because the new recruits of the independent regiment found it difficult to control their own damage when they killed. If all these mechas were destroyed by Qin Tong and others, they could all be repaired. Should we give 40% to General Ji Xinghe? The people in the logistics department of the Western Theater Command were happy, but also a little regretful, because not all the spoils belonged to them. So what if it's 40%? Don't forget, it's 40% of the recycling value, the rest are all ours. And only the destroyers led by General Ji Xinghe, Colonel Qin Tong and 9 others count towards this 40%. The destroyers led by others don't count, they're all ours. If it can always be like this, I would rather give General Ji Xinghe 50%, no, 60% will be fine, that's true. However, General Ji Xinghe's independent regiment is said to already have 300 Zhanshans, so what do they need these resources for? Will the Zhanshans break down? Don't they need to be repaired if they break down? Don't they need resources to repair them? And there's the Pinguin, I heard that it only has basic flight functions left. If we want to restore the true power of the space battleship, even more resources are needed, yes, and there's the Pinguin, that thing requires far more resources to repair than a mecha. The logistics personnel of the Western Theater Command noticed another problem while collecting the spoils and calculating military merits. Lieutenant Colonel Zhang Yun and the others were only a few or a dozen gold stars away from being promoted to aces. How come they didn't gain any gold stars this time? I watched the battle video. They were all protecting the new recruits of the independent regiment, and Colonel Qin Tong and the others didn't destroy many mechas. What new recruits? There's a guy I know among them who joined the army earlier than me, but to General Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, they are new recruits. Don't forget, in the past, one had to be at least a first-level mecha warrior to apply to join the Xinghe team. It is said that special-grade soldiers like Colonel Qin Tong and Colonel Harris almost failed to get in. Now that you mention it, they can indeed be considered new recruits. But they should grow up quickly. It's really enviable that they can fight under pressure without any scruples and with all their might, then apply to join the independent regiment too. I'm not a mecha warrior, neural link driving technology. If your synchronization rate is high enough, you can do it. You can't do it. I heard that the first selection criterion is to be like Colonel Sichuan Ian. I really can't do it. I really envy them. Yeah, I envy them too. While people envy the new recruits of the independent regiment, the new recruits are being scolded. Jiang Yun has been scolding for half an hour, and before Jiang Yun, Chu Feng and others also took turns scolding for half an hour. Fortunately, among the 9 people including Qin Tong, only Sichuanian came to find a sense of existence. Otherwise, the ears of the new recruits will really be calloused. You can solve the problem with 1 strike, but you insist on using 2 strikes. 2 strikes have already killed the gorilla, but you still insist on finishing it off. What? Don't you know that you have already killed the gorilla? If you don't know that, why are you fighting? If your mecha is destroyed by the imperial mecha while you are wasting time finishing it off, will you die with your eyes closed? If your teammates are destroyed because of no support while you are wasting time, will you regret it? I've told you many times that finishing off the enemy should be done at the end of the battle. You are all mecha warriors. When your mecha is damaged to a certain extent, you can no longer fight and will no longer pose a threat. Can't you understand? Meaningless finishing off the enemy and wanton destruction of imperial mechas are the biggest waste of Federation resources. Many of you didn't have mechas before, and now that you have mechas, have you forgotten those brothers who don't have mechas? Or do you want to watch them holding rifles and fighting imperial mechas? Wang Kang, come on, tell me, why did you launch the 4 micro-missiles on your mecha into the cockpit of the destroyed imperial mecha? Do you know how much one of these things costs? You spent 600,000 to kill a dead gorilla. Do you fucking think you are a rich second generation like Colonel Jackson? Sorry, Lieutenant Colonel Jiang Yun, I really am a rich second generation, and my father ranks 3 places higher than Jackson's father on the federal rich list. Of course, Wang Kang didn't dare to say such words, he didn't want to be kicked out of the independent regiment. I say it again, if necessary, all the firepower on the mecha can be fired. But if it is not necessary, it is best not to use firepower weapons for mechas with limited ammunition. As for when it is necessary and when it is not necessary, you can stay in the independent regiment if you understand it, just scolding is definitely not enough. As a real veteran, Jiang Yun and his team can be regarded as a good doctor after a long illness. In terms of training, they are much better than Ji Xinghe, who is a wild way. Ji Xinghe's real strength lies in his combat awareness and his ability to impart combat awareness. After the battlefield was cleaned up, the independent regiment returned to Outpost 1837 with the support of the Western Theater. But they just passed by. They finally stopped at Outpost 1838 and began to rebuild the defense line. The empty defense line of Outpost 1839 naturally became a buffer zone and combat area for both sides. The recruits of the independent regiment, who had been scolded all the way, began to accept Ji Xinghe's combat guidance when the imperial troops at Outpost 1840 showed no signs of movement. Although it was not Ji Xinghe's 5th class, it became an open class. Just like returning to the training area of base number 5. When Ji Xinghe was an instructor, his favorite teaching method was to beat all the students and then review their mistakes and battle in public. Although in the case of armor penetration, Ji Xinghe could not beat all the recruits as before, mainly because he was afraid of damaging the mecha. But the battle that can be used for review has been provided by the Empire. At the beginning of Ji Xinghe's teaching time, Qin Tong and others gathered together. Old Chen, has the Empire really dispatched troops to attack base number 5? Yes, I just received the news. Does Lao Ji know? Yes, but he didn't say anything. Don't worry. It will take at least 7 days for the Empire to reach the combat zone of base number 5. 7 days. I don't know if we can defeat the Empire's troops in 1840. They have been increasing their troops, and now their troops are close to 150,000. So many? If we can defeat them, can we advance straight in? No. Chen soon shook his head and said, intelligence shows that they have also deployed heavy troops at the defense lines of outposts 1842 and 1844. We can advance straight in only if we defeat these 3. What about 3 lines of defense? Sichuanian reminded, have you forgotten that Lao Ji's new general armor can be built in 4 days at the latest? When it is delivered, Lao Ji will kill gods and Buddhas. New general armor. Hearing this name, everyone's eyes brightened a little. Ji Xinghe, who was driving this Hanshin, was no match for Ji Xinghe, who was driving the general armor, not to mention the new general armor. Yes, if Lao Ji was driving the new general armor today, I think Lao Ji might really charge at the 300 imperial mechas, and he would charge alone. What's possible? It must be. In that case, these new recruits still have to train harder, otherwise, They really can't keep up with Lao Ji by then. More fierce? Are you really not afraid of training them badly? If they were so easily trained badly, how could they have passed the first round of selection? Ha ha ha! Sichuan suddenly laughed out loud. They are all like me. Lao Ji trained me like this every day, but he didn't train me badly. How could they be trained badly? The discussion ended instantly. But Qin Tong and others were not idle either. Ji Xinghe's courses were recorded, so many mecha warriors who were not on dependent regiments did not need to watch them in real time. Some of them were smart and went directly to Qin Tong and others for advice. Qin Tong and others were not stingy. This was not because of Ji Xinghe's influence, but because everyone was human and came to the alien planet for a common purpose. Just like Ji Xinghe was willing to teach Caitlin, the reason was not what Sichuan had said before about developing into one of their own. As long as they can kill gorillas and are willing to kill gorillas, they are all one of their own. Disputes such as how to kill and when to kill will not affect Ji Xinghe, Qin Tong and others. They all hope that all the mecha warriors of the Federation will become stronger and make their own efforts for it. When the battle Scar Canyon entered the darkness again, the Federal soldiers who arrived at outpost number 1838 today did not rest. Because the battle started as expected. Relying on their stronger cold resistance than humans, the Empire's guerrillas launched a tentative and harassing attack on the defense line of outpost number 1838. Although it was a tentative harassment, the Empire sent a lot of troops. Under the cover of firepower, tens of thousands of Imperial troops coordinated with various war weapons including mechas, crossed the number 1839 outpost and appeared within the attack range of the number 1838 outpost defense line. This means that the number 1838 outpost is also within their attack range. The independent regiment was dispatched without any surprises. Under the leadership of Ji Xinghe, they were unstoppable on the battlefield, and they could be described as killing wherever they went. However, casualties of conventional troops were inevitable, and the mecha warriors in the Western Theater also suffered casualties. They did not have mountain-cutting mechas, and it was difficult for them to integrate into the formation of the independent regiment. In addition, the number of mechas sent by the Empire was large, and they advanced from multiple positions and directions at the same time. The independent regiment could not stop all the Imperial mechas. The alien night with extremely low temperature and poor visibility was not suitable for Federal soldiers to fight, but they had to fight. This had nothing to do with whether Ji Xinghe came to the Western Theater. The Empire always had to launch an attack. After a night, when the sky became bright again, the Empire's attack finally stopped. Before the post-war statistical report was officially released, Ji Xinghe's voice was heard in the independent regiment's all-member communication channel. Are you tired? Are you sleepy? Not tired, not sleepy. The voices that answered were very uniform and very loud. It was normal for them not to sleep all night, and the battle this night was not like the one during Ji Xinghe's challenge, where they were in a high-intensity combat state all the time. During the period, when they had to replace the nuclear fuel cell and oxygen supply device, they would use the only time to rest. We have an old saying in Longzhou. Ji Xinghe's tone was unusually high-spirited. He said, "It is impolite not to reciprocate." Everyone in the independent regiment understood, and they all became excited, and the fighting spirit boiled in an instant. Ji Xinghe couldn't see the expressions and eyes of others at this time, but he could determine their current state through the changes in their heart rates. I'll give you an hour to rest and check your respective mechas. After an hour, I'll take you to return a big gift to them. Yes, P.S. An extra chapter for the Silver Alliance, 5/66, rewarded by the 9 bosses Chunayanjian. Please give me monthly tickets, subscriptions, recommendation tickets, and all kinds of requests. It's the 23rd, and I still need 322 tickets to make 1,000 for this month's monthly tickets. Bosses, please help me to make it an even number. I have updated 230,000 words this month. Is it considered hard work? Chapter 442 Big Appetite. When Ji Xinghe led the independent regiment to rush to the number 1840 outpost, a large number of Imperial mechas rushed to their artillery positions with great experience. According to the Empire's understanding of Ji Xinghe will inevitably give priority to breaking the anti-missile weapon system on their artillery positions, and then the Federal artillery forces will implement a covering fire strike. This is also the best way of fighting that both the Federation and the Empire will choose in normalized wars. In an era where firepower is king, there is really no need to let conventional forces fight hand to hand. But this time, They miscalculated. The independent regiment, which seemed to be targeting the Imperial artillery position, turned without hesitation when it was about to encounter the Imperial mecha formation that came to intercept. It looks like it wants to avoid the Imperial mecha that came to intercept and continue to detour to the Imperial artillery position. This is a very bad choice. Once entangled by the Imperial mecha responsible for interception, those Imperial mechas that have already supported the Imperial artillery position will be able to form a pincer attack on the independent regiment. Unlike the previous 600 Imperial mechas that flanked the independent regiment, Outpost number 1840 had thousands of mechas, as well as more ferocious firepower support, and a large number of conventional troops using various weapons to support. Being flanked in this situation, the independent regiment could really become a cancerous group. The people at the Western Theater Command became nervous again. As before, they were unable to stop the independent regiment's actions. They could only watch and try their best to provide fire cover as support. Seeing the independent regiment rushing left and right on the Imperial position with amazing power, the tension at the Western Theater Command became more and more intense, because the Imperial mecha formation responsible for intercepting the independent regiment was getting closer and closer to the independent regiment. From the perspective brought by the high-altitude reconnaissance satellite, a large number of Imperial mechas in the Imperial artillery position also showed signs of coming to flanking. Still not retreating? How can we retreat before the ceremony is over? A huge chessboard appeared in Ji Xinghe's mind again. This was the largest chessboard he had seen so far. With the help of the God's perspective provided by the Federation, his experience, and his mysterious ability of the cicada knows the autumn wind before it moves, he found a route that would allow him to return the favor successfully among the countless grids crisscrossing on this chessboard. Everyone, follow me closely. Ji Xinghe rushed to the front of the independent regiment, followed closely by the independent regiment. Qin Tong, Harris, the blind man, and the crippled man, who were driving the ace mecha, did not appear behind him, but charged from the side of the independent regiment. The formation of 104 mechas was extremely tight, and people could not help but worry that someone would accidentally slow down and be hit by the mecha of their teammates. But they did not collide, and were able to follow closely behind Ji Xinghe. At this time, Ji Xinghe did not need to slow down to cooperate with the formation of the independent regiment. Because the mechas of the independent regiment were all the same mountain-cutting type as his, and there was no difference in performance. Although the operating levels of different mecha warriors are different, which will lead to differences in the maximum speed of mechas, the independent regiment in the enemy camp cannot charge at full speed, and they do not need to charge at full speed. Those Imperial troops blocking them will be crushed by them without any hesitation. There are enemies everywhere, so there is no need to worry. On the contrary, the Imperial mechas that intercept them will be stopped by the regular Imperial forces. The distance between the two sides is very close, but it seems like there is a natural chasm that can never be crossed. It's supplies. Ji Xinghe's target is our supplies. A panicked voice suddenly sounded from the Imperial command post at the 1840 outpost. They finally determined the combat target of the independent regiment. Hurry up and let the mechas on the artillery position intercept Ji Xinghe. Hurry up. When the order was issued, the Imperial mechas on the artillery position that had been ready to charge for a long time finally began to charge. The Imperial mechas chasing behind the independent regiment also began to speed up. They no longer cared about the conventional troops in front of them, as well as the defensive weapon systems such as platform and bunker. In the case of full-speed collision, the killing efficiency they caused to their own apes was not much worse than that of the independent regiment. But when they finally caught up with the independent regiment had already begun to destroy the logistics warehouses on the Imperial position. 100 mountain-cutting mechas with a standard weight of more than 5 tons, the posture of cluster charging was extremely lethal, not to mention that they all had characteristic-level melee weapons. Fire, go all out, fire, the voices of Qin Tong and other team leaders sounded in the independent communication channels of each team of the independent regiment. Including Zhang Yun and others who had asked the people of the independent regiment to save mecha ammunition before, they also shouted at this time, as if they had completely forgotten the previous scolding. At this time, there is no need to save ammunition. All the consumed ammunition can bring value for money reports to the Federation. Not only can more ammunition be saved, but also a large number of casualties can be reduced. The speed of the independent regiment, which was destroying crazily, did not slow down much, because their destruction targets were very clear. Ammunition was the least important, and food and drinking water were slightly more important. The main destruction target was the oxygen supply facilities in the logistics warehouse. Without ammunition, they could still fight, and without food, it was not a big problem. Whether it was the Empire or the Federation, all soldiers would carry emergency dry food with them, that is, various high-energy compressed biscuits and other foods. Even if the drinking water was destroyed, they would not die if they did not drink water for a day or two, especially the gorillas with physical fitness higher than humans. But oxygen was different. Without oxygen, the Empire gorillas, whose average oxygen consumption was higher than that of humans, would die quickly and in despair. How much oxygen would nearly 150,000 gorillas need in 1 hour, not to mention 1 day? This question did not need to be calculated, and all people and gorillas did not need to understand it. When the independent regiment passed through the location of the logistics warehouse from the Empire position of Outpost 1840, the firepower that was pouring down on the independent regiment on the entire Outpost 1840 defense line actually came to a clear stagnation. The regular troops who were charging suddenly stopped, and their eyes shifted from the backs of the independent regiment to their storage location, and their eyes gradually became desperate. Including the imperial mechas, they actually didn't need to despair, because the mechas could carry a lot of oxygen. If they were not in combat mode, they didn't need to worry about dying from lack of oxygen even for a week. Such a long time was enough for them to wait for new logistical supplies, or directly retreat to the second line of defense behind them. However, the problem was that the independent regiment that rushed to their position and destroyed their important logistical supplies had passed through their position without leaving a single mecha. Chase? Can't catch up. Defend? Can't defend. They will come again, they will definitely come again, as long as the logistical supplies are in place, they will definitely come again. They paid a lot of sacrifices in the harassment battle all night last night, and successfully disrupted the deployment of the federal troops at Outpost 1838, which can be regarded as meritorious without fault. But only the third hour after dawn, Ji Xinghe brought his independent regiment and gave them a big gift. It was so big that the lives of nearly 150,000 imperial troops could not bear it. Chase Ji Xinghe until he retreats. The new combat order was issued from the Battle Scar Canyon Empire headquarters. More than 1,000 imperial mechas on the defense line of outpost number 1840 began to chase with their morale at the bottom. They really couldn't catch up with the independent regiment. Those noble mechas that could catch up with the independent regiment didn't dare to leave the main force to chase. The farther they chased, the farther they could only watch the dust raised by the independent regiment rolling northward like smoke. To the north, not to the west. The imperial mechas that were chasing finally understood the command of the headquarters until this time. Ji Xinghe, who had destroyed their logistics warehouses with the independent regiment, had no intention of returning victoriously. Instead, he had to continue to wait for an opportunity with the independent regiment at the edge of the defense line of outpost number 1840. Their target may be the artillery position of outpost 1840. After the logistics warehouse was destroyed, the oxygen carried by each guerrilla was only enough for them to use for an average of 3 hours. After 3 hours, will all the guerrillas die? No, it will not take 3 hours. When they see their oxygen supply device with their own eyes and the warning line prompt appears, there will definitely be guerrillas who will go crazy on the spot and want to get more oxygen at all costs. And this chaos will only intensify if oxygen cannot be guaranteed. After 2.5 hours, it is very likely that only 1 in 10 of the Imperial forces at Outpost 1840 will survive. Ji Xinghe, who knows this well? How could he not want to destroy the Imperial artillery position on the defense line of Outpost 1840? Not only that, Ji Xinghe, who is unwilling to lead the independent regiment to leave, was obviously preparing to intercept the Imperial reinforcements, especially the oxygen and other supplies transported by the reinforcements. Keep chasing, even if you can't catch up, entangle Ji Xinghe, and never let him turn back. Yinan's command was a little angry. Although Ada Kang explained that he would give some credit to Ji Xinghe, so that Ji Xinghe could rise rapidly and guide the Federation to create more independent regiments. But it did not think of giving such credit to Ji Xinghe. It would be enough to deploy several lines of defense with heavy troops, retreat after a fight, and give Ji Xinghe 10 lines of defense, 100 lines of defense, and give most of the occupied areas to Ji Xinghe, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it satisfy Ji Xinghe? 150,000 troops, You actually want to eat up my 150,000 troops directly. Not only that, with this kind of combat method, the first line of defense can't stop it, and the second and third lines of defense can't stop it either. Nearly 500,000 troops, you want to eat them all? Ji Xinghe, you have such a big appetite. Yinan's anger is understandable. Although it doesn't care about the lives of these civilian soldiers, and it has the ability to recruit more troops to replenish its troops on its own fiefdom. But what about its fiefdom? How could it be willing to use its apes to supplement the emperor's soldiers? Moreover, it needs to face not only the Western theater, but also the Eastern theater. With the loss of a large number of troops in the Western theater, the Eastern theater is likely to take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Report, as if guessing what Yinan was thinking, a very bad report sounded. The Federation launched an active attack on us from the east side of the canyon. This was the first real active attack by the Eastern theater, but no one in the Imperial command of the Battle Scar Canyon dared to mention this. There was no need to mention it, because the Western theater had already launched the first real active attack launched by the Federation in the Battle Scar Canyon theater. And it had already won a great victory. Let them continue to chase Ji Xinghe. No matter what casualties they suffer, they must not let Ji Xinghe turn back. They must send supplies to the front line. Tell them that if they fail to stop Ji Xinghe, then they don't have to come back. When Yinan added to the order he had just issued, a strong sense of confusion rose in his heart again. Why, Ji Xinghe, why did you come to my theater? Yinan was furious. He really couldn't figure out why. But if it knew the real reason, it would definitely regret occupying the Federation's outpost number 1840 more than half a month ago. It would definitely regret that its soldiers killed a Federation soldier who was so ordinary that he couldn't be more ordinary on the battlefield. His name is Chen Zhuan. He is Ji Xinghe's apprentice. He came to the alien planet to help Ji Xinghe take revenge. Now, his mutilated body lies in the defense line of outpost number 1840, in a corner that no one cares about, looking directly at the sky with his empty eyes. The sky seems to have become a mirror, reflecting the war in the name of revenge in the world. That was his master Ji Xinghe, avenging him. That was his master Ji Xinghe, who was telling him with practical actions, don't worry, the master will avenge you first, and then take you home. So, those empty eyes seemed to have light flowing. It seemed to be smiling. Chapter 443. What a vicious thought. The independent regiment, which was chased by more than 1,000 imperial mechas, was not embarrassed at all. They fled very calmly. From this point of view, they were not running away at all, but luring the enemy. Not to mention the results of this battle so far, it is enough to make Kentuis and others more determined to build another independent regiment. Just now, the independent regiment, which has always refused to accept all orders from the Western Theater Command, and Liu Mian even threatened not to accept any opinions, reached an agreement with the Western Theater for the first time. In other words, it was Ji Xinghe who issued an order to the Western Theater. Take down 1840 for me. Few people in the Western Theater Command were surprised to hear this order. When more than 1,000 Imperial mechas on the defense line of the 1840 outpost chased the independent regiment desperately, all of them were moved. Without the defensive mechas, their mechas can directly rush into the enemy's artillery positions and wreak havoc. It was just because outpost 1840 had nearly 150,000 Imperial troops, and they would certainly make a desperate counterattack under such circumstances, so they were reluctant to throw in too many troops. Fight. Davis, the chief of staff of the Western Theater, was also a decisive person. He heard from Ji Xinghe's order that the independent regiment could not continue to implement the combat plan to intercept the Imperial reinforcements when there were more than 1,000 Imperial mechas chasing them. Time waits for no one. If we wait until the Imperial reinforcements bring supplies, then the gift that the independent regiment gave to the Empire today will be of almost zero significance. For the Empire with the warp gate technology, supply is really much easier than the Federation. But, a staff officer spoke up and wanted to make some suggestions, but was interrupted by Davis. They don't have mechas now. Even if those guerrillas will fight more crazily than before, they don't have mechas. Yes, outpost 1840, there are no mechas now. The accounts that cannot be calculated have to be calculated. The result of everyone's mental calculation is that this battle can be fought, and the sacrifices must be much less than when the enemy has mechas. The premise is that the independent regiment can keep dragging the more than 1,000 Imperial mechas from returning for help. There is no need to mention the deployment of troops in the Western Theater. The Western Theater troops at the 1838th outpost, after and during a night of Imperial attacks and without enough rest time, directly made a gesture of attacking the entire army. But marching takes time. During this process, the headquarters of the Battle Scar Canyon located at the South Gate of Heaven can completely stop the Western Theater's combat plan and deny Ji Xinghe's order to the Western Theater. However, Kentwis did not give any orders. He looked at the big screen in front of him with expectant eyes. He ignored the display of various intelligence information. The center of his eyes was only one picture. That was the picture of the independent regiment and more than 1,000 imperial mechas. Whether the Western Theater can now take down the 1840th outpost and take it back, the key point lies in this picture. How long has Ji Xinghe arrived in the Western Theater? The question raised by Kentwis was answered immediately. 45 hours and 52 minutes. Less than 2 days. When Kentwis sighed, others were also surprised by this question. Ji Xinghe, who had only arrived in the Western Theater for less than 48 hours, and the Xinghe Mecha Independent Corps he led had helped the Western Theater to recapture 7 lines of defense and 10 outposts. Although outpost number 1839 currently exists as a buffer zone and combat zone, from a factual point of view, the Western Theater has the ability to occupy outpost number 1839 at any time. At this time, the troops of outpost number 1838 are already marching at full speed towards outpost number 1839. There will be no doubt that 10 outposts have been recaptured. In addition, Ji Xinghe led Caitlin to attack the Imperial reinforcements at night, destroying 54 mechas, and led the independent regiment to destroy 143 Imperial mechas and the rest of the mechas while being chased by 600 Imperial mechas. And in the battle last night, the independent regiment, which was exhausted on the battlefield, gained a lot. And now, you say, Kentwis asked expectantly, in 48 hours, can Ji Xinghe take down the first line of defense of the Empire in the Western Theater? 48 hours? That's only more than 2 hours left, considering the marching speed of the 1838th outpost and the distance from the 1840th outpost. The real fighting time is less than half an hour. Under normal circumstances, everyone would say it's impossible, but considering that the first line of defense of the Empire has lost a lot of oxygen supply devices because of Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, at most 2 hours, they will be in chaos. So the answer is yes. Everyone present hopes that the answer is yes, but no one of them answered Kentwis's question. Because there is a key point in Kentwis's question, Ji Xinghe took down the first line of defense. According to Kentwis's habit, it shouldn't be. Under the wise command of Admiral Kentvis, the commander-in-chief of the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, Major General Ji Xinghe led the Galaxy Mech Independent Corps, coordinated with the 2nd and 3rd Army groups of the Western War Zone, launched an active attack on the Empire, and successfully knocked down the first line of defense heavily guarded by the Empire, and recovered. This is unreasonable, even a little unscientific. When did Kentvis change his nature? Few people in this conference room knew the unanimous conditions reached by Tang Qiao on behalf of Kentvis and Ji Xinghe in private negotiations. They didn't even know that Ji Xinghe's independent regiment was able to gather the resources to build 300 mountain-cutting mechas and get 300 sets of neural link technology mech driving kits. They were all Kentvis showing goodwill to Ji Xinghe, not what they thought. Eagle Continent represented by Kentvis was showing goodwill to Long Zhao, showing goodwill to Li Anbang who was about to step down, and preparing to take over the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Alien War Zone, etc. Some things, the more people know about them, the easier it is to leak. Tang Qiao lightly told Ji Xinghe and Ji Rongzhenai about the top of the tower organization. Among the more than 7 billion people in the Federation, only a few hundred people really know about it. And among these hundreds of people, how many are members of the top of the tower organization? The top of the pyramid with a base of more than 7 billion may not even accommodate a few hundred people. Why? Kentvis asked again. Don't you believe in Ji Xinghe? Of course we believe in Ji Xinghe, but are you really willing to give Ji Xinghe such a big credit? Although this credit should indeed belong to Ji Xinghe. Finally someone spoke up. I think it is very likely to be realized. The Imperial forces at the 1840th outpost may mutiniate in an hour and a half. They, blah blah. After a bunch of nonsense to prove the possibility, Kentvis nodded with satisfaction. Then what do you think? If we create another independent regiment, can we fight like Ji Xinghe? Hasn't this issue been discussed before? At that time, we said that it would not work without Ji Xinghe, and you said that Caitlin plus Harris could match Ji Xinghe. But after thinking about it, everyone understood why Kentvis asked this question again. With 104 mountain-cutting mechas, Caitlin and Harris could definitely do it. If it was a complete independent regiment, it should not have any problem facing thousands of imperial mechas. But now, Ji Xinghe led the independent regiment to fight an incredible battle. It was so incredible that Kentvis felt that Caitlin and Harris were no match. Those who had already confirmed Kentvis's idea of building another independent regiment spoke out after a little thought. It can be done, because General Ji Xinghe is not driving the new general armor now, but only Zanshin. And Caitlin and Harris can both drive ace-class mechas. Yes, not only that, the Academy of Sciences is almost successful in imitating the nuclear power reactor for mechas. The nuclear power reactor for mechas that can only be built in the laboratory at this stage will surely be able to achieve small-scale mass production in the future. By then, our independent regiments can be equipped with this energy core. This statement was recognized by everyone. The Federation currently does not have the real technical ability to build a nuclear power reactor for mechas. Otherwise, there would not be only 3 mechas in the entire Federation that can be equipped with this reactor. This number is exactly the same as the number of times Li Yuanba was defeated by everyone. A mecha of the Imperial General, a Prince-level mecha, and a Royal mecha, meaning the Imperial Prince. The 3 nuclear power reactors for mechas before were dismantled from these 3 mechas. The nuclear power reactor used in Ji Xinghe's new general armor is a laboratory product with extremely limited quantity. It is so expensive that it is impossible to achieve small-scale application at this stage. Otherwise, how could Han Li and Harris not have it? In the Battle Scar Canyon Theater command of Nanshanmen, discussions that were irrelevant to the ongoing battle in the Western Theater became increasingly irrelevant. Just when they were about to become a group of people who were just sitting there doing nothing, a report made everyone stunned for a moment. Report: the Imperial troops at Outpost 1840 have retreated, and they are retreating towards Outpost 1842 occupied by the Empire. Withdrawal? People were surprised, but they also thought it was reasonable. If they were in the role of the Imperial commander, they would make such a decision in the current situation. Let the Imperial army of 1840 fight the main force of the Western Theater? They are about to mutiny and can't win at all. It is difficult to get the support in place in such a short time. If the more than 1,000 Imperial mechas chasing Ji Xinghe are turned back, the independent regiment will not be able to stop them and will inevitably intercept the Imperial reinforcements. As for dividing the more than 1,000 Imperial mechas, isn't this too obvious? Even if the Imperial command has a federal undercover as the commander, it is impossible to make such a suggestion, not to mention that the Imperial command has no federal undercover at all. It's a pity. 150,000 troops, if we can take it down, Kentvis said with some regret. What he didn't say was that Ji Xinghe's rank of lieutenant general could be officially put on the agenda for discussion. The difference between defeating the 150,000 Imperial troops to reclaim the defense line of outpost number 1840 and repelling so many troops to reclaim the defense line is really too big. Even if a real fight breaks out, there will inevitably be great sacrifices, but as the old saying goes, one general's success is the result of the sacrifice of thousands of soldiers. Yet, what a pity, aren't these Imperial guerrillas usually crazy? Why do they all become cowardly when they meet General Ji Xinghe? When you face General Ji Xinghe, dare you say you are not cowardly? Ha ha ha. Yes, I would be cowardly if it were me. People in the conference room spoke up one after another, echoing Kentvis's regrets, and also expressing their regrets and joy. After all, they won. But the people in the headquarters thought that the battle would end in this way, and a completely unexpected change suddenly appeared. More than 1,300 Imperial mechas chasing the independent regiment made a very unreasonable choice to split up. More than 500 mechas turned, and their targets were judged at the first time. They want to intercept our mecha corps that are accelerating their pursuit. Although the content of the meeting just now has nothing to do with the battle on the ground, Davis of the Ground Command of the Western Theater Command has long been accustomed to the fact that the headquarters orders will be more or less delayed. He made a prompt decision and chose to let the mechas on the front line speed up the charge, leaving the main force and preparing to take advantage of the Imperial forces' retreat to cause as many casualties as possible. The reason is simple: those who are killed today will not be killed tomorrow. The Empire can indeed easily increase its troops, but it is not endless. Sooner or later, the day will come when they will be killed. From the point of view of Davis's order being executed, the action of the imperial mechs to divide the troops is actually very reasonable. But everyone who saw this scene felt that it was unreasonable. The loss of conventional troops, which one is greater than the loss of mechs? If it were them, they would not risk a large number of mechs being destroyed to protect the retreating conventional troops. After all, the conventional troops are not completely powerless to fight back. When they retreated, they did not give up using firepower to slow down the pursuit of the Federation. Haha, Kentwee suddenly sneered, looked down on Ji Xinghe and his independent regiment. These dog gorillas are really looking for death. With Kentwee's explanation, the unreasonable troop mobilization of the Empire suddenly became reasonable. Before, 600 mechs were divided into two groups, and they could not defeat Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. But now there are 800 imperial mechs clustered together to chase. To be honest, it seems that they can indeed defeat Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. But, that's Ji Xinghe. Will there be elites of the Empire among those imperial mechs? Some people expressed their concerns. Someone immediately retorted, the independent regiment is the real elite. General Ji Xinghe said yesterday, my independent regiment fights the elite. Didn't General Ji Xinghe say this himself? Did the ace mecha warrior named Sichuan say this? Moreover, it seems that there is no self-proclaimed I. No one answered this question, and the person who raised this question suddenly thought of another question. Many times, some of the words they said and the decisions they made would be named after Kentwee, the three-star general. I think there will not be too many exceptions for Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, and it is said that the people in the independent regiment all regard themselves as Ji Xinghe's apprentices. To be able to say such things, it must be that the master has educated them well. When the people in the headquarters were full of confidence in Ji Xinghe and the independent regiment, Ji Xinghe issued an order that made them dumbfounded. Then, they saw with their own eyes that the independent regiment, which was chased by 800 imperial mechs, actually executed this order that could be described as seeking death without any hesitation. 104 mechs were once again divided into 10 teams and one single soldier, and then they dispersed in 11 directions. It looked exactly the same as the battle yesterday, but the imperial mechs they had to face were very different. So someone couldn't help but exclaim, Commander, correct General Ji Xinghe's order quickly. Kentwee did not respond or make any moves, just looking at the screen expressionlessly. He remained silent and looked like he had a good grasp of the pearls. This has always been his habit, to try his best to show that he did not change his face at any time. But in fact, his heart was shaking with fear. If Ji Xinghe was standing in front of him at this time, he would definitely ask angrily, Ji Xinghe, do you have to play so exciting every time, huh? Inexplicably, Kentwee suddenly figured out one thing, that is, why Tu Yuan let Ji Xinghe go so easily. It was definitely not just because Ji Xinghe broke Tu Yuan's leg, but also because Tu Yuan was scared to the point of having a heart attack by Ji Xinghe's actions, right? So, he deliberately let Ji Xinghe go to harm himself. Tu Yuan, Ji Xinghe, you have such vicious thoughts? Chapter 444 Combat Objective, Annihilate. When Ada Kang saw Ji Xinghe, who had once again become a single soldier, through the perspective transmitted back from the front line, he finally confirmed one thing, Ji Xinghe, you already know that I can't kill you and don't want to kill you. Ada Kang actually had a guess about this, starting from the battle when it sent troops to attack base number 5. But the war situation at that time was actually very complicated, and the risky choices made by Ji Xinghe could be interpreted from another perspective. However, once, twice, and every time, Ada Kang knew that its guess must have become a fact. But it didn't find it difficult at all, but was more looking forward to it than before. It thought, Ji Xinghe must have mastered the power that could only be possessed by a gift before, this is beyond doubt. But he was able to guess that I didn't want to kill him, didn't dare to kill him, and firmly believed in this, which means that the power he mastered must be obviously and specially different from the power of Kaisman and Belrossi. Ada Kang thought of the guerrillas captured by Ji Xinghe, of which only Kaisman and Belrossi really possessed this power. Ji Xinghe was able to understand this power, and it must be related to Kaisman and Belrossi. The prince who was captured by Li Yuanba before also mastered this power, but Ji Xinghe must not have had the opportunity to contact the prince directly. This is also easy to confirm. One is the intelligence it obtained from the Federal Tower Top organization, just like it knew that the prince was not killed on the spot, but was captured. Another is that if the Federation knew that Ji Xinghe had mastered that kind of power, Why did it let Ji Xinghe appear on the front line like this? If it didn't know, it wouldn't give Ji Xinghe the opportunity to contact the captured prince, learn more information, or even conduct experiments. There is only one possibility for Ji Xinghe to be sure that his power is different. In addition to the fact that it may be because of the nuclear explosion that I got the gift of power, Ji Xinghe, what secrets are there about your gift of power? Can you let me have the real gift of power? Can you make my gift of power go further? Ji Xinghe's heart was full of ups and downs. When its second brother, the emperor, didn't let him kill Ji Xinghe, it was actually very puzzled. At that time, its first reaction was that it was related to that person. As it really began to pay attention to Ji Xinghe, it gradually discovered the truth, and then it had some ideas. If it could also get the same gift of power as its second brother, the emperor, then it. General, Yinen's voice interrupted Ji Xinghe's thoughts and daydreams. Ji Xinghe asked with a smile, "What's wrong, using 300 mechas to chase Ji Xinghe alone, isn't it?" Yinen's words were not finished. As the commander of the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone and the imperial general with the title of Duke, it naturally knew that his emperor wanted to capture Ji Xinghe alive. Ji Xinghe understood Yinen's meaning and continued to say with a smile, "That's Ji Xinghe." Yinen stopped talking and looked at the big screen in front of him. The 800 imperial mechas chasing the independent regiment also divided their troops after the independent regiment divided its troops. Otherwise, in terms of the speed of the independent regiment's mechas surpassing their mechas, the independent regiment that fled in 10 directions has a great chance of getting rid of them and returning to the rescue before them. When more than 500 imperial mechas that have returned to support fight with the 600 mechas from the Western Theater, the independent regiment that successfully returns to support will be able to deal a fatal blow to the imperial mechas. If the fight is fast enough, the 600 federal mechas that are supported will become reinforcements for the independent regiment, and the main independent regiment will face the second batch of 800 imperial mechas that come back to support. With the independent regiment, the imperial mechas with the advantage in numbers will undoubtedly be defeated. But the division of these 800 imperial mechas was beyond the expectations of many people. They actually divided 300 mechas to chase Ji Xinghe, who was in a single soldier state. The other 500 mechas, with 50 mechas as a team, chased the 10 teams of the independent regiment respectively. This. In the Western Theater Command, the people who were just frightened by Ji Xinghe's sudden division of troops suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. While worrying that Ji Xinghe would be caught up, they had new expectations. General Ji Xinghe's reputation in the Empire is really unimaginable. Yes, yesterday the 300 Imperial mechas did not dare to fight General Ji Xinghe alone. Although there are still 300 Imperial mechas today, General Ji Xinghe is really only one person now, and the 10 teams of the independent regiment have no chance to support him. In this case, they dared to pursue General Ji Xinghe. I really want to ask the Empire, what are their legends about General Ji Xinghe, the Killer and the Immortal? These two titles are the only ones they know, but these two titles are still not as domineering as General Li Yuanbi's Overlord. Overlord was passed over by us, and they translated it, so it's still our words. The two titles of General Ji Xinghe were passed over by them and translated by us. In fact, they are their words, so of course they don't sound so appropriate. Don't talk about this. I just want to know now whether Colonel Qin Tong and others dare to fight. This sentence made the conference room quiet. This was the expectation they had just had in their hearts. Facing a formation of only 50 Imperial mechas, Qin Tong, Harris, the Blind Man, and the Lame Man, who each brought 9 mountain-slashing mechas, could have tried to fight with their trump cards. I don't think we can fight, because if we really fight, the independent regiment will inevitably suffer sacrifices. Both their mechas and their people are our most important resources. Yes, I also think we can't fight. They are facing conventional Imperial mechas. Even if we defeat them, it will be very easy for the Empire to replenish them, but we can't replenish the mechas and mecha warriors of the independent regiment. Some people think we can't fight, while others think we can. I think we should fight. As long as one team wins, it can support other teams, and the advantage of the independent regiment can be expanded. Even if there are casualties, there will not be as many as we imagined, unless the 300 mechas chasing General Ji Xinghe come back to support them, or they reunite. But as long as they dare to reunite, the independent regiment can continue to split up and retreat from different directions. As long as we bypass them and return to the front battlefield, we can win this battle. If the 300 mechas come back to support them, General Ji Xinghe may be able to. This sentence was not finished. Even if they had confidence in Ji Xinghe, they did not dare to let Ji Xinghe be so adventurous and radical when Ji Xinghe was driving the Zanshin instead of the general armor. The constant sound in the conference room made Kentwis a little upset, and frowned and said, "Can you shut up? It's all nonsense. Ji Xinghe needs your command." The people in the conference room all heard the implication of Kentwis. He, the commander of the Battle Scar Canyon, could not command Ji Xinghe, who was in his command sequence at this time. So they all shut up. But the silence did not last long, and exclamations rang out. The 10 teams of the independent regiment, relying on the speed advantage of the mecha, successfully widened the distance between the pursuers behind them. It was not the distance between them and the pursuers, but the distance between the pursuers. Facing the pursuers with only 50 imperial mechas, each team was confident that they could fight, but their fighting spirit was suppressed. Until Ji Xinghe's order sounded. Team 1 turns to Team 2. The team led by Qin Tong completed the turn without hesitation. They were well prepared, so the turning speed was extremely fast. And their target, as expected, was the 50 imperial mechas that were chasing behind the second team. The 50 imperial mechas chasing behind them were already behind them. When the turning speed was a bit slower, the distance was once again widened, and it was getting farther and farther. The team led by Qin Tong did not use full speed before. Team 4 turns to Team 3, Ji Xinghe's orders continued to sound. 5 of the 10 teams of the independent regiment completed the turn. As they kept widening the distance between them and the pursuers behind them, they formed a pincer attack with the other 5 teams. This change made all the pursuing imperial mechas panic. How could they not know the power of the mountain-slashing mecha, and how could they not recognize the trump card mechas of Qin Tong and the other 4? 50-10, they were not facing Ji Xinghe, and they all felt that they still had the strength to fight. But 50-20. The 500 imperial mechas divided into 10 formations were all scattered. They wanted to reunite with their teammates, but found that no matter how they turned, they could not escape the pursuit of the independent regiment. Yes, the situation has changed from them chasing the 10 teams of the independent regiment separately to the independent regiment chasing 5 of them. But when this battlefield was expanded into a fan-shaped area with a radius of more than 5 kilometers due to the previous pursuit, the speed advantage of the independent regiment's mecha was truly demonstrated. The battle finally appeared. The first team led by Qin Tong and the second team led by Harris successfully destroyed 37 mechas in an imperial mecha formation by attacking from the front and back. A complete victory. After that, they ignored the 13 imperial mechas that were fleeing and rushed directly to the 50 imperial mechas that were chasing Qin Tong. These 50 imperial mechas were originally intended to come to support, but Qin Tong and Harris's team fought too fast. 15 imperial mechas were directly destroyed the moment they encountered them, and the number gap was almost eliminated. Seeing this, they chose to retreat without hesitation. In their opinion, the teams of these 2 independent regiments must support the teams of other independent regiments, but what made them desperate was that Qin Tong and Harris did not lead the team to support their comrades. Because they believed in their comrades. Also because Ji Xinghe issued an order after issuing the turning instructions for each team. Operation Objective: annihilate all. The independent regiment, which only had 104 mechas, faced an imperial mecha corps with a total of 800 mechas, and unexpectedly issued such an order. It must be said that Ji Xinghe really scared Kentvis to death. But when all 10 teams of the independent regiment started fighting, and in a very short time, they all won a nearly perfect victory with fewer enemies against more. Kentvis couldn't help but laugh out loud. Report: when Kentvis's laughter stopped, the voice of reporting rang out in the conference room. The 10 mecha squads of the independent regiment destroyed 239 imperial mechas. 3 mechas were seriously damaged and lost their combat effectiveness, but the mecha warriors did not sacrifice. The independent regiment now has 101 combat mechas, of which 100 will continue to be divided into 10 squads to chase the 261 defeated imperial mechas from different directions. One of them was driven by General Ji Xinghe, attracting 300 imperial mechas to chase. Intelligence correction: the 300 imperial mechas chasing General Ji Xinghe have retreated. Intelligence correction: the 300 imperial mechas that originally chased General Ji Xinghe began to chase the 10 squads of the independent regiment. Report: no need to report, Kentvis said with a smile. I'll see it myself. So the report stopped. The movements of the imperial mecha corps were almost all within Ji Xinghe's expectations. There were some minor differences, but it was harmless. Knowing that Ada King had arrived at the Battle Scar Canyon, Ji Xinghe's self-confidence was unprecedentedly high. With such a loyal dog following him, why didn't he dare to enter the single-soldier mode? Not to mention that there were 300 imperial mechas chasing him, he would not be afraid even if there were 400. Considering the speed of Xiantian and the complex terrain of the Battle Scar Canyon, it would be impossible to catch up with him unless a Marcus or Duke-level imperial metra was sent. Seeing that the pursuers behind him had changed their target from him to Qin Tong and others, Ji Xinghe's heart flashed with hesitation. As the head of the corps, he certainly knew that 3 mechas in his independent regiment had been destroyed, and 3 of the recruits were lucky enough to survive. If it weren't for the timely support of Qin Tong and others, and the fact that Xiantian's defense was indeed very strong, the independent regiment, which was not yet fully staffed, would have suffered casualties. So, should we still implement a combat plan that can maximize the results of the battle at this stage? Ji Xinghe's voice was heard in the communication channel of the independent regiment. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't want to die, you can apply to withdraw from my independent regiment now. I promise that you can return to your original combat unit. The independent regiment that was chasing the scattered imperial mechas, no one responded to Ji Xinghe's words, and no one applied at this time, but their expressions all turned into gnashing of teeth, so that their faces were a little hideous. They all knew what the order Ji Xinghe was about to issue was, and they all knew that this order would cause some of them to sacrifice. But they were not dissatisfied at all, nor did they hate Ji Xinghe, but only hated themselves. If I were strong enough, how could the corps commander ask this question at this time? Including Qin Tong and others, they also felt angry about their incompetence. They knew very well that if they could be as strong as Ji Xinghe would definitely give that order without hesitation. But now Ji Xinghe hesitated. This is not Ji Xinghe's kindness, but their shame. Ji Xinghe's voice finally sounded in the communication channel of all members of the independent regiment, which had been silent for 16 seconds. No longer calm, a bit crazy, very rare. Galaxy Mecha Independent Corps, all of you, turn, target, enemy main force. The 100 mechas of the independent regiment turned without any hesitation when the order was issued, and then charged. Their target was the 300 imperial mechas that were chasing them, and there were more than 200 imperial mechas that temporarily fled and could come back to support at any time. Fighting like this could not bring out the speed advantage of the mountain-cutting mechas. If they continued to fight, they could actually clear the imperial mechas without injury and always avoid being caught up by the 300 imperial mechas. But how many imperial mechas could they destroy by fighting like that? How many times and how long could they maintain their speed advantage? Sooner or later, the independent regiment would have to engage in such a head-on team battle. How could they, who always fought in a pulling battle, guarantee that they could win a more brutal battle? Flowers that can withstand the cold wind cannot be grown in a greenhouse. And what the independent regiment is destined to face is more than just the cold wind of the 9 cold days. Ji Xinghe's heart became cold, he said. Combat goal, annihilate completely. P.S. Extra chapter for the Silver Alliance, 6/66, rewarded by 9 bosses of Chunayanjian. This month, there are still 276 monthly tickets short of 1,000. Bosses who have monthly tickets, please support me. My data of updating 10,000 words a day this month is too miserable. Chapter 445, Controlling Armor with Key. Star Moon / Qin Tong gave an order, and Harris, the blind man, and the cripple suddenly leaped up in their mechas. In the process of charging head-on, the 4 ace mechas that appeared at the front of the independent regiment's formation burst into power and leaped up directly. They kept their bodies upright and flipped in the air. A forward straight turn and somersault of 900 degrees. This extremely difficult non-standard tactical maneuver was exactly what Ji Xinghe did in the Battle of Vulture Mountain, driving the overclocked Xingaiyu. The people of the independent regiment prefer to call it the Star Moon / because it is more than just a jump. Compared with the forward straight turn and somersault of 1080 degrees that Ji Xinghe did at that time, the somersault degree of Qin Tong's 4 people was 180 degrees less, but the distance of the jump was much farther than that of Ji Xinghe at that time. When the ground was shaking because of the charge of 400 mechas, the 4 ace exclusive mechas had already appeared between the 300 imperial mechas. They ignored the firepower output of the imperial mechas, relying on the mechas' strong defense and extremely high speed, as well as the maneuvering options that exceeded the expectations of all the imperial guerrillas. Go deep into the enemy's belly and then kill. Between the landing points of Qin Tong and the other 4 mechas, The multiple Imperial mechas that blocked them were all destroyed by them in an instant, so when other Imperial mechas came to besiege them, the four of them could form a corner. The weapons made of tungsten steel in their hands were like the blades of a fan, with the four Ace exclusive mechas as bearings, and they began to spin wildly. The number of Imperial mechas that rushed towards them was dead. The more crucial point was that the four of them suddenly used the Star Moon Slash, which was like a thunderbolt hitting down, and blasted open the cluster formation of 300 Imperial mechas. The 96 mountain-cutting mechas that lost the protection of the Trump mechas actually had a greater advantage. They were all courageous people, and their fighting spirit was boiling to the point of burning because of Ji Xinghe's words, based on guilt and incompetent rage. Ji Xinghe's heart was cold at this time. Their hearts were fearless at this time. The independent regiment in the cluster state directly broke through the Imperial mecha formation with a force that could destroy everything. More than 50 Imperial mechas were destroyed on the spot. The independent regiment that broke through the Imperial mecha cluster formation did not hesitate to divide into 5 teams again. It was like turning into 5 gyroscopes with sharp blades, turning around and charging again and crashing into more than 200 Imperial mechas. Break, break, break. When the advantage in numbers was about to be leveled, more than 200 Imperial mechas that had fled before rushed over. They were the Imperial mechas that posed the greatest threat to the independent regiment in this head-on team battle. If there were only 300 Imperial mechas, Ji Xinghe would only require the independent regiment to achieve complete victory and defeat the enemy, and would not issue an order to annihilate the enemy, because 300 conventional Imperial mechas could not stop the independent regiment from charging in groups, and would inevitably collapse directly after being penetrated several times. But with more than 200 Imperial mechas rushing into the group battle from different directions and angles as bystanders, the 300 Imperial mechas in a head-on group battle would not be defeated. The independent regiment could not easily kill 7 in and 7 out, and this group battle was destined to become a quagmire that could restrain the mechas living in it. Those who could climb out of this quagmire would be the winners who could survive. A mountain-chopping mecha, after defeating an Imperial mecha, was hit by the weapons of the other 2 Imperial mechas before it could draw its own weapons. Melee weapons are not counted. The Imperial mechas, which had already received the order to fight to the death, forcibly used their firepower weapon systems at such a close distance. In the might of the explosion, the bullets that hit the mechas splashed like a rainstorm. The mountain-chopping mecha with strong defense failed to withstand it and was seriously damaged. When the new recruit of the independent regiment was about to die on the spot, his teammates finally came to support him. His life was saved, but his mecha almost lost its combat capability. He was still able to drive the mecha to move, but there was no doubt that he had become a burden to the independent regiment at this time. Without the protection of his teammates, he would not be able to survive even 10 seconds in such a group battle. This situation is not an isolated case. Since the more than 200 Imperial mechas that were defeated by them returned to join the battle, the independent regiment has been continuously dragged into the depths of the quagmire. Not only did they get stuck in the quagmire, but they also dragged down their teammates who wanted to protect them, and dragged down the combat efficiency of the entire independent regiment. As a result, the 5 large gyroscopes stopped moving at high speed. They stood in front of their teammates whose mechas were broken, fighting in a very limited environment with a defensive posture. In addition to these 5 big gyroscopes, the cutting machine composed of Qin Tong and his 4 men, which was moving frantically in the enemy formation, had to stop because it lost the support of the independent regiment. The battlefield was divided into 6 parts. As the number of Imperial mechas was still 3 times that of them, they would be slowly killed by the conventional Imperial mechas after losing their ability to maneuver at high speed. It was also very simple to restore the ability of high-speed maneuverability. Just abandon the 9 mechas that had lost their combat effectiveness. As long as they ignored casualties and were willing to abandon their teammates, they could continue to maintain the ability of high-speed maneuverability to strangle and defeat all the Imperial mechas that surrounded them. But do they really want to let these teammates die? The battle of the independent regiment became difficult. They still had the combat power to completely wipe out the Imperial mechas, provided that the Imperial mechas would not escape, but they were also facing the crisis that their teammates might be sacrificed at any time. 100 against more than 500, how could it be so easy to fight? The biggest difference between armor-piercing battle and armor-removing battle is that when removing armor, it is very easy to achieve a fatal blow. When piercing armor, except for a very small number of mecha warriors, How many can achieve a fatal blow? Not all weapons used by the independent regiment are made of tungsten steel alloy, and Ji Xinghe does not have so many resources. If they cannot achieve a fatal blow, they will be hit by more enemies with weapons during the attack. No matter how strong the defense of Xianchen is, it cannot withstand the attack of water dripping through a stone. Deep in the battle that will cause the sacrifice of half of the corps, no one in the independent regiment feels fear and regret. In addition to this being the battle they have always longed for, it is also because their corps commander is fighting. The original 800 imperial mechas were left with more than 500 in their previous extermination. After destroying more than 200, they chose to fight head-on with 300 imperial mechas in order to seek the greatest degree of destruction. This battle decision attracted more than 200 defeated imperial mechas to come to the rescue. After several charges to the defense, the number of imperial mechas surrounding them still exceeded 300, and they lost not only the ability to maneuver at high speed, but also the combat effectiveness of 9 Xianchen. No, there are already 10, and when the 10th mecha was destroyed, the mecha warriors in it also died on the spot. This is the first sacrifice since the independent regiment joined the war. No one was sad at this time, only angry and resentful. They were angry that their strength was too poor and resentful that their previous training was not hard enough. If they could be as strong as the corps commander. The independent regiment, which lost 1/10 of its troops, lost its combat effectiveness in the face of the siege of 300 imperial mechas. If there were no losses of these 10 mountain chopping mechas, it can even be said that the drivers of these 10 mountain chopping mechas all died on the spot when the mechas were destroyed. The independent regiment with 4 ace exclusive mechas would never be in this situation now. The mecha warriors in the 9 mountain chopping mechas have been waiting for Ji Xinghe to issue that order, just like the indifference when he issued the order before. They should be abandoned, should not become a burden, and should not cause their teammates to fall into a hard battle and face the battle of being defeated one by one. But Ji Xinghe, whose heart was already cold, did not issue an order to abandon his teammates. He was just fighting, and it was precisely because of his fighting that the speed at which the independent regiment was defeated in this situation was much slower than many people expected. More than 60 imperial mechas rushed to Ji Xinghe, who came to support like moths to a flame. Looking at the entire battlefield, Ji Xinghe still attracted the most imperial mechas, even more than the number of imperial mechas attracted by Qintong and other 4 ace mecha warriors. This is Ji Xinghe's strength, as well as the responsibilities and obligations that come with strength. He can order his independent regiment to participate in a battle where there will inevitably be sacrifices, and sacrifices have already occurred. But he can't abandon any of his soldiers. As long as there is a chance, he has to find a way to keep everyone alive. 23. Faced with more than 60 imperial mechas that came one after another to intercept, Ji Xinghe, who had already defeated 23 of them alone, was still not at risk of being defeated. His mecha was almost unscathed, and he could still fight like this for a long, long time. But a deep sense of powerlessness surged into his heart. 29. The number of destroyed weapons increased again, and the gold stars he had captured had no place on his mecha. But he had no joy, only an unprecedented sense of powerlessness, because he still couldn't rush over, nor could he bypass the mechas that came to intercept him. This was completely different from the night raid the night before. He had a very clear destination that he had to go to, so his mobility could not be brought into play. The Xianchen-type Federal Mecha, which was comparable to the Imperial Marcus-class Mecha, also gave him a sense of powerlessness when he was operating it with all his strength. He could obviously make more effective operations and destroy the Imperial Mecha at a faster speed, but the Xianchen he was driving could not keep up with his operations. To be more precise, it could not keep up with his combat awareness. The attack he wanted to achieve, Xianchen could not do it. If he was driving a general armor, even if he had a brain-computer interface and could use the neural connection technology that the Xianchen had modified to drive, he could do better. In fact, if he ordered all the mecha warriors of the independent regiment to start the neural connection driving mode, the current situation would not have occurred in this battle. The independent regiment can become stronger. But he did not give the order. Rather than saying that he wanted to give Ada Kang a surprise, it is better to say that he wanted the strongest combat form of the independent regiment to play the most critical effect in the most critical battle. From this point of view, Ji Xinghe has become more cruel than before. How can it be faster? How can it be stronger? Ji Xinghe's heartbreaking knife slashed at himself again. Whether the command was right or wrong to suppress the strength of the independent regiment, he had completely cut it off. He only had this idea now: he wanted to become faster, he wanted to become stronger, even if he was only driving his Hanshin. As long as he did it, his order was correct. 37. Ji Xinghe, who had already defeated 37 imperial mechas alone, was unaware that his strength once again refreshed everyone's perception of him. This was not a duel challenged by Ji Xinghe, but a real siege on the battlefield. He felt that he was not strong enough, he felt that he could become stronger, so he became stronger. The energy spread out along his body and was applied to the mecha. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, No One Can Be Missing. The ki in Ji Xinghe's body, calculated according to the radiation value detected at the beginning, is still only 200,000. In recent times, he has not made any progress in the magnitude of ki, but his ability to control ki is much stronger than at the beginning. At all times, he can keep the ki running in his body, which comprehensively enhances his physique. Whether it is Ji Xinghe's challenge in the Battle of Vulture Mountain, or facing the strongest single-soldier exoskeleton armor of the Federation in the battle with Tu Yuan, it is based on the increase in ki to the body that allows him to create miracles. In the half-month before leaving base number 5, when he beat the guerrillas, he also began to try to use the power of ki. It is no longer just using the power of ki to increase the body, but trying to release the power of ki out of the body. The guerrillas he beat, including the 2 already obedient imperial marquises, did not find that he used the power of ki. In addition to the reason that the guerrillas did not understand the power of ki, it was also because Ji Xinghe did not directly act on the power of ki in their bodies. It was just attached to the outer layer of his body. Using his own body as a transmission medium, he tried to let the ki wrap around the various parts of his body used for the main attack, such as hands, elbows, knees, legs, shoulders, and parts used to actively withstand the attacks of the guerrillas, such as the chest, back, and even relatively fragile parts of the body such as the lower abdomen. When the power of ki was successfully bound by Ji Xinghe to certain parts of his body, his defense was greatly enhanced. From the perspective of a mechanic, the power of ki is very similar to the energy shield generator for mechas that Shen Yu had applied for him but had never been able to get. This is the new use of the power of ki that Ji Xinghe had realized before. No one can discuss it with him, and he is not willing to discuss it with anyone now. Everything is crossing the river by feeling the stones. No matter whether the cat is white or black, a cat that can catch a mouse is a good cat. Regardless of whether this usage is right or wrong, whether it can play the true function of ki, as long as it can bring improvement to oneself, it is an effective usage. But this is still not enough, far from enough. Not to mention solving Ji Rong's and Ayu's physical problems, nor to say that like the Emperor of the Empire, the power of ki is bestowed on others. For Ji Xinghe, who needs to fight through armor, this kind of increase cannot improve his combat effectiveness. Even without the power of ki, including the increase of physical strength when the ki circulates around the body, he can also bring the performance of the Zanshin-type mecha to the extreme. He does not believe in limits, but mechas have limits. How can this Hanshin-type mecha, which has been developed to the limit by him, exert further combat effectiveness without the help of external forces? Ji Xinghe did not know, so he gave Zanshin the external force he could give: ki. As one of the main designers of the Zanshin-type mecha, Ji Xinghe's understanding of Zanshin is not inferior to Shen Mu, the real R&D designer. The Zanshin structure that emerged in his mind was like the three-dimensional structure diagram of the human body that Xinghe Yu showed when he helped Ji Rongzhen Yu practice boxing. Not only that, when Ji Xinghe needed it, the Zanshin in his mind, that is, the Zanshin he was driving at this time, was suddenly split into thousands of tiny parts. Ji Xinghe, who was in a combat state, was distracted. But his distraction did not affect his combat efficiency. The mecha operation ability that has formed muscle memory allows him to maintain a very efficient destruction even when he is distracted. The 45th. If it were Qin Tong, Harris and others, they would be in the combat environment encountered by Ji Xinghe. Even with an ace mecha, it would be difficult to guarantee so many destructions. There are only 5 people in the Federation who can drive the mountain-cutting mecha and reproduce Ji Xinghe's battle today: Li Yuanba, Kadelin, Ravich, Hanli, and Jackson. Yuran, who needs neural link driving technology, needs no more explanation. But it is still not enough. As the number of damaged mechas in the independent regiment reached 16 and 2 people had already died, more imperial mechas could come to intercept Ji Xinghe. In a high-intensity combat state, Ji Xinghe, who has been fighting for a long time, has reached a warning line for the energy of the mecha he is driving. He needs a faster destruction speed, and he needs the mountain-cutting mecha to become stronger, so strong that he can fully exert his combat awareness. Zhanshan, which was made up of thousands of parts in his mind, suddenly turned into a spherical state, and Ji Xinghe's consciousness was in it, just like he was in the cockpit of Zhanshan at this moment. But the difference is that in the world of consciousness, Ji Xinghe can throw away all the parts he doesn't need. The speed of consciousness change in the mind is very fast. If compared with the speed in nature, everything except the speed of light is not worth mentioning. Short story, long story. To describe Ji Xinghe's world of consciousness at this time in a concrete way, that is, being in a spherical space composed of thousands of parts, Ji Xinghe waved his hand, and one by one, all the parts that had no meaning to him now flew away, controlling objects through the air. This is an ability that cannot be achieved by the power of Ki, at least the Federation does not know, Kaisman and Bilrosi do not know, and the Imperial Prince does not know. But in the world of consciousness, everyone can have such an ability, but few people can be like Ji Xinghe. The composition of the world of consciousness is like the real world. More and more parts were thrown out by the wave of his hand, and the parts left by his side became clearer and clearer, just like floating beside Ji Xinghe in the real world. There are clear lines on their bodies, which look complicated and mysterious. It is difficult for ordinary people to reproduce the same lines, but for Ji Xinghe, the familiarity of these lines is far more than his familiarity with the lines on his palm. After coming to the alien planet, in order to gain the power of revenge faster, he chose to become a mechanic. What made him realize this step of the plan were these mecha parts that were still in his conscious world, at this time energy transmission plates. The energy transmission plates, made of a kind of mineral unique to the alien planet, have replaced the most commonly used line transmission structure of the Blue Star and have become an indispensable part of the mecha. Efficient and stable. Whether it is the energy transmission plate used by the conventional standard mecha, the mountain-cutting mecha, or the ace-class mecha such as the general armor, including the mecha driven by Ado Kang, there is no difference in essence. What is the difference? In the world of consciousness, Ji Xinghe asked a question, and then he answered it himself. The difference lies in the different power of the core engine of the mecha, and the different materials make the mecha body with different carrying capacity, which leads to slightly different patterns on the energy transmission plate, and then makes mechas of different levels have completely different performance. Zhanshan uses the strongest mecha core engine mass-produced by the Federation, and its power is not weaker than the ace mecha such as the general armor. Therefore, the core reason that really limits the performance of Zhanshan is that the carrying capacity of the body material of Zhanshan is limited and cannot withstand more turbulent energy bursts. Just like the cars that Ji Xinghe is most familiar with on the Azure Star, the body can only withstand the power of the 3-cylinder engine at the beginning of the design. If a 12-cylinder engine, that is, W12, is installed, and then it goes to the track to burst out full power, what will be the end? Even without the W12 engine, the V8 engine cannot withstand it. Mechas and cars are no different in some aspects. Ji Xinghe looked at the energy transmission plates and the main mecha body structures related to the energy transmission plates in his world of consciousness. Enlightenment appeared in his heart. The 200,000 levels of Ki in his body were also released, and along with the contact between his hands and feet and the mecha operating platform, they entered the Zhanshan he was driving with the transmission medium. The intelligent auxiliary operating system Yazi did not detect this special energy that directly acted on certain parts of the mecha. No one except Ji Xinghe could know what he did. But what everyone could see was that the Zhanshan driven by Ji Xinghe seemed to be faster than before. Not the moving speed, but the attack speed. It was like changing to a more mature and advanced mecha, and it was like an ordinary person suddenly had the body of a world champion in sports competitions. Higher, faster, stronger. This change really began to appear when Ji Xinghe, in a single soldier state, destroyed the 46th Imperial Mecha. From the time he chased the 300 Imperial Mechas and started the war, to the time he destroyed the 46 Imperial Mechas alone, it took him 23 minutes. On average, he could destroy one every 30 seconds. Under siege, and the main combat goal of those imperial mechas was not to destroy his mecha and then kill him, but to stop him from supporting the independent regiment. This speed of destruction was enough to amaze everyone. But when the changes that no one understood appeared, in 13 seconds, Ji Xinghe destroyed the 47th conventional imperial mecha. At this time, people still did not realize the changes in things, and the imperial guerrillas did not realize the seriousness of the matter. It is not uncommon for Ji Xinghe to destroy an imperial mecha in 13 seconds, including today's battle. The average destruction time of 30 seconds before was only obtained after the average, not that it took 30 seconds to destroy every imperial mecha. 13 seconds later, in the 12th second, Ji Xinghe destroyed the 48th imperial mecha. 12 seconds later, in the 14th second, Ji Xinghe destroyed the 49th imperial mecha. 14 seconds later, in the 12th second, the imperial guerrillas finally realized the seriousness of the matter, starting from the 47th mecha destroyed by Ji Xinghe, until the 65th imperial mecha destroyed by Ji Xinghe. The average time to break through is only 13 seconds. The improvement of Xiantian is not a qualitative change, but these slight improvements are more powerful than these conventional imperial mechas in all aspects. It can be summarized in 8 words: if you pass the line quickly, you will reach the natural moat. After being blocked for half an hour, Ji Xinghe finally approached the imperial mechas that were besieging the 6 combat units of the independent regiment. His mecha was almost intact, and his combat power was so strong that the imperial apes despaired. Under the order of a deadly battle, the crazy state they produced began to dissipate because of Ji Xinghe's imminent arrival, and was replaced by the fear of Ji Xinghe. And their fear is the power of Ji Xinghe, the power of the independent regiment. The cutter composed of Qin Tong and 4 others finally got a chance to breathe and moved again. After a long period of high-intensity combat, their physical strength, which was already on the verge of limit, broke out again because of Ji Xinghe's imminent arrival. 4 ace-level mecha warriors, 4 ace-level exclusive mechas. They should have shown a stronger fighting power than Ji Xinghe in this battle. In fact, they did this at the beginning of the frontal team battle. If it weren't for their Xingayuzan, the independent regiment would not have been able to break through the cluster charge formation of 300 imperial mechas. But manpower is limited. They can do it like Sichuan, but they can't do it like Ji Xinghe. Fortunately, they have Ji Xinghe. Looking up at the end, they saw that the galaxy is infinite, and manpower should be infinite. The assault formation composed of Qin Tong and the other 4 once again became a high-speed mobile and indestructible cutting machine. They did not choose to support the other 5 besieged combat units. Ji Xinghe, who finally rushed over, turned into a mud truck alone. When those conventional imperial mechas faced him, they were no different from the unarmored imperial conventional forces. Ji Xinghe also did not choose to support the 5 besieged teams. They all knew that as long as they killed enough, they would provide the greatest support to the other 5 teams. Also, before the battle began, Ji Xinghe issued an order. All the people in the independent regiment have not forgotten that their goal of this battle is to wipe out all the enemies. If it is not to wipe out all the imperial mechas, why should they be divided into multiple combat units? Why should they bear the cost of 15 mechas being damaged? Why should the 2 new recruits of the independent regiment be sacrificed in such a battle where the enemy is outnumbered? Blood and tears will not be shed in vain, and sacrifice will not be in vain. When there were only more than 100 imperial mechas left, they were completely unable to restrict and besiege the 5 combat units of the independent regiment. The 5 combat units whose combat power was liberated finally did not need to defend anymore. When more than 100 imperial mechas began to flee without any accident, Ji Xinghe did not look at the damaged mountain-cutting mechas, nor did he commemorate the 2 soldiers who had already died. He rushed directly to another battlefield where a mecha regiment battle was taking place. It was the battlefield of more than 500 imperial mechas that had returned to support before, and 600 mechas from the Western Theater. Another 1 person and 1 armor. At the same time, when Qin Tong and others were hesitating whether to follow him to support, he gave an order in a cold voice. 800, not 1 less. Yes, Qin Tong and others no longer hesitated and led the crowd to pursue. Their regiment commander Ji Xinghe said that they must annihilate them all, and said that these 800 imperial mechas must not be lost. Then none of them can escape. Chapter 447, Real Power. There were many people who were worried when the independent regiment, which had only 104 mechas, was facing the pursuit of more than 1,300 imperial mechas. especially when there were more than 500 mechas returning to support the main Imperial forces retreating from the 1840th outpost, and the independent regiment shockingly gave up its speed advantage and chose to fight with 800 Imperial mechas. There were more people who were worried. What if it was Ji Xinghe's independent regiment? That was 800 Imperial mechas. In the face of such a large gap in the number of enemies and us, was the gap between the performance of the mechas really enough for the independent regiment to create a miracle of winning with fewer troops? It's not that no one was looking forward to it, because it was not only Ji Xinghe's independent regiment that chose to fight with fewer troops, but also the independent regiment led by Ji Xinghe himself. But what no one expected was that the outcome of this battle would be like this, including those who were looking forward to it, and they didn't expect the independent regiment to win so cleanly. Yes, when the results of the battle appeared, people thought that the independent regiment won cleanly, as if they had completely ignored the half an hour when the independent regiment was caught in a fierce battle. Because the independent regiment exceeded everyone's expectations, not only did it win the battle with fewer enemies, but it also wiped out 800 Imperial mechas. They really fulfilled the order that Ji Xinghe issued before the war. What amazed everyone even more was that only 2 mechas of the independent regiment were destroyed and only 14 were damaged. Destroyed, the mecha warriors died. Damaged, the mecha warriors are still alive, and the mechas need to be repaired before they can be put into battle again. This is the independent regiment. This is General Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. Amid the cheers that had already sounded in the Western theater, people said this in an affirmative tone. This is General Ji Xinghe. When the energy of the mecha had dropped below the warning line, a mountain-chopping mecha with less than 9% remaining energy approached another battlefield under the driving of Ji Xinghe. More than 300 Imperial mechas that had already gained an advantage retreated without any hesitation. They originally had more than 500 mechas, and more than 200 of them were lost in the battle with the 600 mechas of the Western theater. But they successfully destroyed and damaged more than 300 mechas of the Western theater. The victory was extremely obvious. As long as they were given another half an hour, they would be able to wipe out all 600 mechas of the Western theater. Even if reinforcements arrived from the Western theater, as long as the number did not exceed 150, they would dare to continue fighting and would be able to guarantee victory. The combat effectiveness of conventional mechas has always been stronger in the Empire than in the Federation, and there is no need to mention this. But the fact is that when Ji Xinghe approached this battlefield, they began to retreat without hesitation. Davis, the commander of the Western theater, was also a ruthless man. He ordered a pursuit without any hesitation. Even in terms of numbers, this mecha corps in the Western theater was already less than the number of the retreating Imperial mechas. When there is an advantage in numbers, you can't win. When there is no advantage in numbers, let others fight. Isn't it sending people to death? Yes, it can be said that he was sending these mecha warriors in the Western theater to their deaths, but from the perspective of the commander, there was no problem with his decision. Just like the order that Ji Xinghe had issued to the independent regiment before, it was a command decision to maximize the benefits of the battle. When these more than 500 Imperial mechas came back to support, Davis actually didn't need to let the 600 mechas that were chasing the main force of the Empire at Outpost 1840 fight head-on with these more than 500 Imperial mechas. But he still ordered the battle. Knowing that it was impossible to win, he still had to let people fight, just because he was worried that if they didn't fight, these more than 500 Imperial mechas would be able to come back to support the battlefield where the independent regiment was. Pulling guerrilla warfare to delay time? These 600 mechas in the Western theater did not have the advantage of mecha performance, and it was impossible for the independent regiment to pull and fight like before. They could only fight. And the facts proved that there was no problem with Davis' decision. The independent regiment really won, and it was a clean win without any doubt. In comparison, the results of the mecha corps in the Western theater were much more tragic, and there was no victory at all. They lost. But it was precisely because of their loss and their sacrifice that the independent regiment was able to win. As the commander of the ground command of the Western theater, Davis needs to consider the problem from the overall perspective. From the overall perspective, the Western theater has undoubtedly won a tough battle and won a big victory this time. In order to make the victory greater, Davis chose to order a pursuit. His judgment was not wrong, because of the arrival of Ji Xinghe and the knowledge of the results of the battlefield of the independent regiment. More than 300 retreating Imperial mechas can be described as escaping. They have no fighting will, and with advantages in both quantity and combat power, They were chased and killed by more than 200 crazy mechas in the Western Theater for 7 kilometers. Among them, Ji Xinghe, who joined the battle halfway, is undoubtedly the biggest contributor. He was seriously short of mecha energy, and he knew very well where his mecha limit was. He had no psychological burden when he joined the battle halfway, and he was only angry because of the more than 300 mecha warriors in the Western Theater who had already died. When the pursuit finally stopped, there were less than 200 of the more than 300 imperial mechas that had escaped. They were incorporated into the main imperial force that had already built a temporary defense line, so Ji Xinghe ordered to stop the pursuit. The ruthless Davis did not question Ji Xinghe's order, because he saw very clearly that Ji Xinghe's mecha had only 3% of its remaining energy. The 257 federal mechas that followed Ji Xinghe in pursuit also had little remaining energy and were mostly damaged. Although they were still able to fight, they really rushed into the temporary defense line built by the main imperial force, and these damages were enough to cause fatal damage to them from the artillery fire. On the other side, the independent regiment that had completely wiped out the combat target had come to help. But the remaining energy of the mecha was also not much. And behind this temporary imperial defense line, imperial reinforcements had already appeared. Retreat. Although it was called a retreat, only the more than 200 mechas in the Western Theater actually retreated at full speed. The independent regiment that joined Ji Xinghe did not retreat directly, but kept a safe distance and stared at the temporary defense line of the Empire in a deterrent manner. As long as the imperial mecha dared to chase them out, they would dare to continue fighting. General Ji Xinghe, I suggest you retreat first. Your mecha's energy is seriously insufficient. Davis' tone when speaking to Ji Xinghe this time was actually a little respectful, just like the tone that a colonel officer should have when facing a general. However, this was not the case before. My mecha still has energy, a lot, Ji Xinghe responded calmly, and then drove his mecha behind the many mechas of the independent regiment. So, the people in the Western Theater saw a scene that they had heard about for a long time, but had never really seen with their own eyes. Ji Xinghe was on the battlefield, and he was in the range of the Empire's firepower, and he took off his armor without any scruples. Then, it looked like he walked towards a fallen Imperial mecha with bare hands. Because there was no recorder on Ji Xinghe's helmet, and mechas had related systems, people could not see the movements of Ji Xinghe's hands clearly. But what they could see clearly was that Ji Xinghe removed the nuclear fuel cell, which was as big as 2 adult heads, from the destroyed Viscount-class Imperial mecha, and then walked towards his mountain-cutting mecha. Ji Xinghe's movements were still not clear. The mechas of the independent regiments surrounding Ji Xinghe did not look at Ji Xinghe, but stared at the direction of the Imperial defense line. There was no clear perspective, but what they could see was that among the various parameters of the mecha driven by Ji Xinghe, displayed on the mecha-related combat system of the command center, the energy readings suddenly soared from 3% to 62%. So, people finally understood why Ji Xinghe said that his mecha still had a lot of energy. 62% of the energy is not much. Although the nuclear fuel cell used by the Viscount-class Imperial mecha is the same as the nuclear fuel cell used by the Zhanshan based on the general armor, that is, the Imperial Duke-class mecha, the density of the possible quantity is obviously different. So this value is a false mark. If the fight really starts, the energy reading will drop very quickly. But on this battlefield, there is more than one nuclear fuel cell that can adapt to the Imperial mecha of Zhanshan. Xingyu, overclocking. Then fission, replace the nuclear fuel cell. When people recall this scene that they have seen many times, they are still excited. In contrast, Ji Xinghe's replacement of nuclear fuel cells on the battlefield this time seems too ordinary. But it is this ordinariness that gives people unprecedented peace of mind. The reason why miracles can shock people is that miracles are rare. Ordinary deeds cannot shock people, but they can be reproduced at any time. When people saw Ji Xinghe, who was re-armored, with 12 independent regiments of Zhanshan-type mechas, leaving the cluster formation and arriving next to the body of another Imperial mecha, they knew what Ji Xinghe was going to do. He removed his armor as before, dismantled the nuclear fuel cell of the Imperial mecha, and then directly replaced the nuclear fuel cell for a mecha next to him. Repeating this, Ji Xinghe soon raised the energy of the 12 mechas to more than 50%. The action of replacing the nuclear fuel cell ended, not because the independent regiment did not need to replace the nuclear fuel cell, but because there were no suitable Imperial mechas nearby. But it didn't end for long. When Chen soon arrived at the location of the independent regiment with a convoy, the action of replacing the nuclear fuel cell began again. This time, it was not just Ji Xinghe who replaced the batteries for his soldiers, but also the mechanics in the convoy. They replaced the nuclear fuel cells with full energy this time. Therefore, the mechas of Ji Xinghe and others replaced the nuclear fuel cells again. When all the mechas of the independent regiment once again had 100% energy, Ji Xinghe's previous behavior of dismantling the nuclear fuel cells of the imperial mechas for replacement seemed a little insignificant. But everyone understood that if Ji Xinghe hadn't done the mechanics before, the imperial mechas in the imperial defense line would probably have rushed out. Their target is not only Ji Xinghe's independent regiment, but also the 1,838th outpost defense line, which has lost a large number of mechas. Even if they don't attack with all their strength, they have the opportunity to interfere with the Western Theater's action to collect spoils. That will make the Western Theater's victory in this battle much smaller. Is it to risk being destroyed by more mechas to prevent the Federation from seizing more than 1,100 mechas, or to choose to abandon those mechas and the supplies that the Empire did not have time to take away from the 1,840th outpost defense line? Because of Ji Xinghe's battlefield repair, the Empire made the most favorable choice for the Western Theater. Of course, this is also related to the 500 mechas that the Western Theater supported to the 1,838th outpost defense line. And it is directly related to the lack of sufficient oxygen for a large number of troops in this temporary defense line built by the Empire. They chose to retreat to the 1,842nd outpost defense line. So, while the Western Theater seized the spoils, the main force marched to the 1,840th outpost defense line. After 20 days, the lost land was recovered. The independent regiment finally retreated to the number 1,840 outpost under the leadership of Ji Xinghe. The members of the independent regiment, who had been fighting for 15 hours, did not rest while their mechas were being repaired. Instead, after removing their armor, all members followed Ji Xinghe in silence. Ji Xinghe, who was walking alone in the front, did not care about anyone following him. He walked to a remote corner of the defense line of the number 1,840 outpost, where there was a human body with only a remnant left. Because the helmet had long been broken and the protective suit had been severely damaged, the dried body had empty eyes. The Western Theater Command personnel who arrived first knew the reason why Ji Xinghe came to the Western Theater Command, but after finding the body and confirming the identity, they did not take any action, but told Ji Xinghe. It was just like when Liu Mian went to base number 5 and told Ji Xinghe about the identity of the body and the final story. The difference was that Ji Xinghe was with Ji Rongzhenyu at the time. But now, there was no one beside him. Everyone just stood quietly behind him, not standing beside him, nor holding his hand. After a long silence, Ji Xinghe leaned over and picked up the body. A name and number were engraved on the swaying military plate. This made Ji Xinghe's steps a little heavy, and he walked very slowly. The people behind him spontaneously made way for a path. Some stood at attention and saluted, so everyone stood at attention and saluted. It was related to Ji Xinghe, but it was not related much. At the last moment of defending the number 1,840 outpost, Chen Zhuan and his comrades chose to launch an active attack on the Empire. The damage they caused was actually not worth mentioning in the overall situation, but the spirit they showed was very important. Silent Ji Xinghe held Chen Zhuan and came to the incinerator, where there were still many bodies, as well as the bodies of 2 new recruits of the independent regiment. They were all waiting to be cremated and waiting to go home. There was another person who was also waiting to go home, but Ji Xinghe didn't know where that person was until now. He could have known it a long time ago, but he never asked. Just like the other 2 people who came to the alien planet with Chen Zhuan and were related to him, he didn't ask where they were now. Watching the bodies being sent to the incinerator one after another, and then being ground into ashes and put into the box, Ji Xinghe did not ask for Chen Zhuan's urn, because he knew that these urns would be sent to the Pingan. They would all be sent there, waiting for him to take them home. Help me connect to the Nanshanmen Command? Yes, General Ji Xinghe, this is the command center of the Nanshanmen Command. I am the rotating commander Wang Chen, please go. As a lieutenant general, Wang Chen's tone was a little nervous when communicating with Ji Xinghe. He had a lot of thoughts when he received the news, such as what crazy combat plan Ji Xinghe was going to propose. After all, they already knew that Ji Xinghe had brought back Chen Zhuan's body. And the communicator said that Ji Xinghe's voice was a little hoarse. From his understanding of Ji Xinghe, this had nothing to do with Ji Xinghe's physical consumption from fighting for a long time. After all, It was an existence that broke the limits of human beings. It could only be excessive sadness. But when Ji Xinghe's hoarse voice sounded, he was stunned. Ji Xinghe asked a question that he should have asked a long time ago, but he never dared to ask, or dared not to face. Where is Ji Xinghe's grave? P.S. Extra chapter for the Silver Alliance rewarded by 9 Chuan Boss, 766. There are still 238 monthly tickets short of 1,000. Bosses, please vote if you have any. Chapter 448 Believe in Science. The fighting in the Western Theater only paused for half a day. When night fell again, the main force of the empire that occupied the defense line of Outpost 1842 launched a more fierce harassment war against Outpost 1840 than the night before. It was almost like a formal attack. There is nothing much to say about the reason. If there is anything to say, it is that Outpost 1840 was still occupied by the Empire this morning, but now it has been recaptured by the Federation. Some people in the Western Theater Command previously believed that there was no need to recapture Outpost 1840 at this time, because half a day was not enough for them to repair all the defensive fortifications. When the Empire occupied Outpost 1840, although it had repaired the relevant facilities and almost created a complete defense line, it was very hasty when retreating and had no time to do more damage. But this is an era where firepower is king after all. There are countless high-energy and high-explosive lethal weapons. If they are destroyed at will, the Federation will have to invest a lot of resources and time to repair the defense line of Outpost 1840. In addition to the firepower platform used to defend against attacks, there are also outposts that can accommodate more troops that need to be repaired. If these cannot be completed, it will be extremely disadvantageous for defense. If they still stay at Outpost 1838, because the distance has become longer, the attack launched by the Empire at night cannot be so fierce, or even may not be launched. Although the Imperial guerrillas are cold resistant, once the marching distance is extended, they will need to carry more oxygen. Judging from the reserves of the individual oxygen supply device commonly used by the Empire, the distance between outposts 1842 and 1838 is enough to prevent them from launching an attack. But this time, without waiting for Ji Xinghe to speak, Davis issued an order to recapture and defend Outpost 1840. We didn't dare to fight when the Independent Regiment was here, so what can we do now that the Independent Regiment is gone? We will retreat again and again, and there will always be a time when we can't retreat anymore. We have the advantage now, so we should expand the advantage as much as possible and seize the opportunity to recapture more outposts, or continue to retreat. I choose the former. This was Davis' summary answer to the question from the Battle Scar Canyon Theater Command. There is no need to mention the specific advantages, as the people in the command have already seen the results of the previous battles. Not to mention the night raid led by Ji Xinghe and Caitlin, just the 3 battles of the Independent Regiment in one day and one night have already brought a very obvious advantage to the Western Theater. In the first battle, facing the pursuit of 600 Imperial mechas, the Independent Regiment destroyed 143 and defeated the remaining 457. In the second battle, facing the night raid of the Empire, the Independent Regiment destroyed 207 and defended the defense line of outpost number 1838. In the third battle, facing 800 Imperial mechas, the Independent Regiment achieved the rarest complete annihilation in a Mecha Field Regiment battle. With the support of the Independent Regiment's commander Ji Xinghe, the Mecha Corps formed by the 2nd Army and the 3rd Army of the Western Theater defeated the Mecha Corps composed of more than 500 mechas. Not counting the destruction in the battle supported by Ji Xinghe and the destruction in the night attack, the cumulative destruction of the Independent Regiment in the 3 days since it came to the Western Theater has reached 1,150. The Empire does have more mechas than the Federation, and the number of Mecha warriors is much more than that of the Federation, but it is not endless. Counting the number of Imperial mechas destroyed in the 3 days of the Western Theater, the Empire has lost more than 1,700 mechas. Moreover, more than 900 Imperial mechas can be repaired and modified for use by the Federation's Mecha warriors, while the Empire has not been able to capture even one Federation Mecha. Of course, those destroyed and damaged Federation mechas can also be repaired and put into combat again. There are many Mecha warriors who have been sacrificed, but the Federation has more than 200,000 Mecha warriors without mechas, so the Federation has never lacked Mecha warriors at this stage. It only lacks mechas. In this situation of one side gaining and the other losing, even if the Western theater suffered heavy casualties, the advantage is extremely obvious. So the order to occupy the 1,840th outpost was executed, and the order to defend this line of defense was also issued by the headquarters. A total of 16 mechas were destroyed and damaged in the independent regiment, including all the combat mechas including the corps commander Ji Xinghe. All participated in the first night of defense operations on the 1,840th outpost defense line. This was their third night in the Western theater. The Empire wanted to replicate the combat objectives of the independent regiment last night, rush into the 1,840th outpost defense line, and wreak havoc on the logistics warehouse. The independent regiment, which only had 88 mechas left, shouldered the most difficult defensive combat mission. They held on, and no mechas of the independent regiment were destroyed or damaged that night. When the sky brightened again, the Empire withdrew to the 1,842 defense line and deployed heavy troops to guard their artillery positions, logistics warehouses, headquarters and other key positions. The tension was higher than that of the people on the defense line of the Western theater when night fell. The reason was simple. They did not have Ji Xinghe's independent regiment. But this time, the independent regiment did not attack their positions like yesterday morning. But they had to deploy heavy troops and consume defensive resources in vain. It was considered a victory before the battle. This is the benefit of having a deterrent force. Ji Xinghe still has his soldiers, and this is the limit. Yinan made a judgment in the Empire Command Center in the Battle Scar Canyon. After losing a large number of mechas and troops, he felt that he had found the limit of the independent regiment, so he came up with an idea. "Are you sure?" Ji Xinghe said with a smile. "I thought several times before that I had found the limit of Ji Xinghe, but the fact is that I was wrong every time." Yinan was a little surprised to hear this. Ji Xinghe, who likes to be called the general, can almost be said to never make mistakes. Even if it is really wrong, it is impossible to say it so easily. For example, in Ji Xinghe's first capture operation against Ji Xinghe, 6 Duke-class mechas were sent, and a large number of mechas were sent to cooperate in combat, as well as a miniaturized jump gate device that is also very precious to the Empire, but the result was equivalent to the annihilation of the entire army. Of course, the Federation used nuclear weapons in that battle, so Ji Xinghe did not make a mistake, but from a global perspective, it was meritorious. Because the Empire used nuclear weapons once, the Federation also had an opportunity to use nuclear weapons. Using them on Ji Xinghe is much better than using them on the head of the Empire Command in the Battle Scar Canyon. For example, the challenge of Ji Xinghe in the Battle of Vulture Mountain was precisely because Ji Xinghe believed that Ji Xinghe could not complete this challenge, so the Empire agreed to it when it had a clear advantage. As a result, Ji Xinghe completed it. It would have been fine if the number of Imperial mechas destroyed within the 3-hour challenge time limit was large, but at the end of the mountain-carrying time limit, facing 4 Duke-class mechas and 3 Marcus-class mechas, it created a record that shocked the Empire. A large number of conventional class mechas were destroyed, and the combat power of Marcus and Duke was destroyed, which was the real reason for the Empire's failure in the Battle of Vulture Mountain. But if any ape in the Empire were to review this battle, it would be impossible to refuse Ji Xinghe's challenge under the premise of having the order to capture Ji Xinghe alive. So, this is not Ji Xinghe's fault. The general has made no mistakes. I may make mistakes, but with a general here, I won't make mistakes. Yinan's response made Ji Xinghe laugh even more happily. Then it asked, "What are you going to do?" Yinan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "I originally wanted to use the breach of the second line of defense as bait to put Ji Xinghe in a deadly situation. Of course, I won't kill him. But since the general has reminded me, I will use the breach of the second line of defense to consume Ji Xinghe's strength and the strength that can support him. Finally, use the breach of the third line of defense as bait to capture Ji Xinghe alive." Ji Xinghe continued to smile and asked, "Is it worth it?" It knew very well that the breach of the defense line that Yinan mentioned was very different from the breach of their first line of defense, that is, the breach of the defense line composed of the original Imperial forces at the number 1840 outpost. Although a large number of mechas were lost in the first line of defense that had been breached, nearly 150,000 conventional troops were preserved, as well as an equal amount of combat supplies. In addition to oxygen, but oxygen was very valuable and important at the time, but afterwards it became the cheapest combat supply. The Empire with a jump gate is so willful. The breach of the second and third lines of defense mentioned by Yinan means that including the nearly 150,000 troops who retreated from the first line of defense, a total of 500,000 troops and an equal amount of combat supplies will all be wiped out by the Federation. For the Empire, this amount of troops is of course nothing, but the resources consumed by sending so many troops to the alien planet cannot be ignored by the Empire. Especially for the Empire General Yinan in the Battle Scar Canyon War Zone, if so many troops and supplies are lost but cannot be replenished in time, then it may even lose the Battle Scar Canyon that the Empire paid a huge price to completely occupy. It's worth it, when Yinan answered, he looked at the sky in a certain direction with reverence. Being in the command center separated by walls, it could not actually see the sky. But it seemed to see a planet in the galaxy where a certain star was located, or even a building towering into the sky on that planet. Your Majesty, whatever you want to do is worth it no matter how much it costs. Well said. When Ji Xinghe spoke, they had already started to applaud, and then reminded, Ji Xinghe has more than 100 Marcus-class mechas, he actually has 300. Moreover, it is possible to transfer them at any time. Yinan was very surprised. It didn't know how Ji Xinghe knew the news, but it was very sensible and didn't ask. From the combat effectiveness level shown by Ji Xinghe's soldiers driving Marcus-class mechas, it is worse than Earl class. If it is 200, it's not a big problem. If it exceeds 200, General, Ji Xinghe smiled and nodded and said, more than 200, I will give you the anti-Xinghe squad. Thank you, General. With Ji Xinghe's support, Yinan began to put his ideas into action. The first step is to withdraw troops from the original second line of defense, now the first line of defense. Ji Xinghe, who was repairing the mecha, received the news. It's normal to withdraw troops. They have stockpiled more than 250,000 troops on the defense line of the number 1842 outpost. A large amount of survival supplies are consumed every moment, which has exceeded the capacity limit of a line of defense. Chen Sun stood beside Ji Xinghe, watching Ji Xinghe repairing the mecha, and felt a sense of confusion. Although he didn't know how to repair mechas, it was another miracle that he could repair 6 mountain-cutting mechas by himself in 10 hours. It was not that the Western Theater Command was unwilling to transfer some mechanics to Ji Xinghe. On the contrary, as soon as the broken and damaged mountain-cutting mechas were sent back, they arranged a luxurious mechanic corps. But Ji Xinghe rejected the good intentions of the Western Theater Command, and the reason made the Western Theater Command unable to refute. I can repair it myself, and you go to repair other mechas. If you are free, then go to repair and transform more imperial mechas. So the mechanics who came to support the Western Theater Command all left. According to the Western Theater Command, the imperial forces on 1842 should remain at around 150,000, and 100,000 will retreat to 1844 and 1845. Chen Sun was not worried that his voice would affect Ji Xinghe's work of repairing the mecha. He was used to discussing military intelligence and combat plans with Ji Xinghe, who seemed to not need to rest and was still doing high-intensity maintenance work, when the rest of the independent regiment was resting. 1844 and 1845, these two outposts are located in a double canyon terrain, forming a horn-shaped defense line. The Empire chose to withdraw its troops to this defense line, not only to share the survival pressure of the troops in 1842, but also to make us afraid of dividing our troops to fight. In the double canyon terrain, even if we destroy the entire defense line, we can only continue to advance from one of the canyons. Their reinforcements can march from the other canyon at any time, go around to a rear and form a pincer attack on us. If we divide our troops, the Western Theater Command will not be able to mobilize so many troops in a short period of time. Time is critical for us, because it can now be confirmed that the other main force mobilized by the Empire is targeting base number 5. We may need to return to support base number 5, and when we leave, the Imperial troops in the Battle Scar Canyon will definitely counterattack the Western Theater. As for the Eastern Theater, Chen Sun said a lot, but there was not much to summarize. The independent regiment stayed in the Battle Scar Canyon, and both the Eastern and Western Theaters could launch active attacks on the Empire and continuously recover lost territory. If the independent regiment returns to the battle zone of base number 5 can be saved, but the East and West battle zones of the Battle Scar Canyon will return to their previous situation. Ji Xinghe, who had finally repaired the 7th mountain chopping mecha, finally spoke after a short rest. Send over 100 mountain chopping mechas, and all the people from the independent regiment, There were more than 100 people left in the independent regiment at base number 5, but Ji Xinghe only asked for 100 mountain-chopping mechas to be sent over, which was enough to show that Ji Xinghe was able to calmly accept the sacrifice of people from the independent regiment. Chen Sun's eyes flashed with a trace of relief, but he frowned again. Unfortunately, his facial nerves were damaged, so this expression could not be seen at all. Only he knew that he was frowning. Han Li is indeed very strong, but he is not you. Even if he is given 100 Zhanshan, he can only select temporary Zhanshan mecha warriors from base number 5, and he can't lead another independent regiment. Ji Xinghe said calmly, I will lead it myself. That single soldier starship. Chen Sun frowned and still had no expression on his face, which made his tone seem a little weird. Yes, you can use that single soldier starship to run back and forth, but what if two fronts are fought at the same time? Lao Ji, you can't have your cake and eat it too. I said it. Ji Xinghe started to repair the mecha again, and he said, believe in science. Believe in science? How dare you say this? You are the most unscientific person in the world. Chen Sun asked, speak directly. Ji Xinghe, who was repairing the mecha with his back to Chen Sun, spoke calmly. Remote sensing driving technology. Xinghe. Chen Sun widened his eyes, and before he could refute how unreliable this technology was, he heard Ji Xinghe's reminder, don't tell anyone first, it may not work if you tell it. Chapter 449, 10,000 Apes. When Ji Xinghe repaired all the damaged mountain-chopping mechas of the independent regiment, the Pingan space battleship, which had just left the Western Theater for a short time, returned to the Western Theater with all the new recruits of the independent regiment and 100 mountain-chopping mechas. A large number of materials needed by the Western Theater were also transported from base number 5 by Pingan. Of course, when Pingan left the Western Theater, it also took a large number of materials from the Western Theater. For example, those mechas that the Western Theater could not complete the repair and transformation can be effectively recycled and reused in base number 5, where the machine repair area is more complete. This is not a transaction between base number 5 and the Western Theater, but a unified allocation and management of resources, and has nothing to do with Ji Xinghe. Pingan, which belongs to the independent regiment, is also very enthusiastic about carrying out such tasks. Apart from anything else, the Federation must always arrange the energy supply required for a flight, right? There will be more or less left. It's still short of money. When Liu Mian was handing over to Zirui, he saw the spare materials used to repair the mountain-chopping mechas and couldn't help but sigh. The gains of Ji Xinghe, Qin Tong and others were all exchanged for the resources needed to repair this Hanshin at 40% of the recycling value, but the cost of this Hanshin was too expensive, and it was more expensive to repair than to manufacture. Some of them are like the cars on the Azure Star. The money for purchasing all the parts through regular channels is enough to buy 2 or 3 complete vehicles. The resources used by Ji Xinghe to repair the 16 Zhanshan basically consumed all his personal gains. Qin Tong and the other 9 people chose the same privileged trump card, and the combined number of kills was not as good as Ji Xinghe alone, so if only this account was counted, the independent regiment actually lost. But some accounts really cannot be calculated. The Federation's tolerance for the independent regiment is already very high. In such an era, how could Ji Xinghe really have a super independent regiment as a private soldier? We are very short of money now, but life will get better and better, Zirui said with a smile. Haven't Zhang Yun and the others been promoted to aces? Let them apply for the same privileges as Lao Ji and the others, and they can make more money. In addition, the number of damaged mechas has decreased. This is to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. The independent regiment, which has destroyed more than 1,000 imperial mechas, has produced new ace mecha warriors without any surprise. Zhang Yun, Chu Feng and other members of the second and third batches of the Galaxy team have all been promoted to ace mecha warriors. Not counting Ji Xinghe, the independent regiment already has 19 aces, which is a luxurious configuration. If no one in the Galaxy team died in the Battle of Vulture Mountain, the independent regiment should have 25 ace mecha warriors now, not counting Ji Xinghe. Realizing the ambition that many people once thought impossible to achieve, all members are aces. It is true that there are a lot more, but these recruits, Liu Mian looked at the new recruits of the independent regiment who had completed the registration and were heading to the defense line of the No. 1840 outpost, and his eyes and tone were somewhat helpless. Zirui understood why Liu Mian was like this, and he was helpless. 139 people. When we leave the Western Theater, I wonder how many of them can go back with us. They will all go back with us. Liu Mian's tone suddenly became firm. They will all go back to the Blue Star with Lao Ji. Zirui wanted to correct Liu Mian's words. Isn't this cursing people to sacrifice? But in the end, he didn't have the courage to correct him, because on this alien battlefield, everyone may sacrifice, but not everyone has the opportunity to go home. If it weren't for Ji Xinghe's persistence and willfulness, many people would never be able to go home. Outpost number 1840. Those who were not mecha warriors before, use neural link technology to drive mechas, but don't let them directly participate in the war. After Ji Xinghe gave the order, he explained, the two driving technologies can perform very different maneuvers. If the Empire discovers this in advance, we will lose a good opportunity. After the independent regiment was officially expanded and recruited on a large scale at base number 5, the official establishment, excluding Ji Xinghe, still had only 19 people, namely those in the original Xinghe team. There are a total of 223 people in the informal organization. The first batch that followed Ji Xinghe to the Western Theater were all mecha warriors before. Among the 139 people who arrived in the second batch, 47 were not mecha warriors before. Based on neural connection technology, they have the ability to drive mechas. After nearly 20 days of training, their ability to operate mechas is no different from most federal first-level mecha warriors. But the operation level is just about the same, and the combat experience is not a little different from that of the first-level mecha warriors. However, this is enough to prove the power of the new technology. The simpler operation allows people who are not mecha warriors to have such operation capabilities, let alone those who are originally mecha warriors? Then we can only have 190 mountain-cutting mechas that can participate in the war. With 10 more, they can perform the defense mission of escorting 1840, Qin Tong supplemented Ji Xinghe's order. The total number of mechas that arrived in the first batch of independent regiments was 104, including 100 mountain-cutting ones. Although as many as 16 were destroyed and damaged, they have now been fully repaired. According to Ji Xinghe's order, only 92 of the 139 people who arrived in the second batch could drive the mountain-chopping mechas that arrived with him to participate in the battle. Among them, 2 people were required to take over the mechas that were previously destroyed and then repaired. Therefore, only 190 mechas of the independent regiment can participate in the battle, including Ji Xinghe, counting only the mountain-chopping mechas. Although his new general armor was built a day and a half in advance and transported by the Ping, and due to Shen Mu's overtime work, he was not ready to use it for the time being. Including the ace mechas of Qin Tong and the other 4, the independent regiment currently has 194 mechas that can be used in combat. You discuss the personnel arrangements of each team. Ji Xinghe acted as a hands-off shopkeeper. Okay, Qin Tong responded and then asked, when can we use the new technology to drive the mecha? This question is a concern for everyone. Only with the use of new technology can the independent regiment become more powerful. If the new technology was used at the beginning, the 2 recruits would not be sacrificed, and in the most difficult battle, 16 mechas would not be destroyed or damaged. But no one questioned Ji Xinghe's choice, because this was a small-scale bet for a big win. I think it should be the time to break through their third line of defense, Ji Xinghe said softly. At that time, they should go all out to defeat us. Qin Tong and others agreed. I think so too. According to our performance in the last battle, they will send at least 1,500 mechas to besiege our independent regiment, and it will definitely not be just a large number of conventional mechas. Those Earl-class mechas and Marcus-class mechas should all participate in the battle. I don't even care about the Earl now, I want to be the Marcus. Sichuanian is now full of confidence. He was previously judged by Ji Xinghe that after driving the mountain-cutting mecha, he was only capable of fighting the Imperial Marcus, and the outcome was 50-50. But with the new driving skills, he felt that he could definitely beat the Imperial Marcus. Marcus, Zuo Shou asked curiously, are your goals so small now, General Numa? You used to clamor to fight the Duke of the Empire, and now you are stronger. Why don't you have confidence? You know shit, Sichuanian retorted. If I don't bring new recruits, just the original team of our Galaxy Squad, do you think I dare to fight the Duke of the Empire? The captains of the Galaxy Squad all laughed. Sichuanian has really grown up. If there is an Imperial Duke participating in the war, the blind man hesitated for a moment, and still asked, Old G, if you need our help, you must say, don't take risks. If the Empire wants to annihilate the independent regiment as its combat goal, it must send more than one Duke-class mecha. Considering Ji Xinghe's performance in the Battle of Vulture Mountain, it is possible for the Empire to use 6 Duke-class mechas to besiege Ji Xinghe alone. Although Ji Xinghe's risky choice was successful at that time, the battlefield situation was extremely complicated and could not be generalized. The cripple also said, "Last time we could only use our lives to help you, but now the 4 of us have ace mechas, and we can fight the Duke of the Empire. We can really help you." Qin Tong and Harris also nodded. If the 4 of them use new technologies, they all have the strength to fight the Duke of the Empire. But in terms of combat arrangements, they don't need to face the Duke-level mechas of the Empire. After all, the independent regiment must be outnumbered. Without their help, the independent regiment is likely to be wiped out. I know, Ji Xinghe did not express his opinion on this, but continued to hold the combat meeting. There are many issues that need to be discussed and arranged, and they also need to coordinate with the Western Theater Command. Chen Sun and Liu Mian are mainly responsible for coordinating combat issues. When it is really needed, Chen Sun needs to participate in the battle. When the meeting ended, the independent regiment support that arrived in the Western Theater today rushed to the 1840th outpost. After a little integration, it was already dark. As expected, the battle started again, but this time, it was not the Empire's attack on the defense line of outpost number 1840, but the independent regiment with reinforcements, which launched an active attack on the Empire's defense line with the fire support of the Western Theater. This active attack also opened up a comprehensive counterattack in the Western Theater. From the 4th night when Ji Xinghe and his independent regiment arrived in the Western Theater, the Western Theater no longer chose to defend, whether it was day or night. BIU. A slight gunshot sounded, like a pistol with a silencer added. But in fact, this gun not only did not have a silencer installed, but it was also a sniper rifle that was not suitable for using a silencer. It was just because of the environment of the alien planet that the gunshot seemed very weak, and there was no fireworks at the muzzle. Being in the dark, the optical sight on the sniper rifle did not reflect any light. This made Chen Sun, who fired the gun, not need to change places after each shot. Wearing a single soldier exoskeleton armor, he was lying on a high slope in a canyon at this time, with a height difference of 1.5 kilometers from the ground inside the canyon. This height alone was enough to make 99% of the professional snipers in the Federation lose their combat capability, not to mention that he was more than 2 kilometers away from the battlefield of line 1840. But he had been fighting here alone for an hour with a blank expression on his face. In the optical sight, another target appeared, which was 3 kilometers away from him. It was a guerrilla soldier who was using an anti-mech heavy machine gun to madly shoot at the independent regiment. Aim and pull the trigger. In the alien environment, the bullet with a speed exceeding Mach 3 took only 3 seconds to successfully hit the guerrilla soldier's head. When it burst like a watermelon, time seemed to be suddenly accelerated, and the bloodstains and brain matter had instantly turned into ice crystals. When the sky was bright again, the temperature in the Battle Scar Canyon rose above 0 degrees, and the water in these ice crystals would evaporate and turn into disgusting powder. 435 While Chen Sun was counting in his mind, the sniper rifle did not seem to move, but the picture in the sight was already very different from before. A slight error can lead to a huge loss. When the distance exceeds 3 kilometers and it is on a complex battlefield, the difficulty of sniping can be said to have reached the limit of human beings. But as one of the top snipers in the entire Federation, Chen Sun has sufficient confidence. He aimed at the target and pulled the trigger again. This time he didn't even look at the picture of his target being hit, but directly moved the muzzle slightly and aimed at a new target. When he pulled the trigger, his previous target, an orangutan carrying a portable individual anti-mech missile launcher and trying to aim at a mech in the independent regiment, had a blood hole in his upper body. Before the blood flowed out of the wound, it had already formed ice crystals, and the finger pressing on the trigger solidified, and it could no longer complete the firing. 436. While counting this number in his mind, Chen Sun had already fired again. He didn't need to see if the previous target was successfully hit. The imperial orangutan standing there stupidly aiming was not worth his time. After one shot. 437. Chen Sun, who had been fighting alone for an hour, was like a death god wandering outside the battlefield, wantonly harvesting the lives of the imperial guerrilla soldiers. And he harvested not ordinary guerrilla soldiers, but those guerrilla soldiers who could pose a certain threat to the independent regiment that was charging on the imperial defense line. Before the bullets in the magazine were emptied, Chen Sun directly let go of the sniper rifle in his hand and crawled to the side to hold another sniper rifle that had been set up. This gun was bigger and longer, and it didn't look like a sniper rifle anymore. But it is a sniper rifle, and it is the strongest sniper rifle in the Federation at present. The model is MKXDDCP, also known as the electromagnetic sniper cannon. Aim. In Chen Sun's sight, an imperial mecha appeared, the Earl class. He didn't actually look at the sniper rifle scope. The helmet of the individual exoskeleton armor affected his field of vision, but the visual window of the helmet, which had established a data connection with the scope, clearly displayed the picture of the scope. This actually had an impact, but not much. Chen Sun, who aimed at the target, did not shoot immediately, because the Earl-class Imperial Mecha was moving at high speed. Although the bullet speed of his sniper cannon was very fast, it was impossible to hit such a moving target. He was waiting for an opportunity. But the opportunity he expected did not appear. The Earl-class Mecha that led the charge was destroyed by the Captain Cripple on the flank the moment it encountered the flank of the Independent Regiment. The Independent Regiment has become stronger. In such a battle, it seems that Chen Sun's support is no longer needed. Chen Sun was not disappointed, nor did he feel regretful, nor would he be discouraged. He climbed back to the side of the ordinary sniper and continued to snipe all the targets he could, giving priority to targets that could threaten the Independent Regiment. Everyone has their own way of fighting. He can't drive a mecha, but he can also play his ability in this war and make the contribution he can. Just like many ordinary soldiers, those ordinary soldiers may not be as good as Chen Sun in shooting, but they are not ordinary. When the Independent Regiment finally retreated from the Imperial defense line that they had destroyed, Chen Sun also retreated immediately. Without the cover of the Independent Regiment charging at the enemy's position, his sniping could easily be discovered by the Empire, and his position could be pinpointed in a short time. The defense of the individual exoskeleton armor is very strong, but there is a very obvious gap compared to the mecha. This war has not been won yet, and he cannot die. During the retreat, the voices of the Independent Regiment rang in his ears. When they retreated to a relatively safe distance, they began to report their respective number of destruction, the integrity of the mecha, the remaining energy, and other information. After a burst of noise, Su Chuanyan's loud voice rang out. "Old Chen, how many have you killed today?" 679. Fuck, that's more than I've killed, Su Chuanyan exclaimed and asked. "At the rate you kill like this, you will get the achievement of 10,000 ape kills after this battle." 10,000 ape kills? Yes, that means killing 10,000 apes, Su Chuanyan asked curiously again. "Old Chen, do you know how many apes you have killed since you joined the army?" "I roughly remember." "How many more are you short of 10,000? "More than 6,000, so much short?" "You can kill 600 or 700 in one night." "How could you possibly have such a shortfall after so many years in the army?" "I didn't have such an opportunity before. I had to change positions after emptying a few magazines." "Well, now you have it. Do you want to challenge it?" 10,000 ape kills. Chen Sun's voice was filled with some laughter. "Okay, P.S. the notebook is broken. This chapter makes up for the chapter that was missing yesterday on the 25th. There are still 2 chapters left on the 26th. I'm a little slow in typing on my phone. Please bear with me, bosses. I'll work all night." Chapter 450, Signs of the Independent Regiment's Destruction. At the end of the 5th night when Ji Xinghe arrived at the Western Theater, the Imperial defense line that had been attacked by the Independent Regiment led by him for a day and 2 nights was not much better, not to say that it was beaten intrusive. Of course, the Western Theater will launch a full-scale attack on the 1840th outpost at some time during the day today. This battle has attracted many attention. 200 Xiantian-class mechas can achieve such an effect. If Ji Xinghe transferred the other 100 Xiantians from base number 5 to the Western Theater, this line of defense of the Empire should have been broken through by them. Tu Yuan's tone was a little envious. This is also normal. If Chen Zhuan had not died in the Western Theater, the Independent Regiment led by Ji Xinghe would still be under his command sequence, and now the Independent Regiment belongs to the command sequence of the Battle Scar Canyon Theater. In simple terms, it is Kent Weiss's men. Han Li nodded in agreement and said, "If there were another 100 Xiantian, We should have broken through this line of defense in the first half of last night. In the second half of the night, the Western theater carried out continuous firebombing. Now, this line of defense can already carry out clearing operations." He seemed not to hear the envy in Tu Yuan's tone, and discussed the battle situation seriously. Wang Wei heard it, and said with some regret, "If Lao Ji and the others stayed in our theater, it's useless to stay in our theater." Tu Yuan denied Wang Wei's guess and explained, "If Ji Xinghe hadn't gone to the Battle Scar Canyon, the Empire would not have launched an attack on our theater so quickly. No one would agree to let such a strong independent regiment idle for nearly a month." Wang Wei's tone was still regretful. Lao Ji himself would not agree that his independent regiment would be idle for so long, but they could go to the battlefield of the God's Mountain, or to the theater of the number 6 base. If Lao Ji took the independent regiment to the number 6 base, maybe they could really hold it. Everyone around understood what Wang Wei meant. Whether it is the battlefield of the God's Mountain or the number 6 base war zone where Tu Yuan had previously commanded the Battle of B-72 Highland, they can all become Tu Yuan's command sequence. This means that all the military exploits that Ji Xinghe has achieved with the independent regiment can be counted on Tu Yuan. If base number 6 can be defended, or even a third war zone in the true sense can be created with base number 6 as the center, similar to the two major war zones of the God's Mountain and the Battle Scar Canyon, then Tu Yuan will be more confident in taking over the position of the next commander-in-chief. But now, Han Li frowned. He didn't like such topics, but in his current position, he had to participate in such occasions. Seeing that the main force sent by the Empire for the second time against the number 5 base war zone was about to pass through the heavy blockade lines, how could Tu Yuan not hold a combat meeting? He has been staying at base number 5 these days, and after the arrangements were completed, he began to pay attention to the battle in the western war zone of the Battle Scar Canyon. "Don't discuss such topics anymore," Tu Yuan reminded him lightly, and then asked, "Han Li, do you feel that Ji Xinghe has become stronger?" "Yes," Han Li answered without any hesitation. When he led the independent regiment to annihilate the 800 imperial mechas the day before yesterday, he drove Zhongshan to a whole new level, and it is a level that I now think I can't reach. Tu Yuan was a little surprised. "You think you can't reach it?" "Yes," Han Li nodded and said, "this has nothing to do with confidence or anything, it's just that I'm not a mechanic. Because I'm not a mechanic, I can't understand every component of Zhongshan, and then like Lao Ji, I can exert the power of every component when operating it. Some are like the Gangjin he achieved, which can exert the power of every component in his body, including blood, breathing, spinal cord, etc. Tu Yuan doesn't understand Kung Fu, but he has also watched the teaching video of Ji family boxing and knows the Danjin and Gangjin mentioned by Ji Xinghe. It is a realm of strength, not a realm, just a method and secret of using strength. Even if I use neural link driving technology, it won't work, no. Although more advanced operation methods can make me stronger, it doesn't mean that I can truly understand the mecha I'm driving." After a slight pause, Tu Yuan asked, "Is it possible that he can use Zhanshan to exert power beyond your cognition, not because he is a mechanic, but because his realm has increased, and his heart has become stronger than before?" "Huh?" Han Li frowned, looking at Tu Yuan with doubt in his eyes, as if to say, "You are a civilian general who can't beat Lao Ji even with a single soldier exoskeleton armor, and you are qualified to teach me how to do things?" Of course, Han Li, who has always respected Tu Yuan, couldn't have such an idea. But the people around him guessed this from his expression and eyes. It can only be said that the fact that Tu Yuan's leg was broken by Ji Xinghe will become a black spot that Tu Yuan will never be erased in his life. Tu Yuan looked at Han Li's puzzled eyes and said softly, "He contacted Nanshanman and asked where Ji Chengxing's grave is." Han Li was stunned. Of course he knew where Ji Chengxing's grave was, because he buried it himself, but because Ji Chengxing's body was gone at the time, he was buried in a cenotaph. After Ji Xinghe came to the alien star, he had been prepared to take Ji Xinghe to see Ji Chengxing, but Ji Xinghe had never asked him about this before. He thought that it was because there was no body of Ji Chengxing in the grave, so Ji Xinghe did not regard the grave as a real grave. But now it seems. "I understand." Han Li suddenly realized that Ji Xinghe's heart was stronger than before. The real strength has never been how good you are at fighting, but the courage to face the greatest fear in your heart. Not only did Ji Xinghe ask about the location of Ji Chengxing's grave, but Ji Xinghe can now calmly accept the sacrifice of his soldiers, and even forcibly order his soldiers to suppress their strength, leading to inevitable sacrifices. All of this can show that Ji Xinghe's heart has really become stronger. Tu Yuan nodded and said nothing more. The Battle Scar Canyon Command of Nanshanmen is undoubtedly the unit that pays the most attention to the war in the Western Theater. After Kenthvis praised the achievements of the independent regiment and confirmed his determination to establish another independent regiment, he asked a question to Caitlin, who was participating in the meeting online. Caitlin, if you were the commander of the Empire, what kind of force do you think would be needed to eliminate the independent regiment? Only mechas can deal with mechas. Apart from that, no force the Empire has can destroy the independent regiment. After Caitlin gave the answer first, he added, if you want to use the Mecha Corps to eliminate the independent regiment, you can only deploy a large number of conventional mechas to besiege regardless of casualties. I think that to eliminate the independent regiment with 200 mountain slashers, 1,500 are needed. If it is an independent regiment with 300 mountain slashers, then 2,000 are needed. Of course, there is a premise, that is, the independent regiment does not retreat and fights to the death. Kenthvis was a little surprised and frowned and asked, 100 mountain slashers can annihilate 800 imperial mechas, and 200 mountain slashers, only 1,500 are needed to counter-annihilate them. He directly ignored the premise that Caitlin said. Yes, while responding out loud, Caitlin sneered in his heart. If he hadn't used holographic projection to participate in this meeting, his sneer would definitely appear directly on his face. Stupid. Tang Qiao, who was also participating in the meeting, had already cursed in his heart at this time. But in fact, Kenthvis was not as stupid as Caitlin and Tang Qiao thought, and this question was not a big problem. It was unprecedented for the Federation to form an independent regiment with so many mountain-cutting mechas. How many people could know what the independent regiment could do before the independent regiment showed their true limits? Before the independent regiment was able to annihilate the 800 imperial mechas, Ji Xinghe played a vital role in it, and the same was true for Qin Tong and the other four. With them, the the 99 mountain-cutting mechas were able to exert extraordinary combat effectiveness. But when the number of imperial mechas increases to a certain level, the role of Ji Xinghe, Qin Tong and others will be greatly reduced. Caitlin still answered Kentvis's question. Kentvis frowned and did not relax. Even if Ji Xinghe puts on the new general armor and all members of the independent regiment use neural link technology to drive mechas, it is not possible. No, Caitlin denied it again and gave a reason, because there were no Marcus and Duke level mechas last time, not even Earl level mechas. Once the Empire dispatches 1,500 mechas to besiege the independent regiment, it will inevitably send out Earl, Marcus, and Duke level mechas to match them, and the role of Ji Xinghe and others will be greatly reduced. The gap in numbers is difficult to make up. Kenthvis already believed what Caitlin said, but he didn't want to believe it. Thinking of a sentence that Tu Yuan emphasized in the plan when he proposed the plan to build an independent regiment, he raised another question. But the nobles of the Empire are very afraid of death, while the people of the independent regiment are not afraid of death, including Qin Tong. Doesn't this change anything? No, Caitlin said. I just said that as long as the Empire sends out 1,500 mechas to besiege the independent regiment, it means that they are sure to win. I can see the combat power limit of the independent regiment, and they can do the same. This means that those Earl, Marcus, and Duke level mechas will go all out to participate in the war. Kentvis took another look at the troop information on the Empire's third line of defense that had been detected by the Federation, and asked again, Ji Xinghe can always create miracles. What if he can create miracles again? Caitlin could not help it, and replied in a bad tone, it is because of the consideration that Ji Xinghe can always create miracles, so I said I want 1,500 mechas. If you don't consider this, 1,200 will be enough. 1,200? Is Ji Xinghe alone worth only 300 imperial mechas? Kentvis's regretful voice surprised many people. It's not Ji Xinghe's challenge. One mecha warrior can take on 300 imperial mechas, and there are Duke-class mechas to match them. Isn't that enough? General, Caitlin frowned and said, your questions are meaningless. The Empire doesn't know that the independent regiment has a killer, nor does it know that Ji Xinghe's new general armor is in place. They can't send 1,500 mechas to besiege the independent regiment at all costs. This is why Ji Xinghe hid his strength before. He wanted to take the independent regiment and eat up the power that the Empire used to annihilate the independent regiment. Is that so? Kentvis didn't speak again, but thought about it. The meeting ended afterwards, and Caitlin, who had just completed the brain-computer implant, left the ground command of the Western Theater Command and prepared to continue to adapt to the new driving mode. Before leaving, he glared at Tang Qiao, the representative of Canvas. "What are you worried about?" Tang Qiao returned a polite smile, and then received a communication from Canvas. "Find a place where no one is, and the communication is established." Tang Qiao, what is Ji Xinghe's plan? It's basically the same as what Colonel Catilan said just now. Ji Xinghe believes that when they attack the Imperial defense line of Outpost 1844, the Empire will send about 1,200 mechas to annihilate them, and use the defense line as bait to attract our troops, leaving the independent regiment without support. Canvas asked again. Ji Xinghe believes that his independent regiment can eat up 1,200 Imperial mechas, as well as those of the great nobles. Yes, Tang Qiao replied. Colonel Catilan's judgment is actually very accurate, and it is basically consistent with Ji Xinghe's estimate of the combat power of his independent regiment, but Catilan said just now that 1,200 Imperial mechas, plus the matching noble mechas, can annihilate the independent regiment. Colonel Catilan also said that didn't count the miracles that Ji Xinghe could create. Canvas was speechless for a moment. He asked again, what if the Empire sent 1,500 mechas? Tang Qiao's pupils shrank slightly, and he heard some problems from Canvas's question. But he pretended not to know, and after a little thought, he replied, Ji Xinghe will lead the independent regiment to retreat directly, or to fight in a dragging battle. What if? Canvas hesitated for a moment, and then asked, what if the independent regiment cannot retreat? Tang Qiao sighed in his heart, no longer pretending to be stupid, and directly said the answer that Canvas wanted to hear. Prepare at least 300 mechas for support, so that the independent regiment, which may only have ace mecha warriors left, can annihilate the 1,500 mechas. While seizing a large number of Imperial mechas, including Duke-class mechas, it can also recover almost all this Hanshin. Hearing this, Canvas was satisfied. You go to the front line and prepare to help Ji Xinghe form a new independent regiment. Yes, the communication was hung up directly. Canvas did not tell Tang Qiao anything, and he did not need Tang Qiao to do anything before. No one could influence Ji Xinghe's will, including him, so Tang Qiao really did not need to do anything. But someone can influence Ji Xinghe's will, such as Tang Qiao, who rushed to the front line as soon as the communication ended, found an opportunity to meet Ji Xinghe alone. At this time, the Western Theater has successfully breached the Empire's second line of defense and is in the stage of mopping up operations. As long as the mopping up is completed, Outpost 1842 and the line of defense can be recaptured and become a stepping stone for attacking Outpost 1844. Ji Xinghe was repairing the mecha, and another person from the independent regiment died, and 7 Xanshins needed to be repaired. Tang Qiao stood behind Ji Xinghe and made a long story short in a low voice. Canvas will use the lives of more than 100,000 soldiers in the Western Theater to force you to choose a fight to the death with the independent regiment. The Empire will definitely send out at least 1,500 mechas, and you won't be able to defeat them with the independent regiment. So, I suggest. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.